keys are placed, the players are ready. Let's get this game number 1 underway.
Gaming Gladiators up against Team Spirit. Our second series here, halfway through our day. I need to remind everyone at home, it's not like normal tournament formats for group stages where we have 4 best of 2s a day. We only have 3. So right now we're halfway through it, and it's going to be an interesting endeavor, I feel. We've already previously mentioned, both of them 2-0'd Falcons yesterday, but this I think is going to be an ultimate test. It was a lot between these two teams last year, both in Riyadh Masters, but also TI. And I feel like there's a lot of vengeance that Gaming Gladiators want to prove that they're able to make the comeback, that they're able to deal with the pressure.
I would say something that Gaming does really well, they kind of have 2 main strategies, which they do sometimes at the same time, which is pretty much, I would say, give Celery Enchantress through Chen and win the game in 20 minutes, or go 3 mid and win the game with Quinn in like 25, 30 minutes. And I think Spirit is the best team at losing the early game. Out of like any team, I know that's a weird thing to say, but they're the best team at coming back to some extent. And so I think that's why this matchup has been really hard for Gaming in the past, because this like early game dominance doesn't really pan out. They don't like finish the game fast enough. Team Spirit kind of makes this comeback and then it gets really awkward.
Yeah.
That's very true. Team Spirit's one of those teams where you can never get comfortable against, because if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Like, they will take the entire game. So you always have to be alert. You have to be on your toes. You have to make sure you're not clumping. You have to be ready to contest big objectives. And you can't really make it so that, okay, we've won the lanes and we're going to win off of that. That doesn't happen versus this team. And that's why they're just so exhausting to play against.
Yeah. Well, Gunnar, Effie, you've both given reasons as to potentially root for Team Spirit or maybe Gaming Gladiators. But either way, you guys head on over to STC, given your predictions on who you think is going to be taking this series. It's a best of 2, so there is a chance they take 1 game each. I know neither team would be happy with that. They want to be able to come in and show that their ideas are the best. And right now, looking at the 2 series they played yesterday, VSJ, who do you think has that slight edge when it comes to draft, not play style?
I'm actually going to give that to Gaming. I think their creativity in that second series, I've already like praised it several times, but the fact that they took somebody else's strategy, and it wasn't just like they did the lane, they cut the creeps. They actually had an entire idea around, this is the type of hero Dyrachyo needs to have. Okay, we also need to have like a carry-esque mid laner, the Invoker, Quinn, but also going to buy this Spirit Vessel and roam around with the Ghost Walk and just play around this super high tempo. I feel like their vision of this meta just really impressed me. But Team Spirit, like you mentioned, Gunnar, you never count them out. If Dyrachyo does what he did yesterday against Falcons, which was like a couple Aegis throws at the high ground, I think Team Spirit's the one team that's never going to let you get away with that, and they will clinch it out at the end.
I also think that Team Spirit, while they do often lose early games, they shouldn't be spoken of as a team that will by default lose lanes, because they don't. Like, you can't forget that they have Collapse and Mira on the offlane, and I very rarely see these two lose the lane. And if you can put Collapse on a hero that can initiate, can take these fights, can turn fights, the game can look different. So even winning the lanes versus Spirit has to be very draft dependent too.
I was taking CY, the coach of Gaming Gladiators, sitting down, and it springs to mind a question that I have that hopefully at least one of you 3 might have the answer to, is who else is helping him in the drafting right now for Gaming Gladiators? We know traditionally it's always been Celery, but around Dream League time, it actually shifted to Tofu, kind of doing it with him. There was that small changeover of who was going to be doing drafting, and I don't know right now who it is. Is it still switching between the two? Has Tofu taken those reins and is doing it alongside CY now?
I actually have no idea. Do you know?
I don't know. I would assume it's probably a team effort. I think a lot of teams, they'll usually have like 2 or 3 different people that talk a lot about the draft and do draft rep. It's not usually like coach plus 1. There's like a guy that's like, here's a conversation, wants to jump in. Yeah. But in games, it's usually everyone kind of has input on their own heroes. I'm sure Quinn has a lot of input on his mid heroes, because I think a lot of their tempo is around him.
Nah.
No? Yeah, he's a quiet guy. He doesn't
really mellow.
Doesn't do much. But
I'll take a wild guess, and I'll say Tofu is just pressing the button, because I do remember in an interview in Dream League when Celery said that the responsibility shifted over to Tofu, it relieved him entirely of that, because he said that he often had a lot of anxiety at the end of a competitive day, had a lot of blame and responsibility that he was taking on himself. And for the first time in a long time in the Dream League, that Gaiman did look very strong. He felt that he was focusing on his play and nothing else.
And I feel like for Tofu, we're seeing a different version of Tofu this tournament, and I would believe he's still the main one drafting, and even if everyone has their voice, which I totally believe is true, I believe Tofu is the one that's saying, okay, let's make sure we're focused around this one idea, because if you have too many ideas in an individual draft, then a draft like we saw yesterday that comes together all at once is not going to happen.
Yep.
And the way Tofu's playing now, he was always the Glimmer Cave 4-staff mech buying, like even on Rubik, you'll see him buy a mech, but yesterday we saw the Gleipnir, BKB, Scotty, Monkey King. We're seeing the carry Tofu back, and I don't even say back, like he's taking the reins from the other 4 positions, like Baboka that comes to mind, that's no longer in the tournament, that he's saying, okay, if we're going to be playing more of this cheese like Vino, Aura, offlaner, then we need an actual third core, and Tofu being able to have that dynamic play style, even if he's the one really focusing on the strategy of the game, it's just impressive.
I would say both these teams, their 4 players kind of feed off their offlaner to some extent. You have Ace, who's, I think his best role has always been these aura buyers, which is really good in the meta right now. And on the other side, I would say Collapse, not that he's bad at the aura, he buys it on Primal, but he likes playing Mars, right? Like you think of Mars, you think of Magnus, he's like these stuns, blinks, initiations. And I think both of their support players kind of like try to help their offlaner and play a play style that fits with them.
It's going to be interesting then if they want to go back to that style, if that's something they're going to keep going, or if there's going to be a change in direction, if they feel they're going to have to bring something different when it comes to beating Team Spirit, to putting up that fight. We're seeing the countdown now. We're going to have game number 1 draft coming up on our screens right about now. Hopefully there's some bands already up there. There is Weaver, Monkey King, and Brewmaster. Gaming Gladiators feel that if they can't get their hands on the Monkey King, we're going to make sure nobody else is going to be able to get it for themselves either.
I think Monkey is just too strong of a hero. I would put it similar level to Tiny, honestly. The facet where he gets to jump with no cooldown is just absolutely broken. People play it carry, they'll gank mid at level like 3, or they'll go mid and they'll gank the off lane and the safe lane at the same time. And so it's just too hard to give away when you're second pick, because it's also flex, right? It can play carry, mid, 4, and just a really strong hero. There's still Tiny left in the pool for Team Spirit. They can first pick it. I think they beat the Maureen Tiny yesterday, correct?
Yes, they did, yes.
So
I'm actually more curious about the Primal. I thought Gaming Gladiators might have put that in higher priority to make sure Spirit didn't get that for themselves. And if they do let it through, what is their answer? How are people going to be able to shut down a hero that feels like it has innate mechanics to be able to come back in a game?
Yeah, I think pointing at the Primal is a great call, because that is one of Team Spirit's staples, and it can do the thing that Gunnar was talking about, which is buy auras, but it's also a hybrid of aura buyer plus initiator slash damage dealer slash potential fight turner. So it is something you think about. I mean, typically responses to Primal in past patches have been Shadow Demon. Darkseer does come out. He is one of the darlings of this patch. Just incredibly contested, solid laning, solid team fighting, solid aura buying, just does it all.
Yep, this was the hero that I thought was the most broken hero coming into this entire tournament. Darkseer double dipping universal hero on stats. Like, so his laning stage suddenly is really high base damage. He used to be the guy that as a carry player, I'm looking at my chops thinking I'm going to free farm. That's no longer the case. Usually he's hitting this sick mech timing. It's been made cheaper over time. Greaves, Pipe, Crimson, all these items are just, he's like the Underlord-esque type of offlaner that loves buying these. And Chen, I don't know as a 5 how I feel about you can convert the enemy creep with the Iron Shell, right?
yes, you can. And then you get the golden XP now, I believe, as Chen. So it's decent. It's better than the Enchantress matchup, I think. The Enchantress one has some flaws. Chen is also decent versus the melee heroes, because you can commit on them with ranged carries. And it also does set up for a lot of different of the carry options. I think we'll probably see an Ursa or Troll Band. Those are the 2 big ones for Darkseer. And Chen pairs really well with both of those heroes.
I think for Darkseer, another part of the reason why he's such a nuisance in this patch is he opens up a lot of support picks that don't nearly look as good without him. Those heroes being Spirit Breakers and Marcies, and these 4s that do lack some kind of damage potential in the early game, but correct for that with Ion Shell.
Yeah, you basically just pick any melee hero, and without strong Darkseers, you get out of the lane even at worst, if not just winning the lane outright. And I think Mira is also the type of player that if you buff him up and let him control the tempo of the game, he does really well. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's probably one of the safest combos you can pick. I would like to see him on a clock, even a Tusk. I think could be nice coming out for them in the second phase.
There's also potential for the next assassin to come out here versus the Chen, because we saw Mira already play it yesterday in Spirit's game versus Falcons, and he was just eating Enchantress's creep wherever he saw it. And now that you're paired with the Darkseer, that's got to be a hero that you're thinking about.
It's funny, I used to always think of Nyx as one of the worst heroes against summons in the game, and he definitely still struggles against the group up that Chen's going to represent later. But in the laning stage, on the other hand, like you said, Chen getting his facets as a creep at level 1. Nyx is one of the few supports that can deal with that. So yeah, I would like to see that myself.
I do really like the Nyx. I think it fits them. They play it. It's good versus Chen. It's also pretty good versus Rubik. It's another hero you can one-shot. We've been seeing Rubik come out more and more in this tournament. I think it's just a solid 4. It's not anything amazing versus Darkseer, I would say, but it's just a solid hero, and it's a Hoodwink replacement. I think teams are doing it. Hoodwink gets banned first phase a lot of the time because it wins the lane, and Rubik kind of does this 50-50 lane at worst. You just fade bolt the range creep, get out of the lane.
What is solid in your definition, Gunnar? Like, is in stabilizes the lane, team fight? Like, what exactly does that fulfill?
A solid hero is pretty much you can pick it. It doesn't limit your options of offlaner. They can pick any melee offlaner in the game pretty much with it, and you basically want it to do okay versus any 5s, any blind pick 5s, and stabilize the lane. If you do that, you've kind of done your job as an early pick.
I think also an important aspect of Rubik is that it covers for potential heroes that are very strong in the meta. You know, things that we've been seeing like Primal Beast. We do see the Darkseer, so we know the Primal Beast flex is not on the table. But when you have the ability to counter a potential strong hero you're thinking about with a Rubik steal, it helps you early on within your draft.
The hero that comes to mind might be the Tiny. That's still in the draft right now. I was thinking the same thing about Monkey King, is why he's getting banned every first round, is because of all the heroes that he counters. It just makes drafting for the enemy team much more difficult. So these heroes like Rubik, like Monkey King, that just kind of pigeonhole the enemy team's draft. Even if you give them something that's their comfort zone, that makes sense on paper, the Nyx that we've all been talking about, it's something that you know is coming. So the 2 heroes you have in mind in this 3rd, 4th slot, you're already prepared for this, and you've only got a limited amount of time in your draft. And I remember being able to, I was talking to Seb at TI10 about tier 1 teams. I asked him, why is it so much easier as a panelist, it feels like, to predict tier 1 teams drafting? And he said it's because they're so good at like block picking each other that they basically only force one set of type of hero to be good, and then you pick it.
So there's the Ursa. It's one of the top 2 carries versus Darkseer in my opinion, and it has a pretty stable lane. He's versus double melee, so Ursa will get out of the lane, and it is also good versus Phoenix. So I really like this Ursa pick, and I would say it can't really get countered too hard. Like, you're gonna get an okay lane, you're gonna farm really hard. And the Underlord, it's also, I would say the hardest counter to Underlord carry, or Underlord offlane, is Ursa carry. So it's also a really nice double pick that you take the Ursa away from Gaming Glide, or from Team Spirit, and you get the Underlord basically for free.
Yeah, but also this Underlord makes the group up timing for Gaming Gladiators very difficult to play into if you're Team Spirit, because yeah, you are going to have another Aura Buyer, like you're going to have this Darkseer also trying to match this Underlord, but keep in mind that you did go for a Nyx strategy, and Nyx, if he doesn't find these pickoffs, find these visions, find these opportunities to disrupt fights before they happen, he can't Vendetta into a team fight and kill somebody. It doesn't work versus auras.
I thought this might be the one time I see a Slark, because the 3 carries you always think of against Underlord, no matter what the patch, are Monkey King, Ursa, Slark, and I just think Slark is absolutely terrible as a whole this patch, but this is the one spot I think we might see him was against the Underlord, but then you also already see the carry matchup, which is Ursa. One of Ursa's worst matchups in the entire game is Slark. On the map, in team fights, not only can you have a difficulty focusing the Slark, but he can also use his shard to prevent you from focusing other people. So how much do I love it? I'm not sure, but if there was a game for Slark ever, this would be it.
You know, there's a vision here, guys.
This is such a Team Spirit thing, is it not? So many events in the past, or tournaments in the past, we've seen this. Everyone goes Slark. No one's ever going to pick that. There's no way. Then we talk to Team Spirit and we're like, oh, what's the idea behind it? And they list reason after reason after reason, Effie.
Yeah, just like when Aurora picked Sniper versus Enigma in the play-ins, I said there's a vision here. I respect the vision. Same with the Slark. Slark also gives you another Ion Shell carrier in that mid-game, because when you play with Darkseer, you want these melee heroes to be able to play on the very strong timing with the auras, with the Ion Shells, to just dive insistently. And gotta give credit to Slark. If he does have a good lane, like Brian mentioned, versus the Underlord, Slark is one of the most nuisance heroes at weaving in and out of fights and, you know, doing these early tower dives with his team.
I'm really curious which facet he takes, because they've buffed that Barracuda facet pretty significantly, and it really helps with the laning phase. It makes it so your ult lingers if you're alone for an extra, I believe, like 1 second level 1 ulti, and then 3 seconds later. So I'm just wondering if he's going to go for the pound stacks, which is the pretty standard ult Slark. I'm also thinking, like, the reason I like the Slark pick more than anything is it's his job to just throw himself into the fights and cause chaos. And if you feel like you have to also do damage as Slark because you don't have follow-up damage, like in this case, very high damage supports Nyx, Phoenix, even Darkseer allows you to do damage just by existing with the Iron Shell, then you feel pressured with you kind of buy these items like Moonshard, Basher that don't necessarily feel that great. But then here you're going to be going like BKB, SNY, Scotty, just items that make it so as long as you don't get bursted, the fight's eventually going to break into chaos, and Underlord and Chen type heroes just hate when that happens.
I do think Team Spirit need to tie this draft together, though, with a pick for Laurel, because you have these heroes that can play on the Iron Shell, and we've talked about the chaos that they can cause, but you need that dependable hero that won't get bursted, that turret damage, that, you know, that ranged hero that can stand its ground, but I don't know what exists for them at this moment.
Something makes me think about Lina, even though it's a little strange. I think it's kind of cool because you can go Yules. I think Yules is really good versus Ursa, and it doesn't really get destroyed by Chen, like walking mid with a creep. But I don't really know if that's what they need. I could also see them going for some like Storm route, but Thunderlord as well blocks these spirit heroes. The Brute is really good for Storm, Void Spirit, those kind of heroes, and it makes this pick, I think, a little awkward because the Slark, I would say Slark is probably going to lose his lane, honestly, versus
He is going to lose almost certainly.
And so you need this blind pick.
I can tell you that.
Yeah, nice confidence you got there, VSJ. Yeah.
Way too many times.
Oh yeah, he knows all the pitfalls of
You
this.
need your blind pick mid to survive the lane and have good impact in the early game to have a good game on Slark. So I honestly think there's a lot of pressure on Laurel to pick a really good hero here and not get countered, because he's going against a counter pick with Quinn, right? I would say Quinn is probably the best laner in the world right now. He's been consistently at least top 2 or top 3 laners in the world. And it can get really scary if he gets a nice counter pick.
I think this Invoker actually is probably one of the best heroes they could have gone for. It's that range type of damage that was mentioned. It's also a way to roam around early and teamfight, and they did cover for this Invoker with their last 2 bans. The one issue with it, though, is that if the rotations aren't succeeding early on, if you can't run to these side lanes and get a few kills, Invoker doesn't really want to play crosswalks into this group of lineup with the pipe and the greaves and everything that's coming out. It really is dependent on these rotations being successful.
Does the rest of the lineup promote that, though, in your mind, Effie, that when it does come to leaving that laning phase, that it is going to garner a lot of opportunities and there will be potential for multiple ganks to be successful?
And that's a very good question. I think that if the side lanes go well, there's a lot of dive potential. There's a lot of potential for Invoker to come in, but Gaven's lanes just look really solid. They look very sturdy, and if Brian, who saw the Slark coming, thinks that Slark will lose the lane, it's a little scary.
It's just you don't pick it for the lane. And I remember this game of GG versus Liquid versus GG last year, where GG picked Slark in a summons draft that had no catch, and now Quinn does pick the puck, which offers them significantly more catch than they already had. But I just have a pretty clear vision of how I think this game's going to go one of 2 ways. It's going to break into chaos and Team Spirit takes kind of a scrappy game and it goes late and they win, or GG is just going to hit that 25-minute racks, kind of something you already led into with your analysis pre-game, pre-series of Gunner. I really think if this game breaks out into like any amount of like split pushing catch game, then Team Spirit's going to.
I see Chen or Ench on gaming, I already am going to give them the advantage in the draft, like no matter what happens. So I would go with gaming on this, even slightly, just because Team Spirit's Team Spirit. Like, you always can't count them out, but I like what gaming has for this draft.
For Team Spirit, I would just watch Mira in this game. He is the player to watch because he is the person who's going to be able to play make early on, going to hunt Chen's creeps in the jungle, try to secure that lane with Darkseer. I can see like an Ion Shell place on the Nyx into a TP on the puck potentially, or into a top lane, thereby correcting a lot of lanes and giving Spirit the dive that they need. So if Mira can make some magic happen, and we've seen him do it before, Spirit have a good shot.
All right, it feels like it's pretty reliant, though, on one player for Spirit. Obviously, then it will shift to that Invoker being able to capitalize on what could happen for them. I always think about map presence as well. That's something else that we're talking about. Why things like the Chen and the Underlord are so favored is you can just keep consistently moving. And that's exactly what Gaimin used yesterday in their series win against Falcons. Is that going to be really prevalent here, or are there ways for Spirit to shut down how they move around that map too?
I think it won't be as important in this game because there's a Nyx. So Nyx kind of forces you to have to group up anyway. So this like splitting the map with a gate play on Underlord isn't the best. I would say if anything, they just want to get mech pipe and go hit towers as 5 and use the gate more. I think they're gonna use it for like go Tormentor, go Roche. Like just as a team, they 5-man take it instead of
going back to the fountain,
going
resetting.
back, healing, reset. Yeah, I think it's more so gonna be just a tool to move the whole team rather than 1 or 2 split heroes around the map.
I guess, like, after I'm thinking about all the things we were talking about, I'm going to go pretty heavily for Team Spirit's draft. I just think...
Oh, wait, did you just flip?
Yeah, I think GG's draft, like, they're going to hit this 25-minute push, and then, like, one slip-up, just one little thing in the fight, and suddenly Miro's going to burst somebody in the back, and, like, Slark's going to shard save somebody, and I feel like it's all going to break down.
All right, let's head on into our game and to our casters.
The history between Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit has not been a favorable one for Gaming Gladiators, at least at the biggest tournaments. Biggest one, of course, being last year's TI Finals, where they matched up against each other, and it was a clean 3-0 for Team Spirit. Gaming Gladiators really could not stand up to the power of Team Spirit, and their recent finals against each other in the one-win series also did not go the way of Gaming Gladiators, who went to Team Spirit. So maybe it's not a finals, Avery, but it is a big tournament they're already at. And I think Gaming Gladiators, they had something to prove when they closed out the series last night, and I think they have even more to prove in this matchup.
Yeah, this would put them back to even, and that is a much better place to be for them than in the hole here, especially doing it against some of the top seeds in the group. But as you said, Spirit have traditionally had their number, and I think it goes back to the bend, don't break philosophy of this team. They're willing to give you the tempo, they're willing to give you the early Roshans, even let you go high ground. But as long as Team Spirit get that one fight, you know, in that 25 to 30 minute mark, that's all they need to just swing that entire game their way, and then they believe in Yatoro to carry the rest. So this is another very similar setup to that. Gaimin have all the tempo in the world. They have the push, they have the auras, they have the Chen Underlord, an Ace Underlord that is perhaps the best in the world. It's going to be a race against the clock, because I do not think you want to go late here if you're Gaimin. I think Slark with Alacrity, Ion Shell Surge behind him is an absolute menace this game against a 3-4-5 that can lack damage as this game progresses. Like, you're looking at a Rubik Chen support duo. The downside of the support duo is the damage output in those later team fights. So you really have to be careful about how much you give Team Spirit here, especially around the Roshan pit, and how fast can you get Ace online. If I'm looking at Team Spirit's lineup, the one hero that can slow all of this down for me is that Invoker. We've seen this Quaswex Invoker really stall out the tower pushes, be a menace around the map, be very strong in the turnaround in terms of the reactionary counter ganks. I'm looking to Laurel this game, and I mean, Team Spirit feels like they look to him again and again when they need these games to get slowed down just a bit for their other two cores to get online.
A lot of lane pulling shenanigans, but Mira might pay the price for it as he lets Duraccio get too close. And Duraccio is going to keep this battle going as he puts damage on to Collapse. Now, he might die for this one, but I almost feel like it's an exchange that's worth it because he thinks Celery's going to be able to outman fight Collapse, but he will not. Collapse gets the double kill.
The facet bonus attack speed here is going to get the denial and neutrals as well. That mana burn creep was doing a lot of work for them on this lane, and I think if they just play that slower, they win that overall exchange, especially.
For Free Fire, is that the first map?
No, right now it's already match number 4.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They're about to
lane's
end already.
Off to a bit of a wonky
So which
start
means that
here
it's not
for
live
Gaming
updated.
Gladiators.
Gotcha.
Not
I
quite
don't
what
think
they
it would be as well
wanted
because
out
like
of this
I don't
situation.
think there'll be a plug-in.
If
It's
in
not
this
PC
story you're
based.
talking
True.
about how
So-
Team Spirits rely on Laurel to be able to slow down the game when they need it, means this matchup has got to be particularly important, right? Laurel versus Quinn.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
This might be the biggest point in the early game for both teams, because if you have the resources to defend that move, you're really going to kill a lot of that early game momentum. And again, you're looking towards Laurel, you're looking towards resources on the two supports here for Team Spirit, and where that lane equilibrium is top, because Ace is going to be winning that top lane. Like, this is an Underlord Rubik versus Sark. You're reducing Yatoro's base damage. He's not going to have fun in this isolated matchup.
The Lop on Amira will be spared by the Surge from Collapse.
Maybe the stronger collapses as well. Or you can maybe leave him alone at some point, but this is a tough lane to just play 1v2.
Yeah, seriously.
You can't really cut either because, of course, the mana burn creep.
Toss back, Maposhka gets a dive away, and Tofu looks like he wasn't able to get that final hit in to secure the kill.
Yeah, but look at the CS on this lane, right? You're doubling the Sark up, which is exactly what you want in these Underlord versus melee hero matchups. Sure, this matchup's gonna really be miserable later on, but for all the early game, Ace is gonna be absolutely free farming up here. And this Fade Bolt Atrophy Aura combination is no joke versus these carries. I mean, Sark can bypass it at least with some stack building, but still sad in these early exchanges. Still, I'm looking towards the dive top. This is a catapult that died for them, unfortunately, but is a flag bearer wave. Could be looking to make this move soon if you're Celery, already level 4.
Yep, I mean, we do have level 6s on the mids. Obviously more important for the puck, so still waiting to see where Quinn's gonna make that rotation. He has a haste rune as well. Big power rune to operate off of, and the mid matchup is not going that well for him. He is heavily down in denies against Laurel,
which Elitist adds up.
Maposhka not even going to be able to get a chance to get the dive off, so the power rune does get used just to be able to help get a support kill. Nothing major out of that. Collapse gets chased out of the jungle once again.
Deny that wisdom rune steal. which is what Mapochka was looking at.
Right.
Maybe even he was just fronting that power rune so it doesn't go onto the Slark here.
Yeah, it could be.
I think Yatoro's very happy to get solo XP without dying anytime he can.
Yeah, and he's right on the cusp right now. He's level 5.5. Feels like one of the scariest parts of any Slark game, just before you hit 6.
I mean, if you're going to make this gate rotation as gaming, you got to make it soon.
Yeah, they're going to miss out on that timing if they don't do it now.
Maybe this threat of the dive bottom is forcing Celery to stay down here, but again, the game progression for Gaming would really be to attack this Slark and attack his tower right now. I mean, we can see Quinn, they're thinking about it, but this lane is up really far. The Chen's getting forced to stay bottom.
Yeah, 8-minute power runes coming up. They're not going to hit that timing. So, Rodan, aka Yatoro, likely to get level 6 unimpeded. 8-minute power rune, though, it's going to be bottom. So they stick around for power rune. Don't get it. It's an illusion for Laurel.
Is that actually out of range of that sentry? That
EWC 2024 continues. Over 1,500 of the world's best gamers have descended here in Riyadh for a shot at the club championship. Last week, 2 tournaments concluded. Team Falcons and T1 picking up respective victories in League of Legends and Warzone. And over 30 of the world's best clubs are here for a shot at this, the club championship. As we dive into week 2, we have 2 more tournaments, 2 more champions to be crowned. Who will lift the trophy?
10 days worth of upsets and grueling competition on this very stage of the Amazon Arena. We've already sent 12 teams back home, their dreams crushed, literally. And this time round, we'll be looking at who shall be winning the MSC 2024 champions for MLBB. And together with me this time round, I brought along friends.
Hi, I'm Fashavani, and we are at the STC Arena where the Garena Free Fire is already starting the day #1 knockout stage. Now, here's the thing. This is a history in the making, whereby Garena Free Fire will be alongside with Apex Legend, MLBB, and even Fortnite in a tournament of EWC 2024, an FPS Battle Royale to be crowned a new champion in this tournament itself is going to put a high standard or even a precedent into the Free Fire community.
Welcome to the Qiddiya Arena here in Riyadh. We have some Dota action for you, and you might be asking yourselves, didn't we have a full week of Dota before this? Well, technically, but now the big boy teams are here to play. We got Team Spirit, we got Team Falcons, among others. Finally, this main group stage is going to be exciting stuff. I am your Dota expert, Suns fan. Welcome, good luck, and if you came for the Dota action, well, you came to the right place. Let's get started with the HQ show.
Welcome back to Boulevard City here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The Esports World Cup 2024 second week of competition is kicking off, has already kicked off, and we're about to get started on our second week here at the EWC HQ stream. My nickname is Quickshot, and if you don't know me, I've casted League of Legends to the highest levels for the past 12 years. Prior to that, I competed in Call of Duty 4 and Quake CPMA. Hence the nickname. This will now be my seat for the next 7 weeks. However, for the next 4 days, I've got a new set of guests, panelists, and experts, apparently, who will be joining me for the coverage of MLBB, Free Fire, and Dota 2, respectively. Just quickly before I start, for all of my European and Euros viewers, it's coming home. It's coming home. I know nobody else here understands, so I'll stop right there, and I can't sing. Anyways, I'd like to introduce my panel tonight. It is Shannon, Suns fans. It is Fasha, Bunny, and it is Chris, Jays. Jays, it's good to have you back. We worked together last week on the opening ceremony. MLBB, knockouts, you excited?
I'm super excited about knockout stage, but we go get into the details later. I'm excited to share everything about MLBB because it has been nothing but hot in MSC 2024.
I wish I knew which song you were singing, but I'm too much of a boomer. I can't remember. Bunny, it's been a pleasure to work with you. We got to meet this week. We've been preparing for the show. Could you introduce yourself to the viewers, tell them where you're from, and maybe a tiny bit about Free Fire?
Hi everybody, I'm Fasha Bani. I'm from Malaysia, and this is an amazing opportunity and an honor to be alongside with the MOBA aspect and having the opportunity to shine a light of the travel and the journey of the Garena Free Fire into the EWC 2024. And just a heads up, it is a multiplayer battle royale. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, just a heads up for you.
I mean,
guys,
all
okay?
battle royales have to be multiplayer, just as a baseline. Okay. I don't have to start sassy. That wasn't fair. I take it back. Suns fan, that's basketball, right?
That's correct. Unfortunately, I am a Suns fan. We have no future, but this show sure does. So let's get started. I'm very excited to break down Dota 2, the most complex game in the world. And I promise not to talk any more NBA. I've been cut off before.
Listen, I won't either because I haven't got a clue. I don't even know what a basketball is. I will say, though, I would like to mend bridges. I explicitly requested we sit next to each other because we're supposed to hate each other, right?
That's true,
League
yes.
of Legends, Dota. Could we build a bridge? Could we agree to have fun and work together?
It's heroes, not champions. Just remember.
Yes,
hero,
champions,
not
heroes,
champions.
innates, passives. We'll figure it all out.
Yeah.
Right, you met the panel. We got a couple of videos we want to set the scene. I also want to talk about week number 1 in case you missed it. Because right here at the HQ broadcast or stream, this is your central hub for all major updates, for breaking news, for interviews, for championship updates, for tournament catch-up. Listen, it's a 4-hour show. Think of it as your all-coverage esports podcast. It runs Thursday to Sunday, 7 till 11 Riyadh time. That's 6 until 10 European time. Last week, we kicked off the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, and the first team to lift the spectacular trophy was Team Falcons from Warzone.
To become the best, you must first defeat the best. Words couldn't be truer in an arena of this magnitude.
63 players, 21 teams, 4 days of competition, $1 million on the line, and a magnificent trophy to lift.
Easy. Get off! Ready to fight. Let's go! That tick-tock go. That click-clack go. That tick-tock go. That click-clack go.
Cement your names into the Esports World Cup history books and lift your trophy as Call of Duty Warzone champions. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Falcons!
I'll translate what Hisoka was saying there on stage. Booyah!
Oh.
Not really. We'll kind of explain that in a second or two. Obviously, last week, Warzone concluded. Team Falcons were the heavy favorites coming into the tournament. There was some fun storylines. For a moment, it didn't look like they were going to. I want to send a lot of love and thanks and appreciation to Katie Bedford. You're gone, but not forgotten. If you are watching, that's just for you. So, Warzone was great. Jace, you and I were obviously sitting here. We watched the tournament.
Yep.
What's your main takeaway from last week?
Well, for main takeaway for Warzone, it was nothing but hot. You thought if you felt the hype from the video, trust me, if you watch it beside Katie Bedford or even at STC Arena, it's even more hyper than usual.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, you also did some stuff for homework. Did you deliver your homework?
Yes, I did. I hope I get good results from it. In fact, I was able to catch an MPL Philippines caster, Leo, to kind of help me to do the homework to cover week 1. And I'm here in the Amazon Arena where hopes are made and dreams are crushed. Right here
Yes,
together with me,
you did it
though,
again.
is Leo from MPL Philippines. What's up, Leo? How are you feeling today?
I'm great. We're still smack dab in the middle of MSC 2024 at EWC. There's a lot more matches to watch, but already I'm pretty shook and just the same excited for what happened already.
Yeah, that's right. So just to help the people to do a quick catch-up of MSC 2024, what actually went down in week 1 for the group stage?
All right, so it was a week of full-on competition. As brutal as it sounds to have a single elimination knockout brackets with the best of 5, the best of 2 really was something that we were not ready for. We saw a lot of disappointments, a lot of upsets, a lot of shocking turns. And going from Group A to D, let's real quick run through that. Group A was always the fun group to expect, right?
Okay.
You had solid dark horse teams. You have champions there from developing regions, and you have underdogs. But just the same, what we did not expect from there is how clean and how polished Singapore was. How NIP Flash just shocked the Flash just shocked the world, and how their matchup with EVOS, Glory, and RRQ Akira was so much fun to watch. That's what I remember from Group A. Group B, on the other hand, is where we could have sworn Fnatic Onyx was going to top.
Correct.
I've mentioned so many times in many different platforms and broadcasts how, why does Fnatic Onyx do this every single time? They get grouped into a bracket wherein they're almost always a sure shoe-in for knockouts, and lo and behold, in that single day of broadcast wherein they got swept by See You Soon, it became a do or die against SRG, who was so far running 100 days and counting of being undefeated.
Okay.
They had to win that. They had to win in a sweep.
I remember that game. You were telling me earlier just now before we jump onto this interview, you never sat down the whole day.
I did not sit down. My heart was skipping a beat every now and then. My breathing wasn't normal. I know I might be over-exaggerating, but that's the truth. Again, I speak up on behalf of all the Sonics, on behalf of a majority of Indonesian fans, and here we are now.
Correct.
Group B, you have SRG and See You Soon walking out.
Great. Then what do you feel about Group C and Group D? Just a quick recap.
All right, Group C, Liquid Echo, TLPH.
Yep.
They made it through. Again, Filipinos, spoiler alert, went undefeated throughout the groups. But just the same, I was expecting a lot from Team Spirit.
Okay.
Team Spirit finished top 4 in M5, right? They were then known as Deus Vult. But here, I don't know, something was up. Something changed. Something very drastic changed. And yes, they did end up the groups with a few wins, but not enough to make it through. Hence why Group C came through with, you know, a little bit of disappointment in my heart. You know?
But to be honest, to the majority of the fans, Group C, Group D, another day in the office, you know, the Philippines topping the groups, nothing new. But but to be honest, you know what? It's shocking for MSC 2024. Thank you very much, Leo from MPL Philippines. And now, back to the HQ. Quick shot, do you like my homework? I love it when I outsource my homework.
I mean, I like it. The whole point was to outsource it because you didn't get to cast all the games. You were sitting here watching. The thing is, Suns fan will validate this for me. You have not shut up about Fnatic Onyx. I kind of have to be honest. I was happy they pushed up.
There's an unhealthy obsession.
It really is.
Fair to say.
Out of interest, what was great from Leo? Leo talked a little bit about the format and kind of how maybe brutal this format was.
It is.
Is that something that you, like when we look at the Dota tournament, the format that we got here, it's pretty much bog standard, right?
It is very standard. I just wanted to say, he was talking about his heart racing. If he has heart palpitation, he should go see a doctor probably. I get those myself from time to time. That's from extreme obesity, but that's an American thing. So, go ahead.
I am going to have a lot of fun with you on the show today. Shannon Sunspan is by far the funniest we have of the four of us, but we'll get to Dota a little bit later. Before we do, let's speak to its arch rival. I don't know, that's not fair, let's not do that. It's League of Legends. It made its debut here at the Esports World Cup, and the trophy was lifted by none other than the GOAT himself, Faker.
He's the target and the Hyperproc is going to do it. The Nara into the wall, the wall up there from Zeus. And he hits that Mega Nara at exactly the right time. Wanting to find those knockups, but the push away is just too strong. Carrier still getting into that backline. With Zeus, in fact, time, he's going to be respecting, and now the quickness comes in. Faker with the sickest flash and the double knockback. Oscar's in a bit of trouble. He has to get away. The equalizer is huge. The front line is just melting here. Taken out. Umpty going way too deep, but now APA is going to get the flank here, and maybe it's enough as APA will take out the Corky finally. The fight is going on to make so much damage into Leona, but that's amazing. Eventually, this front door will come down. Top Esports, they will throw the narrative out the window, and they say, we are the better team tonight. Mickey X finds the Glacial Fissure, puts up the door as the Impale comes in. Solar Flare is fantastic, and Mickey is just cut down, and now BlackWest are flashing out with the explosion.
G2 is in total control.
Here at EWC, and BlackWest, unfortunately, gonna have to go home. They're all inside the pit. It is an absolute Thunderdome fight. The Elder is taken by T1. Is this an opportunity? Impact says absolutely not, as they're getting torn to shreds. Season Assist comes in on top of Core JJ, and then it's Owner that's out once again. APA torn apart at T1. That was absolutely gorgeous.
Hansama already has to cleanse before the fight even really begins. They find Yike, and he is just isolated. Down he goes. The equalizer doesn't hit anyone. Mickey X will go down, and Top Esports, now they're just playing with their food. This has not been a close 2-0, but it is a 2-0.
Welcome, Gadea Arena!
Grand finals of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends.
He's going down low. The ulti's going to go wide there from Owner, though, as you can see 369 looking to keep Carrier out. There's the Infernal Solo, and the equalizer is phenomenal. The grand entrance from Carrier once again as Baker is going to flash on top of T1 will be your first Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends winners.
Congratulations to T1 for being the first winners of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup. I think for me, biggest takeaways was just it was a shocking tournament. Gen.G, shocking to see them get taken out, shocking to see how well Team Liquid did, and frankly, they put up a better fight against T1 than Top Esports did. Quick updates for you. I can see right now, Gaming Gladiators have actually just won themselves one of the maps on Free Fire. That makes me think really quick. We're going to give you a second to explain Free Fire, introduce it not only to us, but all the viewers as well. Do you watch League of Legends? What other esports or what other games are you sort of involved in the esports scene, buddy?
Honestly, I don't watch League of Legends scene, but I do play it just a little bit. That's pretty much all I know.
Well, that's perfect. That's perfect. I mean, outside of Dota, like, you're just Dota. And so
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike. Okay. Oh. That's right. Sorry, I forget that we have a former pro player on our
That's
side.
right.
Yeah.
Only 20 years ago.
Only 20 years ago.
That was definitely a thing 20 years ago.
3 different games ago as well. So I'm looking forward to unpacking that. That will be next week. That's where Counter-Strike 2 will be coming back. What I'd like to do for this week, though, Wow, what I'd like to do for this week, let's not have a voice crack. Let's take a look at the games, what's happening and when. Riyadh Masters Dota 2 started yesterday with the group stage. MSC continues with the quarterfinals. I believe they are wrapped up already for the day. Free Fire is currently in the group stage between B and C. And I'm going to put Mr. Suns fan on the spot.
Oh, boy.
Where are we in the Dota 2 tournament? Like, what stage are we in right now?
Just the second day of the main group stage. So you had like the preliminary group stage where, what was it, 12 teams battled it out and 8 came out victorious, if you want to call it that, but they get to go into the gauntlet now, the actual main group stage.
The thing I love so much, the big boys.
The big boys.
Well,
don't forget Juicy.
The juicy teams.
The big juicy boys are in town now. They get to play.
Explain to the rest of us, what is a juicy team?
Just a team with a lot of juice.
Okay.
Means really good players,
I think
in other words.
you've used the term to define the term. That's
More like
really how that works.
zesty.
That's an American thing. I'm going to use that a lot.
The fact is, juice, it's like power, energy, pizzazz, zestiness. That's not really the word, but whatever. Let's take another quick live look potentially at all 3 arenas between Kidia, Amazon, and STC at what is happening. It is, of course, Free Fire, MLBB, and Dota 2, the games that are taking place this week. If you'd like to watch Free Fire or MLBB, your easiest home will go to youtube.com/EWC. And for Dota 2, because there are 4 streams happening simultaneously, just go check out the numbers, EWC_Dota2, and you'll be able to find the additional 4 streams from there. It does look like we've got a couple games on at the moment. We'll be doing some live look-ins later, but I think what I would like to start with today is focus on Free Fire. We had Dota last week, we have Dota next week. Free Fire's only here for a few days. Jace has really told us a lot about MLBB. We'll dive into the playoffs, quarters, and what it means for semis tomorrow later. So for the next half hour or so, Bunny, the show is yours. What is Free Fire? I mean, I know I'm an expert, so like Suns fan and Jace, can you ask the questions here?
Sure.
I'm just going to sit back. I've talked enough for now.
All right, so the simplest word is Free Fire is a mobile multiplayer battle royale. It's as I think Sun's definitely gonna say, is it PUBG? Yeah, I get it. I can hear it from your voice.
You're supposed to wait for me to ask the stupid question.
No, I can feel it already. I can sense the pizzazzness from you. And checking out the live in right now, as we can see, Team Falcon is already slingshotting. It's a launcher pad actually moving into their location.
Right.
All right.
Quick question, right? Like Free Fire, right? I remember Warzone, there's like 48 players-ish. But what about Free Fire? How many players are there, and what's so unique about Free Fire as compared to, PUBG?
Or Apex, or Warzone.
Yeah, there's only like 20 of them.
Yeah. Actually, among all of those games, Free Fire has the least teams to fight on in one map. Like 12 teams only, comprised of 48 players to fight for the last survivor. It's the same methods, the same mechanism. The only difference or the most specialty for Free Fire is that one player can have 4 abilities. 1 active and 3 passive.
So a quick question will be earlier just now, so just to break it down, just in case we don't do your math, it's 12 teams, each of them 4 players, correct?
Yep.
Okay, because Warzone was 3 players.
Oh yeah.
How long does a game take typically?
I mean, if up to the last zone, which is we have like 7 zones, the game can actually go until like more or less 15 minutes for the game.
It's quite short then.
Yeah, it's quite short.
And not that I don't know, but like, how does tournament scoring work? Or like.
I thought you know everything, Trevor.
Actually, what's more important here? Because in Warzone Resurgency, it was about kills. So how does scoring work in Free Fire, and how do you determine which team is better?
For Free Fire, it's pretty much placement point as well as kill points. If you get the highest, or like I said, the last survivor, and we have a winning title for those who survive the last, meaning you get booyah, so you will get 12 points. That's the highest point for the placement point. And kill points also counted. So 1 kill point will definitely add on to your overall leaderboard, which is 2 equals to 1 point.
Sorry, what did you just say just now? What's booyah?
Booyah is a winning title for the last survivor. You have to win the game to be surviving at the last
What do they call
stage.
it? What do they call it in PUBG?
Chicken dinner.
That's it.
Oh
when you said booyah.
Okay.
I'm not starting an argument. I'm just making sure that those of us PC peasants are maybe more familiar, right?
This is a MOBA so far right here.
What's the format of the tournament?
Okay, the format of the tournament, all the 18 teams will definitely compete with each other, but because we have a limit of only 12 teams in one map, in one game, they will actually have to divide into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C. So for yesterday, they had A and B meeting up. For tonight, it's going to be B and C. And on the last day, A and C will meet for the last game for the knockout stage. And then they'll move for the point rush stage, which determines their point rush or head starters point to move into the grand finals.
So out of curiosity, since we talked about the Dota format being basically like every other Dota format, is this a typical format for Free Fire?
Definitely. Every single tournament in every single region, we have been adapting this basis of tournament format. So definitely it's already been adapted and used for every single
And when they win, are they required to say Booyah?
They do.
That would be cool. Oh, how does Booyah translate to every other language? Okay, I want to explore that later. That's going to be fun.
Let me Google that,
figure
right?
that out. First of all, fantastic. Thank you very much, Benny. I think that's a good foundation. What I will do is actually show you some gameplay, and then I'll ask Benny again to break it down a little bit more specifically, and I'm going to put it on the spot and figure out who your favorites are for the tournament.
Oh, no.
But now, though, it is time to bring you up to speed with all of the recent action. EWC catch-up powered by STC. And welcome to the EWC catch-up. We're going to take a look at some of the most recent results. As I mentioned, the Dota 2 group stage started yesterday. 2 groups of 8 teams playing best of 2s against one another. And that, of course, will determine the seeding for the double elimination bracket. Now, with 4 simultaneous streams and multiple series happening per day, there is a significant amount of results to lock in on. Before we dive into those, what I would like to do is hear from Tsunami about some of the games, or maybe one that he feels specifically strongly about.
What's up, everybody? It's Tsunami reporting from the Gadia Arena, where I'm being quite quiet right now because we got Team Spirit versus Game & Gladiators going on behind me. And we have to be very... No. Quiet. Shh. Easy. We have to be very respectful. This is esports. We got to take things very seriously. Or we can really get into it because, I mean, we got a TI Grand Final rematch going on right now. And these 2 teams are especially special because they both 2-0'd Team Falcons yesterday. That's right, the favorites, everyone who thought was gonna win, is already down 0-4 because of these 2. So maybe the winner of this series will be the front runner. That's happening right now, but later on, we got for our Series 3, XG WBG versus PSG Quest. Try saying that 3 times fast, as our 3rd series coming up later. So stick around, plenty of Dota action coming up later on in the Gadia Arena.
No, I'm done. Team Falcons 0-4 is fantastic. It is definitely a story that I would like to unpack. We will do exactly that on the HQ a little bit later on. Before we do, though, I need to dive into MLBB. We've concluded our quarterfinals already. Before I show you the bracket, I'd like to hear from Sandstorm.
Here. And I'm going to break down what happened over the course of the first 2 days of the knockout stage at MSC 2024 here at the Esports World Cup. Starting on one side of the bracket, we had Team Liquid Echo take down Team Falcon Esports in a 3-1 of the best of 5 in the knockout stage. It was an incredibly close series at one point, and Falcon Esports did show us that Liquid Echo does bleed. They showed us that they do have a chink in their armor, but Liquid Echo's experience reigned superior at the end of that series. And on their opposing side is going to be their Filipino comrades, that's right, in Falcons AP brand, the reigning world champions of M5, as we saw them in day 2 of the knockout stage completely sweep their opponents in See You Soon. And I'll have you know, 2 of those games were under 13 minutes. Complete and utter dominance from the reigning world champion. And I can't wait to see which one of those 2 is going to make it into the grand finals. And now we move on to the other side of the bracket, where we had both quarterfinals go all the way to 5 games. Starting off with one of the teams that went undefeated for over 100 days. And that's right, I'm talking about the Malaysian representative in Selangor Red Giants. They were pushed to a total of 5 games, but at the end of the day, with their backs against the wall, they finished off the Bastion of Turquia in under 12 minutes in that last game of the series. And their opponents on the other side, we had Homeboys taking on NIP Flash. And boy, was that a close series. Homeboys were just 1 win away as they were 2-1 up in the series. But at the end of the day, the Singaporean all-star lineup managed to clinch victory back-to-back and punch their ticket to the semifinals. So now we have 4 representatives from 3 regions fighting for that 1 spot in the grand finals on either side of the bracket, and of course fighting for this trophy. So make sure you stay tuned and find out who will be crowned the champion of MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup. I'll see you then.
Thank you so much. What's the name of that song again? Sandstorm? That's right. Obviously, I've got the bracket right behind me. Very quickly, I want to highlight the fact that both of the expected winners on the upper half of the bracket was anticipated. Do not take that for granted, because of the fact of the matter is both Liquid and Falcons AP Brand were the teams that are supposed to win. I still think it's going to be a very interesting shootout in the semifinals. That'll be taking place on Friday. That does it for now for MLBB. We'll dive later into the tournament later this evening. For now, let's turn our attention to Free Fire as we're on the second day of the knockout stage. Let's start by hearing from the 7WG.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. I'm the 7WG on day 2 of Free Fire, and we're now past the halfway point of day 2, and boy, have we had some matches. If you remember yesterday, RQ Kazoo was able to get 2 booyahs, and they were able to back it up even today as well, because now they have 3 in total. And not only them being able to get booyahs, okay, we have had Twisted Minds being able to secure 1. We actually just got Gaming Gladiators being able to secure 1 as well against Loud, where it was just a big upset. I personally thought that Loud was going to be able to win it, but who knows what's going to happen here in the last series of day number 2. Stay tuned.
I sincerely am sad I only get a few days of Free Fire because I get to say booyah legitimately for my job multiple times per day. Thank you so much for that update, the 7WG. I'm hiding the points on purpose because the 2 things I want to highlight during the course of our rehearsals and our preparation, Bunny has been hyping up Buriram United Esports. And I have been telling her explicitly that Loud is the better team. I'm not making this up. I have been championing for Loud while they've only got 1 booyah, currently leading the top of the table, 171 points. Take a quick look at that screenshot if you want to track it, or of course you can check out the tournament page on esportsworldcup.com. That does it for us at the EWC Catch-Up, powered by STC. And I'm back in my comfortable seat for now. As I mentioned, the opening of our show today is very heavily focused on Free Fire. We want to explain it. We want to teach our viewers how to get used to it. I know a lot of mobile gamers, especially like the North American and sort of Western European regions, it's not something we're hugely familiar with. Mobile MOBA, is it something that the Dota communities connect with a lot, let alone Battle Royales?
No, I mean, you can't even play Dota on a Steam Deck, for God's sake, and that's the company that made Dota.
Right, okay, so with that in mind, we will obviously come back to both MLBB and Dota 2 later this evening. For now, let's talk more Free Fire. We will have a live look-in as soon as Map 5 has started. Before we get to that, we've explained some of the basics of the game. This is where, Bunny, I'm going to ask you to share some of your expertise. Who are some of the best teams? And maybe, instead of me saying who's going to win it all, what are your top 6 teams that you think should make finals?
Here's the thing, when I gave my top 6 favorite teams to the production, I feel like I know in my heart that I'm going to get the Custakers, and people are going to hate me for putting out these names.
We don't hate you. Don't worry.
You might not hate it, but my Free Fire community who's watching right now is saying, like, how dare you put only these teams? Here's the thing. Team Falcons, they are well known because they are currently the reigning champion from the Free Fire World Series Spring at the moment right now. So they are currently fresh as a champion. So that's why I put them on a high hope, and hopefully they will do their best here for the EWC 2024, which that's not going to be the case right now. But anyway, we got Buriram United also has a really, really hard target right locking onto their teams, because Wasana has dropped 293 elimination previously from the FFWS. So this is something that we're looking towards to see what they can do here for the EWC 2024.
Interesting.
I have to ask, I'm sorry to interject, really important question. Those icicles. What are they?
Those white walls?
Yes, those icebergs.
Icebergs?
Yes.
Okay, close enough. It's actually a glue wall where the players can actually loot the items and they can put it out as a defense, a barrier, so that they can actually cover themselves from the enemy that actually trying to attack them.
So if I were to draw a comparison, it's like a smoke grenade, but instead of smoke, it puts up a shield, right?
Exactly.
It's not part of the abilities, not part of the characters.
Nope, it's an item.
So obviously we've got 6 teams there. I know that the Brazilian scene, or the, let's say, the Latin American scene is also particularly popular and has been particularly strong in Free Fire, which is why I'm supporting Loud. Can we please bring up the point standings? And Bunny, explain to what you've seen. Obviously we haven't been able to see all of the games, right? Team A and B played yesterday. B and C are playing today, but for the time being, you can see that Team Loud are in the lead. How do you explain this to all of our viewers, maybe who's less familiar with Free Fire?
Here's the thing, we got Loud right now already leading up to a point with 171 points. And this is amazing because the fact is we know for that Loud, despite that they have a history that have been struggling a lot of the championship, but they are in a title to actually get this EWC 2024 because why? They have been amazing throughout the consistency of the day knockout stage.
So listen, Bunny, just before I jump in here, Chris, we're going to be jumping into map 5. I can see they're preparing for the game. So I'd like to get a question from both of my boys here. What would you like Bunny to answer? Tell us who guides us through the game.
I would like to hold you accountable on behalf of the Free Fire casters.
Okay.
Because just now, if we flash the top 6 graphics right there, I don't see one logo. Where is Diva RRQ? Where are the RRQ fans?
Okay. Just to justify the
Justify yourself.
Yeah, I need to justify myself. Please do not attack me on the comment section. Okay, here's the thing. You guys asked me to put only 6 names, 6 favorite team, okay? So I put out the teams that I feel like can put out a great show as well as able to actually move to the grand finals. We have another 6 empty slots, okay? So it could be filled by the Indonesian teams. So sorry, not to say that Indonesian doesn't have the place in the favorite of my heart. It's just that you guys always play a little bit too safe sometimes, and for some reason RRQ Kazoo, yes, they do play safe, but somehow they surprise me here on the EWC.
Let's jump into the game as we load up onto Free Fire. Sunsfan, what are we going to look at here? I think you and I are probably less comfortable with this gameplay footage.
I'm very comfortable.
What would you love to know?
I have a very, okay, you guys are going to laugh. It's a real question, all right? Just need to prep it. If you have freakishly large thumbs, is that a disadvantage?
I have one of the top players from Thailand, which is from Team Falcon, Kosku. He's very chubby, he's very cute, and he's quite big, but I feel like he's one of the amazing
But
teams.
does he have large thumbs? Have you investigated closely his thumbs?
You know what? We have 4 days of coverage. I mean, we can do this. We're obviously going to stay on this live looking just for a few minutes, but I think let's explain some of the mechanics, right? It's a battle royale. You point, you touch, and then you shoot people. But what are some of the things that you want, that you should be looking out for? Like, how do I track in abilities for the characters?
Okay, here's the thing. The players, or even to begin with, the users of the Free Fire itself, you guys are architect. You can design the characters that you're using with one, like I said, 1 active skill as well as 3 passive. And it depends on what you guys want to actually put out, whether you want to actually be aggressive or you want to be a support. It depends on the personality of the players itself. And here's the thing. We have one player right on top of the billboard, so definitely that's going to be a scouter, the one who support and give a lot of information to the teammates.
So does that also mean that there's classes?
Yeah, that's I think what I want to ask as well.
It's not much of a class, it's more like it's an ability from each of characters they have inside the Free Fire. So you can have actually 4 characters inside one player, but it depends on how much you want to put as an active or you want to put as a passive.
I see.
Are we able to see what kind of abilities they use on this UI right here? I think that would be great.
Definitely. You can see the characters they put out right on the bottom of the right side there.
Oh, so the characters are the skills.
So the active one is the one with the big picture. That's the big one. That's the main active player they are using right now, which is A124. That's the popular one, meta right now for the Free Fire.
Okay, what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a brief moment to listen into the live casters, get a sense and get a feel for what it's like in the arena and for the actual game. So let's check in with your Free Fire casters.
These elimination points very precious to them, and they do get it. In fact, putting them in the front of the leaderboard. This is massive, and this mindset shift is definitely something they need coming into the last 2 maps of the day.
And for Hot Shot, they are getting 3 elimination points with that ice grenade. They are seeing Vidalao getting hit with only half of his HP. They need to be careful because right now for Hot Shot, they are collecting those elimination points with like I said just now, they need to get more. If not, then the chances are the other groups will chase and they will be dropped from the top place. And right now they are going in. Vidalao on the ground floor. Carlos is going up. They just missed each other within that 1 second.
Timing, not on their side. Alcacia out though. In this situation, the fight still goes on. Anas is just quick on that. The mindset shift is huge for them. Knocking out these two players. Hot shot. Very, very aggressive. Very good at the reposition. Timing on point as well. 4 points here. 3 points just for one player. Perhaps this is exactly what they needed to give that momentum coming forward. Maybe rushing out here. Chris running for his life. On the other side, a quick pivot toward the other side of this building. Keeps him out of harm's way. Allows himself to really collect some information about where exactly the other members are going to be around. Spots no one quite yet. It's just unfortunate that you'll be running into a red.
So much to the Free Fire caster team. Honestly, we're seeing a glimpse now of this close range sort of SMG assault rifle battle. Two questions. Number one, is there a significant difference between sniping and, let's say, assault rifles or short range? In my head, it's going to be much more difficult to snipe on a phone than with a controller or a keyboard and mouse.
Agree, definitely.
Especially with large thumbs, right?
We're not going to drop that off, are we?
No, we'll get it out of his system later.
Hey, I think my thumb is the same size as you. I think you can be a very good Mobile Legends player.
The next question I'll ask, this is what, the first circle now?
Yeah.
So what about in terms of pacing? I would imagine because placement is very important.
Yeah.
Is the pace of the game slower than maybe other battle royales that you might watch or have seen, just because you want to play on the circle and really survive as long as possible?
It actually depends on the teams itself, because sometimes there are certain points they actually land on the same spot and they will actually try to contest it. They will make sure that if you drop on the same territory as I am, they will try to actually annihilate. They will eliminate you immediately if you do not move away or back away from your territory. That's the thing. But there are certain times, yes, the teams will try to actually make sure to survive long enough and move around the safe zone instead of going for the engagement.
It's kind of cool, right? Like, you have these walls that you can just create a lot of space in between yourself and your players. But what is the meta? What is like the best strategy?
That's a good question.
To get that booyah?
Okay, when it comes to Free Fire, the meta is pretty much you try to get the high ground. I think this is pretty much the very specific and common sense inside of Battle Royale itself. You always try to go for the high ground to actually scout the area, get the best view of any enemies that's around your area, and if you'll be able to actually get the first engagement, open up a little bit of your opportunity to get one player down and then you move for the rush, that's when you actually be able to benefit from taking down one team. But that is only if you survive that engagement without anybody third-partying it.
Are we seeing a lot of action? Because this feels, in comparison to the games that we were watching during rehearsal, it appears multiple squads right next to each other. And what, the second circle, third circle? This feels early to me, or am I misreading it? What do you think, Bunny?
For me, I think this is actually quite an early engagement, but still in a slow pace. It's actually a quite mid-game fight because the fact is, it's quite slow because the fact is they don't really go for the attack engagement to a point that they want to take down every single one of the players. They're just trying to farm some kills.
I think we're just really old.
This
is like a zoomer.
Does this feel slow-paced?
No, it does not.
Hey, as an MLB player, I feel like this is fast. I could catch up most of the action.
That's actually what I really appreciate. And again, we're here, we're learning, we specialize in different games, right? But that's why I was asking the question, to get a bit of an idea. We'll have multiple look-ins. We'll be checking in things a few more times throughout the weekend. But okay, let's zoom out from the teaching class. Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at sort of like kills, eliminations. Have you been able to keep tabs on maybe who's doing well? I know it's a lot to ask, and obviously we haven't seen the scoreboard. But can you kind of explain the state of the game right now as if you were a caster?
For me right now, as I see as games actually continue on from day 1 to day number 2, I think the Brazilian fans are really, really proud of themselves. They should be proud.
I'm proud of them too.
They should be really proud because so far from Group B, Brazilian is really popping off and really shining a light for themselves and putting out a really high hope to move into the point rush stage. And that's the thing, the problem for the side of like the teams that I've already put out as a favorite teams, they're not actually popping off. Other than the Loud being doing well, Fluxo, who had the most close intensity to actually win the SPS MOBA Master, which is just recently started out, and I thought that they would be able to do a great job here on EWC. Turns out they're actually having problems.
By the way, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to hold it. once we get to the end and we see the results, I might brag if Loud do well. But until then, thank you so much, Bunny. That was fantastic. I still think there's a lot to learn, definitely for myself, and I definitely.
I'm an expert. Thank you.
We are the old people on the couch. We're the old people on the couch. If you'd like to keep watching those last 2 maps of Free Fire for today, they're over at EWC, youtube.com/EWC. All the live streams for all of our tournaments are going on, but specifically that's where you can find Free Fire. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, it'll be the Club Championship update, as well as an MLBB quarterfinal review.
for themselves, but also it gives them a means to play around Laurel, who we talked about had a good lane last game, but never had a hero to play with or play around him. But when you pick an Enchantress, you're not too concerned about Hoodwink. It doesn't really do that much to you. There is a break, but it doesn't really ruin the macro of Enchantress going mid with a creep, diving, maybe even rotating and getting the tower on the first catapult.
I'm also, as we see more games from Gaming Gladiators, seeing where they prioritize their supports, because Snap was still in that pool. They could have picked it up, but they placed the Hoodwink higher, but they still go back and ban it. They're like, we don't want it to be on pos 4 for Team Spirit. It's something that we're not comfortable dealing with, and is something that could potentially be perceived as OP later on down this tournament.
They also play it mid on Team Spirit, so it's a flex, and Laurel quite owned with it yesterday. I believe it was in game 2 versus Falcons. So a hero that represents flex, gives you damage in a draft, and also like the way that the two flexes play, like Snapfire's support, much more of a backliner magic damage hero. As a core, it's actually this right clicker that eventually scales to kill all of you. It just represents a lot of threats you have to deal with in your draft, so taking it out against a team who is comfortable in both positions makes sense.
Does Tiny not look appealing though for Team Spirit?
I would say Tiny's good for both. I think it's nice for anyone because it's a flex. You can just pick it early. You can flex it to mid or offlane. I guess for Team Spirit, it would be more so mid or offlane. But for gaming, I think that they want more team fight. because I think that's how they're playing right now. It's a lot of team fight, a lot of grouping up. So they pick the brew. Even the brew players are sometimes going for just ore items to try to end fast. So I think it kind of fits with this really fast playstyle gaming is trying to go for.
Really, what would you say is the typical brew build right now?
The original one for the past few months has been Radiance, Manta,
That's what I assumed.
Very greedy. And now I even see some people skipping Radiance fully, and they go like Vessel Pipe, Greaves, stuff like that. Or even they go hybrids, where they go Radiance and then they go back for auras. And they play more team-oriented than just a few.
Yeah, Ace yesterday in their win as Brewmaster went Spirit Vessel into Mana Boots, but then just Pipe Crimson, and he was going to build a Shivas, but then they ended the game. So you can tell that but by no means is this game expected to slow down. Radiance Brew used to be like, okay, we're going to do nothing until 15 minutes and hit this timing where we at least take one fight and then we slow down the game again, but that's not the way that Gaimin uses this hero.
Yeah. Now that we see this brew pickup and the Celery Undying comes out after, just a good ball-up hero with the Tombstone, you have a save, you're very strong to enable your laner. Can you maybe just go for a carry that kills these rulings, a Gyro or a Sven? You see the matchup already and there's nothing really threatening you.
How confident do you guys feel that Sven is still a brew counter? Because this has been a debate in my mind and with some other analysts for a little bit now, that we've seen people even actively pick the brew into Sven because it doesn't feel like the counter that it used to be.
It depends on how well you're...
And welcome back to EWC 2024, where week 2 of our HQ broadcast is continuing. Obviously, you can see on your screens, Free Fire and Riyadh Masters are still playing right now. So if you want to keep tabs on any of those games, you can check them out. If you'd like to continue listening to our podcast, well, we're here. We're here to chat for the next few hours, and it's time for the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. And of course, with week 1 in the books, we've completed 2 tournaments between League of Legends as well as Call of Duty Warzone. T1 were able to pick up a championship there, as well as Team Falcons with a fantastic showing from Hisoka, Biffle, and Shifty. These are the 3 teams that have secured points. I think importantly, Fnatic able to secure 2nd in Warzone, giving them that juicy 600.
Juicy. Yeah.
They placed, I'm learning, see we're picking up with, if you say zesty later, I'll explain why it's funny in a little bit. Of course, Fnatic, they placed 7th, 8th in League of Legends. Frankly, they got embarrassed, but they picked up 60. Not too bad. How did Fnatic Onyx do? Did they get them any points for champion?
No,
can we look at the table? Can we look at the table?
Why do you have to do this to me, Trevor?
What else happened? Let's look at this table and what it means for the club championship.
All right, so definitely in the lead, Team Falcons, they've got their, I almost said booyah by accident. They got their first trophy, 1,000 points right there, and there's, of course, 275 points for other of the games because they're actually doing quite well across the games. Of course, coming in 2nd, T1. World champion, of course, you got Faker right there. That's their first 1,000 points. Fnatic on... I keep saying Onyx.
Yeah,
Fnatic,
I know.
660
they're a
points.
partnership at this event. It's the same
Correct.
club. They're playing under the same banner. The important thing to remember is that if you want a shot at winning that trophy and claiming the title of the best club in the world, you have to win at least 1 title, like T1 did, as well as Falcons last week. We have 19 more titles to assign. You can see the totem there on your screen, but... teams that didn't do well, after we celebrate for the Falcons, I want to turn our attention to the bottom of the table. We've covered Onyx already. You've had your chance, Jays. I'm going to come Suns fan.
Yes.
G2IG as well as Virtus Pro knocked out in play-ins. That's a shocker, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
okay.
Virtus Pro, it's a bit of a
Also.
surprise, but G2XIG, it just feels like the Chinese region not so hot lately, even though my boy, Korean Barbecue, aka Jack Chen, an old caster friend, he's the manager of this G2XIG squad. They have a lot of promise, and they actually were showing a decent amount of progress in the last couple tournaments, but they kind of fell pretty hard in this one.
I mean, those G2IG versus LGD games, if I recall correctly, the best of 3, or with 5 games in one day, the swings back and forth were wild. I know there was a big patch prior to coming to the tournament. Is it something that impacted the teams?
Oh, 100%. I mean, this is going to be a storyline throughout the entire tournament, I think, because the patch, it's giant, came out a month ago. It's like, oh, that's enough. That's not enough time.
Well, listen, we're sprinkling the story because we're going to come to Dota later and find out what all the spice is about. Now, for the club championship update, when we turn our attentions to projections, let's take a look at what is at stake which clubs look to benefit and who maybe is in the running. Obviously, the 3 games, Free Fire, Dota 2, and MLBB. Crucially, 1,000 points up for grabs for Free Fire and MLBB as we crown our champions, our winners of EWC 2024 this weekend. However, on the Dota 2 side, we're going to be looking at teams being eliminated. On the side of Dota 2, you want to qualify to that double elimination playoff bracket. We'll be crowning our champions next weekend. Right now, Loud are leading for Free Fire. Liquid Echo are my favorites from MLBB. Can they secure 1,000 points for their respective clubs? Take one step closer towards that club championship. Keep your close eyes on us. We'll be keeping you covered here on the HQ stream. That does it for my club projections. And it's time to check in with my panel on what they think. So let's turn. What do we think? Loud, I'm obviously vying for them. I've got a lot of love for the CBL crowd. I will expand this very briefly. When it comes to the clubs, when it comes to the fan base, when it comes to organizations, for over a decade, I've been straight up pandering to Brazil. It's not, I'm not even going to lie. The fan base are rabid.
They are loud and
if
proud.
You watch Counter-Strike, I know from League, I am learning from Free Fire. So what do you think of the fan bases and Loud shot at winning Free Fire? Ooh.
Oh God! You know the worst part is that every time you try to actually enunciate Loud, it's like you're making it even more louder than it should be. You know, but
exactly.
I've hit a nerve. I've hit a nerve.
Okay, let me add on to this. I'm sorry, I feel like this panel has been bullying Bunny, but just to add on to more salt to that, because I'm looking at the sheet you have it open, right? The scoring, Loud is currently leading in terms of the leaderboard. But they only got 1 Booyahs. Why? The rest have at least 2.
Well, this is the thing. Let's zoom out quickly. Let's talk club championship. Obviously, I think Dota, with the amount of teams competing, and if I'm going to be honest, the format kind of favors a deep run, a possibility to unlock club championship points. Is that something that is discussed a whole lot in the Dota scene? Because with Riyadh Masters, with TI, it almost feels like this is probably the most prestigious tournament here.
Don't tell Valve that, but yeah. I mean, last year it was by far the most prestigious tournament. TI has kind of taken a dip, but I mean, yeah, Riyadh Masters, for now, until we see what TI looks like, this is the tournament of the year.
The tournament to win. Give me a little taste. Team Falcons going winless in their first best odds?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is the group of death, and they played the best 2 teams. Yeah.
See, that is crucial importance.
But every team can take a game off of anyone. That it's very deep.
And remind me if I'm correct. Is it 7, 8 eliminated, 5, 6 lower bracket, 1 through 4 upper?
Yep.
Okay, so again, technically, if you lose to the others, you can still place upper brackets.
Yeah, there's only like, what, 3-4 days of group stage, so they got to start getting some wins now.
I may have just lost everybody on that little double Elam explanation. When we do come back to Dota later, I will explain it and have a little bit more sense. Now, let's take a breather. Let's calm down. And let's introduce some Pepsi cold takes, because this is where we're going to take some takes from our fans, maybe casters, maybe players. I'm going to ask the expert to explain whether that take is hot or cold, and then we'll come to a consensus. That is how the Pepsi cold takes are going to play out. It's time for our first take of the evening.
My hot take is that Team Falcons drafts are just pathetic. They're bland, and they're going to fall off next patch for sure.
Okay, now crucially, that was recorded before any gameplay had taken place. Mr. Dota expert.
You know what? They just played like garbage. That's a hot take. Their drafts are actually better than any team, regardless of whether they win or lose. Their coach is the best of the best.
So you're saying his take is not only bad, but also it was delivered such. Okay, MLBB,
it's
another
insulting.
MOBA. How do you take that if you were representing like Team Falcons?
Well, I would say like, if you can win with like a bad draft, I think you go for it, right?
Yeah, but they haven't. They're down 0-4.
Okay, then that's a hot take.
Okay, so we're going hot take. I mean, I think it's pretty universal hot take.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was hot take in every single form.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Hot take there coming out. Team Falcons was a mediocre draft? My word. Okay, we've got another one lined up. Let's find out what that's going to be.
I've been watching Mobile Legends since day 1. And my hot take is Team Liquid got very lucky. They're going to fumble, and AB Pren is going to take it.
Ooh!
Wait, how do you say Liquid Echo got lucky? Dude, they clean swept MPLPH. They clean swept their group stage. Yes, technically speaking. Well, do they clean sweep? Well, they lost 1 game against Liquid Echo, but that's not the point. Their performance is
So keep in mind,
yes.
they're going to get humbled in the semi-final.
Correct.
Because they got lucky.
No.
I got to be honest. Last week, Jay sat down and looked at the upper bracket and said, Liquid Echo is going to win, it's easy. I think that might be a pretty chilly, like medium. You predicted they would win. You predicted they were favorites.
Correct. I would say it's...
Okay, out of interest.
Okay.
Bunny, do you know a little bit of MLBB? Just a little? Could you give some context? Like, what do you think of this? Do you know the team? What do you think of the take?
Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit biased. I'm so sorry. Probably because I'm too much focused. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm just focused on SEA. I'm pretty much focused on Malaysia. So that's pretty much the scene that I'm actually well aware of. But yeah, on the side of the rest of the community of MLBB, I'm so sorry. I have no comment about this.
That's fair. That's fair. That's why we're learning. We learn together.
Whatever Jay says, I'm doing the opposite.
Please don't.
Hey!
Chris,
Okay.
I have to be honest.
All right, let's go.
Because you're going to say that is a hot
I would say it's a hot take because there's no way Liquid will just drop a game like that.
What I know is this.
Opposite.
Shannon's
Cold
got the
take.
opposite. So they've got 6.
Yeah.
They've got cold take. I would have voted cold take as well because I think you're wrong. I think they got lucky. I still want them to win. We'll find out in semifinals. I'm so sorry. I literally just invited Liquid Echo on the show. What am I doing?
Exactly.
What am I doing?
How dare you do
Okay,
this?
the truth is, I'm going to ask our production team who are watching closely, let's double check this tomorrow. The semifinals will be done by the time we're on air. Let's see whether they get humbled
Okay.
or you eat humble pie.
Okay.
Okay, that's what we're going to find out.
Okay, I'll eat humble pie if they lost.
Since we ended on a pretty controversial take and one that you do need a lot of nuance to understand, let's talk about the MLB knockout stage as Jay's caught up with another caster. This time, Gideon, he has a question. Let's Gideon Q.
Back here on the Amazon Arena as well. Right beside me is the MSC trophy itself, and below it, the broken keys of the teams. Beside me, though, is a very handsome and very talented young man from MPL Malaysia, Gideon Q, my favorite caster from MLBB. What is up, man?
Hey, thanks, man. It's great to be here. It's honestly great to see the whole entire stage on top of the fact that we get the MSC trophy here at EWC.
That's right. So can I just trouble you to just do a very quick recap of the knockout stage for day number 1?
Sure thing. Day number 1, we're already seeing, you know, some of the favorite teams already making it fast. Like the Filipinos, especially, their region is still strong, sweeping it a majority of the time, right? But I think the biggest one that most people are going to be the most shocked about is Fireflux up against SRG. If you haven't seen it, go back and watch it because it was a banger. Full 5 games, and I think nobody expected it to be that close.
Yeah, personally, I'm also cheering for SRG myself, and I wasn't expecting that to go for a full-on 5 games because that, I would say, it's very, very exciting to watch. But, okay, we just finished day number 2, though. What happened for day number 2?
Man, honestly, I wasn't expecting it. I know you're a little happy that NIP Flash is doing so well already, but I have to say, you know, Homeboys, they didn't bring their A game, unfortunately, and NIP Flash, they definitely edged them out here, but it just goes to show, right? It's anybody's game. Anybody can win it all.
Yep, and don't forget, of course, AP Falcon AP Brand, it's just another day in the office. But of course, we have to talk about your predictions. Tomorrow is our semifinals. It's a PH versus PH bracket up top, and the Malaysian versus Singapore bracket down bottom. What do you feel about that?
You know what? I'm already thinking telekinesis. Wait, no, it's not telekinesis. Mind reading, right?
Okay.
I know that you want to ask for the hot take here, the important questions. I'm going to say that SRG is going to move on ahead instead of NIP Flash, but here's where it gets spicy. Some people are going to be feeling F-cap on this one. Falcons AP Brand to make it to the grand finals. Personally, for me, my hot take, TLPH is going to go all the way.
All the way to the grand finals itself, right?
TLPH, SRG, that's what I can see.
Yeah, I'm also agreeing with you to a certain extent because I'm actually really surprised NIP Flash to basically hit all the way to top 4 because the last time when we did this was what? M3. That was
3 years ago.
2 to 3 years ago. I can't exactly do math. But thank you very much, Gideon from MPL Malaysia. It's great to see you once again. Great to have you on board. And with that, we'll go back to the heat.
Gideon Q, my boy, Team Liquid Echo, making it to finals. I'm with you on that. Also, can I give you a huge amount of props? Leaning on the back leg just to bring the height difference a little more. He's a tall boy. He's a tall boy. That wasn't fair. Now, what I am going to do is, I had asked Jays to give me a prediction for the bracket. When it comes up, I'm going to ask Shannon to rate the predictions that we've got. And let's see whether or not our young man here was incorrect or correct on what they're going to be. So let's take a look at the brackets. Sunsfan, you and I. Oh, he got, okay, so if you're looking at this, he got the correct score and winner for Liquid Echo over Falcon at 3-1. And that little squiggly is telling you he picked the correct winner, but not the correct game score. So what do we make of this for a quarterfinal bracket?
I mean, as much as I want to dumpster him, it's pretty good, actually. So
thank you.
Am I doing out of 10? What's the rating system here?
You told me. You invented it.
Out of 10, let's say this is 7.5. It's pretty good.
Thank you.
Pretty good.
I love the fact that there's like a like open air quote expert up top right there by. I like the fact that the production just had to do it by the MLBB
Also,
expert.
Just to clarify as well, we're not making fun of production. It is just a context.
But it's good. I love
but
it.
you're offended. Okay, talk to me. Your semi-finals. Both of these matches are happening tomorrow. Liquid Echo, you got winning. You've actually got Liquid Echo winning the whole thing.
Yep.
I should have checked this bracket before I made fun of you for 3 hours. Is this shocking? Would you have predicted this prior to seeing the brackets?
No, actually, I would say once I see the brackets, I kind of know how it's going to flesh out because in terms of the power ranking, in terms of the statistics, based on the past games, this is the kind of bracket that you would naturally and progressively see during the knockout stage.
Okay, once again, I'm going to ask you to explain some of the gameplay here. We've got a couple of clips of our quarterfinals. As we go through them, I'm going to lean on your Dota knowledge and my league knowledge. I'm going to see if we can learn a little bit of MLBB for any of our new viewers who may have missed last week. Quarterfinals number 1, Liquid Echo versus Selangor Red Giants. Very close. As expected, correction, that'll be the next game we get to in a moment. Great. So talk to me, explain the bigger picture, the narrative of what we're seeing here between Echo and Falcon.
Okay, this game is perhaps, I think, is the third game, right? Liquid Echo looking really strong. Unfortunately, it was Liquid Echo that kind of lost that one, but it's okay, you know. Liquid Echo is a very strong team. They can bounce back very quickly. But this is the spiciest game of all that happened during day number 1. Fireflux Esports going up against Selangor Red Giants. And Fireflux Esports is not making it easy for the Malaysian team. Guys, this particular guy coming out on this is probably like the star player besides Innocent, which is like the gold laner, right? He's really maintaining and making sure that his team stays relevant in this draft. And Fireflux Esports, unfortunately, even though, you know, they're the dark horses during M4, they were solid in M5, they had to say goodbye because SRG topped them in the semifinals.
Shannon, when we watch that game, we already know the pacing is one thing that we talk about.
Yeah.
What's one of the biggest takeaways? Because you've been watching a lot of MLBB, you've heard Jay's talking a lot about it. As a viewer, somebody that maybe hasn't played it or seen it, what's your immediate reaction?
My immediate reaction is I have very stupid questions that I'd like to ask, actually, if you don't mind. Has anybody,
I give you one now.
Has anybody ever broken their phone in frustration during a tournament, like slamming it?
No, but
that's a shock to me.
But I've seen a player broke the headset before.
The headset.
Okay.
Yes. Shout out to MPL Singapore season.
Let's not name them now. Let's take a look at quarterfinals day 2, where Falcons AP Bren were able to pick up that 3-0, if I recall correctly. Jace, over to you. Talk me through the clip show as well.
Okay, so for this particular clip, you're saying Falcons AP brand. In fact, we're expecting a lot more coming off of CU soon, especially when they look really dominant in a group. In their respective group. However, Falcons AP brand, this Filipino team, however, yes, not my favorite in this one, but they're looking really clean as what I expected from their group stage, right? And the fact is, CU soon got swept in 3-0, and apart from that, this particular clip, of course, you know, shout out to NIP Flash. It's a very tight series, right? This Malaysian team from Homeboys going up against the Singaporean team, NIP Flash. We're always at odds ever since we separated from the region from together.
Jace, thank you so much for breaking that down. We've obviously now had a Free Fire focus. We've had an MLBB focus. I want to talk a little bit more about the game because honestly, I think Shannon just needs the help. He needs some babysitting.
I need everything.
The other thing that I do love, just one final thought there on the brackets, very clear strength disparities between the 4 teams in the upper bracket and the 4 teams in the lower bracket. But I think as well, it's going to be interesting to see which region comes out on top. Now, we're going to turn our attentions to MLBB roles and positions. So what does that mean? How are you going to start? What have you prepared for us?
Okay, so for MLBB, typically like, you know, MOBAs, shout out to League of Legends, shout out to Dota as well, we also have the same thing. We have 3 lanes, and each lane, technically speaking, has a slight small little difference. We'll start with the EXP lane, which is usually, I would say, top lane for League of Legends, but I'm not too sure what's the relationship between that with Dota. I think I'll give you some time later on to kind of run through this.
You'll give up? Yes, you will.
Yeah, I will.
Taking over.
What EXP lane does is basically they are mostly the initiators of the team. They're the bruisers of the tanks. Remember the dragon that you see flying around for MLBB? That's from the EXP lane. And because we call them EXP lane because they are the first lane that reaches level 4 first, unlocking the ultimate, and the first turtle always spawn in the EXP lane.
Why are they the first to hit faster XP?
Because in the way that the game works, we have 2 side lanes, of course.
Is the map asymmetrical?
No, it's symmetrical, but the Siege minion, however, has a bonus EXP when you kill it.
Oh, wow.
For the EXP lane.
But it only ends up in that lane?
Yeah, so it only ends up in that lane.
Oh, interesting.
So that's why we call it the EXP lane, right? So on the other side, maybe we don't go there yet. Maybe we go to the jungler first, right? Jungler, we talk about the turtle that always spawns in the EXP lane. That's the first objective that you usually take. The turtle is very important because it gives you bonus gold and bonus EXP. In a game that's so fast-paced, every single bit counts. Every single efficiency counts. So that's why it's the role of a jungler to capture these neutral objectives, such as the turtle and the lord where it spawns. But now the meta is a little bit interesting. For 2 years or so, like since M3, now we're already M5, by the way, it's always very tank junglers, utility, initiator junglers, but in MSC 2024, we're starting to see the rise of assassin junglers. For example, guys with the Ling, that just flies around.
Let's get to gameplay next. What's the next lane, though? Because I would have assumed assassins would play like solo lane mid.
No, actually, the assassins usually will play in the jungler.
So what do you play mid then?
Mid will play the mages. Okay. So in terms of the mages, that's where you do most of not only just the crowd control, we also talk about your main magic damage dealer. This is mostly their job. And because in the mid lane, it's similar to League of Legends, right? You go and assist the side lanes, assist in the turtle takes, and so on and so forth. If the jungler needs help to invade, that's where the mid lane needs to gain priority and then just walk into the jungle and support each other.
Okay, interesting. Next lull, what's the next one yet? What is a roamer? That's not a lane.
Correct. This is something very interesting, right? So in specific for MLBB, a roamer is basically like a support. All right, but the reason is
in
MLBB,
League of Legends. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But MLBB doesn't have wards. So that makes a very interesting gameplay sense where we need a roam to either open the bush, open up the map, and making sure they just get a lot of vision for the allies because we don't have wards, right? You can only face check.
So you have roamers that are healers.
Correct. So that's where it gets really interesting, right? So for roamers, for especially engager, tank roamers, yes, they can face check, no issue. But if it's a roamer that heals, that's where you need to draft an EXP lane that's slightly tankier or a jungler that's slightly tankier. Okay. So the roam, the role of actually opening up the map goes to these two
Interesting.
lanes
The only thing that I think I haven't heard yet would be some sort of carry, 85 magic damage carry. So is that still coming?
Yes, that will be the gold lane. So for the gold lane, remember we talk about the EXP lane where the siege minion grants you bonus EXP. The gold lane, the siege minion grants you bonus gold. So it's usually the marksmans, your main carry, usually the range carries will go to the gold lane. So similar to League of Legends, it's like your ADC.
Interesting. So if I can summarize this quickly, we do have another segment similar to this later on where we talk about DOTA, or rather, I make you talk about DOTA. But actually hearing the terminology, hearing things broken down, I think it's fair to say on a spectrum, DOTA is by far the most versatile.
Correct.
The most complex.
Yeah.
And the most up to player interpretation.
That's why I'm excited.
Okay.
That's why I'm excited for that.
Then, one step towards the middle, you're then going to have League of Legends, which is significantly more defined. Specific lanes have specific roles. Specific champion types or specific archetypes tend to play those roles.
Correct.
My word, it's even more kind of specialized, it sounds like, in MLBB. Correct. The fact that certain lanes give more XP, certain lanes give more gold.
But so the third lane doesn't give anything?
The mid lane doesn't give anything. So it's basically you have, well, technically speaking, you have, for the first early game, you have 4 different minions, no siege minion marches in the mid lane. So what the mages would do is instead of freezing, or basically, last hitting, they'll shove, and then they'll rotate to either help the EXP lane, the gold lane, or help the jungler.
Okay, listen, let's get 1 or 2 more questions before we move on. We're actually going to take a look at DOTA because we'll move on to that section later. But last couple of questions from MLBB.
Why is it called MLBB? I think of baseball every time.
Right,
literally every time.
We're going to move on. Let's take...
Oh, is that where it stops? Okay, my bad.
Production team. Let's take a live look in at DOTA 2 with Spirit versus Gaimin Gladiators. Once this is up on screen, give me a brief introduction and let's send it to our casters.
Okay, well, Spirit versus Gaimin Gladiators. See, this is my
13 minutes,
13 minutes in. Oh, that's an underlord in the middle lane. Very interesting. Let's see what the casters have to say, and then we can kind of go off of what we see.
Cold Snap trying to stop the aggression. Celery sitting behind Quinn, goes for the punish, but the Bloodstone is complete. Laurel.
Dude, look at the AoE on that.
Yeah, he pops that. The Sandstorm is huge, and the heal that he gets off of it, if anybody is inside, is going to be too much for Gaimin Gladiators to contest.
This is the strength of this build with this facet build-up. That Sandstorm AoE is no joke. You have to respect it in these fights, particularly around the objectives.
And the only answer they really have to it right now is that Vessel, but now Quinn is out of charges.
I mean, you're out of charges, you didn't get the Wisdom Rune. You're losing your tier 1 towers. This early game has swung considerably for Team Spirit just on the back of the Sand King teamfight presence, and now he has an Arcane Rune to back it up. The scary part is, do you want to try and gank this guy on one of these side lanes when the gate can back him up instantly?
Thank you so much to our broadcast team. Obviously, remember, this is one of the, I think, 4 streams that's running here for Dota 2. We wanted to give a little bit of a taste. We haven't taken a close look at Dota 2 yet. And while, if you are unfamiliar with Dota 2, though I wonder how you could be unfamiliar with it, what I am going to ask is, Shannon, with what we just learned from MLBB, some of the terminology, can we draw some parallels to what we are seeing on screen? Like, where would be your gold lane?
Yeah, I'm actually very confused about this.
The gold lane is the entire map, you see, because they actually increased it about a year and a half ago to be ginormous. So eventually, this basically has just made everyone a farmer.
Everybody
has escalated things drastically.
Something that I think is fairly universal is the role of the player that plays the support type champions. Okay, we're not going to look at gameplay. That looks at the support type champions that roams quite a lot. I think that is something that is shared between all 3 respective MOBAs. But obviously the way it gets executed and manipulated is not going to be too specific.
It's evolved quite a bit. Like there used to be almost.
How does that role work in Dota 2?
It just depends on the hero. Like if you pick a support that can actually roam constantly, then you pick it. There's even a hero that just kills couriers. So we can talk about that another time. It is
okay.
That's cool. It's so
we need
funny.
to remember these things. We're on the first day of 4-hour HQ broadcasting week number 2, which means there's a lot of excitement, which means we're going to be jumping around to another live look-in. This time we're going to take a look at Free Fire. And once again, ask Bunny, take a quick look at the state of the game. Tell me how many kills there are. See if you can introduce something before we go to the casters.
Definitely. Now, moving into the second zone for our last map. Turns out we got the team top trying to actually execute, moving on, trying to find a way to actually move away from the fight. But unfortunately, he was knocked down. Now, let's take a look back to the casters to see what they are talking about right now.
Best friends forever.
Yeah. They are trying to wait. Unfortunately for Raz from Gaimin, he being revived with their own teammate. For Buriram, they are on the leaderboard with that elimination points for on the 9th minute. Diamond just got 2 of the players here. Twisted Minds from Loud, Team Solid as well from Falcons. They are fighting on the other spots. But for Buriram, still on the kill eliminations leaderboard here.
A lot of expectations for Yago, and for good reason. There was a head-to-head between Nando9 and Yago. And for now, Yago has been stealing a lot of the spotlight for the Brazilian team. Regardless, eyes for them will be on Twisted Minds, being very careful. Twisted Mind, one of the team that you have to be wary about. They have the high ground advantage, so good with the long-range contact as well. Till then, it's gonna be Nyx and Peter can see the fight happening on one end. So many pickoffs happening. It's all about waiting very, very carefully. Now, Sping in the previous game just now has done magic with his sniper. He's getting picks all around. Has been putting a lot of damage into so many teams. Very terrified when a cross by him, and I think that's the problem that Loud wants to avoid. They saw earlier how someone was crossing and really gets knocked down, and they know they have to find the right time and try to play for contact.
Oh, right now on another space, we are seeing Soli just taken out one of the players coming from Falcon. On Fire is still outside. He's trying to play it safe with 600 coin. He can revive his own teammate, but he needs to make sure that Team Solid are outside. And with that shot, Tattoo almost been taken down. And throwing that ice grenade as well. Trying to take him off, but with that, he have shown himself towards Team Solid that they are still Falcon players.
Thank you so much to the live shoutcasting team. Back here on the HQ stream, I'm going to open it up to the panel and talk a little bit more. Let's go mechanical question, and then let's talk a little bit about the impacts of the game and who's scoring points here. First of all, when the ring starts to close the circle, do you also take a lot of damage significantly? How long can you survive outside of the barrier before you get dropped?
I mean, starting out for the first zone, it's not going to be as heavily damaged as it actually closes in. But once it actually have like the last zone, that's going to actually impact more to your health point as well. So that's why they have to be very alert of the safe zone and making sure that you don't get as much of the damage from that outside zone. And safe zone is the only way for you to survive and become the last survivor.
So for the circle itself, this is a game design question since I have the game design mind. Is there a theme around it at all? Because some games it's like poison. Is there anything? Or is it just a blue circle?
It's just a blue circle.
Oh,
Free Fire is much like direct and straightforward.
I
That's pretty
love
much
this
it.
question,
Yeah.
by the way, because I think you can see the gaming influencers worn on their sleeve, but with passion. Like the triple kill announcer, it just reminds me of Unreal Tournament. The fact that there's that frying pan you run around, I think it's a little bit of a love letter to PUBG. I think some of the skins, you can see this inspiration from Fortnite. So the thing
It's
that
an
I find-
amalgamation. it
That's
feels
what I'm
like.
saying. Is like, is that something like as an MLBB caster, player, fan? Sorry, I don't want to say MLBB.
Yeah,
As a Free Fire caster, player, fan, is that something that like you talk about? You see inspiration because it feels like it's kind of a love letter, but their own spin.
Agree. I do agree on that note. I as a Free Fire, not just as a Free Fire, begin with as a Battle Royale lover and player as well, I feel like Free Fire is the combination of all the games that we know for a fact, and they actually compromise and make it even more interesting for the players. Because like I said, it's the teams that is least inside the Battle Royale. And coming off right now, we can see that...
What was that?
Yeah, what was that? I was just... sorry, I'm not listening.
Okay.
I'm a very bad... It feels like, you know, what they did, they used the wall not only just to block vision, but it's also used to block people from going in.
Sorry, how many squads were there? Looked like 3 squads inside that room.
Yeah, there was 3 squads trying to actually eliminate each other, and then ended up RRQ Kazu was just sandwiched between, and we called this a third party, and a party is not a party without that third party.
And of course, we actually talked about that last week for Warzone. If 2 squads are engaging one another, the third one jumps in, that's the third party. Quickly from a UI reading, up in the top right-hand corner, I see the game time. Then I see flags, and I'm guessing that's remaining squads?
Yep.
Or is it remaining squads and remaining players?
No, the flag is the remaining teams, and then the icons, that's definitely going to be a player. So 16 players still surviving at the moment right now.
And once you're down, you're out. There's no respawn mechanic, right?
There is, actually. Fun fact, actually, Free Fire actually introduced a couple of years ago whereby previously they could not revive, and it was all about survivor, just like PUBG. But Free Fire introduced a way for you to actually revive your teammates, but it's either you go for the revival point or you buy them at the vending machine.
Oh, interesting. See what I mean? Again, like vending machine, that's Borderlands-like feeling to me. Obviously, those teleportation gates, I've seen them in a couple of games that we've been watching yesterday and today. Is that a character's ability, or is that also inventory that you collect in-game?
That is actually an item that you can actually pick up. It's a lot of items that actually can help you to boost up your tactics inside the gameplay.
I'm here to learn and to things. Characters, you're an architect, you get to build your own abilities. That's just pure MOBA. You get to buy equipments that do shields and building. That's just Borderlands and Fortnite. Like, there's so many different elements that I genuinely am surprised by.
We're on the 5th circle right now, Bunny, and I'm looking at Twisted Mind having like the high ground, right? Do you think they have a better chance right here?
They do, because this is their tactics. The couple of times that we've already seen it throughout all the tournaments that we've seen so far, Twisted Mind always do this technique. They always go for the high ground and know for a fact that it's either they're gonna use the portal to actually surprise attack anybody, or they just hold it until the safe zone denies them any safe area for themselves. So this is something that a lot of teams are trying to actually push the Twisted Mind to go down below, and this is what Twisted Mind are going to go in. They finally go down, and they're going to go in all out for the land fight. And they already managed to take down one of the players right inside the compound.
You know what I love so much? I love so much. The defaulting to commentary is amazing.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to ask, obviously for our viewers, we've got a mixture. This is a very different style of broadcast. So let's zoom out. We take a breather. There are so many glue walls.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
What, like, is this... Like, explain to me if this is a chaotic, like, sort of final circle?
It's the normal. It's the typical circle where we always see definitely.
Do you know what?
Garena Free Fire will
Shoutcast it. Shoutcast it. Go for it. This is
it's a normal, but it's gonna go in right now, and I think it's already done. Is it Buri Ram?
Damn it, mate. How do you say booyah in their language? Did you research it, Chase? Did you actually Google it? No?
I couldn't Google it.
Buri Ram got the booyah.
Buri Ram got the booyah.
Isn't that normal? They should be your fan favorites, no?
I mean, yeah, it is.
We're
but
professionals here.
No, the thing is, they have been struggling for day number 2, and surprise, surprise, for the last game, they finally managed to get a booyah for themselves. And
so
again,
that would be their third, technically, of the games that we've seen. Loud going into that, they had 2 booyahs, 202 overall score. Going into that game, 2 booyahs, 182 score for Buriram. So 20-point difference We'll track what impact that has. The amazing thing for me is I genuinely still don't know how to read the health bars. So I had presumed we had another 15, 20 seconds of combat. It is very clear I need to watch a whole lot more of what's happening there. I can't breathe.
Well, again, heart palpitations. You having that issue?
Oh my God. Okay. So listen. You and I need to slow down, take a breath. I've just got a note from production. They said to you, old man Trevor, we can see the end of that game again, and we'll ask Bunny to explain it. Do you know what? If it's hype, just shoutcast it.
Let's go.
So let's have some fun. So let's bring that clip up. The floor is yours, Bunny.
All right, there you go. We got Just in Mind already coming out of their high ground, and it seems that they're already out the open. This is the thing. When you are at the circle where there's no space for you to survive anymore, the compound is nowhere to be found, they are going to fight. This is a typical circle, and at the moment right now, they're going to actually go in more further as the safe zone is actually closing them in, and Wasan are still surviving, making sure that they are the one to take down every single player that was surviving at the open space. They managed to get that booyah.
Very nicely done. Very nice. I'm genuinely embarrassed at the fact that I missed the final count, but I'm learning. I see the health bars now bottom left. I've got to track the total number of players alive top right.
Yep.
So I'm going to get better at this. Yep. Okay, that's been a lot of MLBB, a lot of Free Fire. As I've mentioned and I have been alluding to and I have been promising, Dota 2 content will come later on in the show. We have a highlight match later in the day between Team Liquid and Tundra Esports, where OG Seb will be joining me and Shannon. I'm a little nervous because I have to let you off the leash. And
that's scary.
What can we expect once Seb joins you and I here?
See, Seb is much more professional than me, so you have nothing to worry about.
And look, we're gonna watch that game. We're gonna talk a little bit. I'll be bringing up a couple questions for Seb, but we'll be asking both between Seb and Shannon just to break down maybe some of the patch stuff. Go a little deeper into the Dota side as well for all of our Dota heads out there. Now, let's bring up the latest updates in our EWC catch-up powered by STC. Ooh-wee, that was a ride at the end. So we're going to start on Dota 2. I have the most amount of love and thanks for the production team. Slow things down. Immediately out the gate, I want to take a look at some Dota 2 standings, acknowledging that we haven't been able to watch all the games. We've been sitting and rehearsing. So while we bring the standings up, what I'm looking for, Sunsfan, is kind of reactions. We've already heard 0-4 there for Team Falcons.
Yep.
3-1 for... look at the table and give me your immediate gut reaction.
Yeah, nothing is as it seems.
Okay.
It's just really early on. I mean, heroic South American team, they're always the underdogs, starting out pretty hot, 3-1. We'll see if that extends throughout the full extent of the actual groups. But yeah, Team Falcons is the big story, 0-4. They did just win their first game in their series, so they're starting to get on the board, which is good news for them. But they've won every tournament this year, which is why I just have faith.
The other thing is, what I'm really thankful for is I didn't have the full context on the fact that they played let's say, of the 3 teams expected to be 1, 2, 3 in the group, they've played already. The Falcons, I mean.
Right.
So the expectation is if they are either third best in their group, they should win the rest of their series.
In theory, but again, these teams, especially Group A, this is the group of death for a reason.
Yes.
Any team can take at least one game off of anyone. That's just how it works.
Of course. So what about Group B? Entity sitting, well, okay, I don't want to say at the top. It's 2-0, 2-0.
Yeah, still pretty early for that group.
Still early power rankings on that side. Who would you be favoring to top the group?
Tundra, BB Team, Team Liquid are my top 3, and I think there's a bit of a separation from there. That's the difference between Group A and Group B. Group A is like, you could pick 5, 6.
Okay, fair enough.
It's really hard.
We're obviously going to dive deeper into Dota 2 in just a little bit, but now that we do have that result from Buriram, I'm hoping our standings have been updated. It was 202 points or so for Loud, followed by Buriram then sitting in second. So let's take a look at the standings. And Bunny, give me a little bit of a breakdown. We've actually got a graph B-roll first of Loud winning, then we'll get to the standings. So B-roll first.
All right. I mean, definitely something that is very interesting for day number 2 is the fact that Team Loud is demolishing every single player, despite that this is their last hope to actually make sure that they will not be toppled off after going into day number 3, because Group B is done. They're done already. We're moving in for day number 3, which is...
These final circles are insane.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think I fit in there.
Out of interest, I just noticed this time around, when that little blue circle goes inside the glue wall, if you're not in that blue circle, you're taking damage?
Yeah, you're taking more damage than you...
brutal.
Yeah.
I don't think I fit in there.
Same.
Well, I definitely don't. Okay, well, look, I think more importantly, when you zoom in, you look at the other battle royales, just the fact that that gets so tiny. Right, this isn't the place to break down the game. I want to see the points, if we can bring those up on screen, and see whether or not the standings have shifted or changed. 202, 182. So I have an instinct that Buriram score hasn't been included yet.
No.
Okay? So this is a map 5. To be fair, the game just finished 7 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So you can't update 100 million teams. Right? But winning it, how many points would you get for winning around like that, placing first for Buriram? Like, would they overtake Loud, depending on the elims?
I mean, with the eliminations that I saw from Buriram, I don't think it's going to be enough for them to actually overtake Loud. So Loud will be very safe and secure already at that first place. And we already know for a fact they're going to actually move in.
You know what I've just heard? Okay. Map 6 is coming in. So I'm putting you on the spot.
Okay.
Let's go points. Make a guess, right? So they won. I think Loud was probably second or third in the elims. So 200 to then 182. What do you think it's going to be now?
I think there's a possibility that probably they have the deficit of maybe 8 points from Loud.
Oh, okay. I love that. So obviously our production team's working on that right now.
Yeah.
Who are you voting to win, Chris? Jace?
For this one, I would say I am slowly rooting for RRQ because we gotta have to put some Indonesian representation in EWC because after
This is awesome. Production. I am blown away. So you've given me the match ranking for that specific game. Buriram get plus 31, so that pushes them to 214 points. Plus 19 on Loud pushes them to 219. It's a 4-point deficit. This is rough napkin math, but I'm fairly confident I'm close. Congratulations, Bunny. You nailed that. You said 8 points. I believe it's 4. I believe it's 4.
Okay, it's just double down.
Trust me on that one. Trust me on that one. I'm fairly confident I'm close. We'll validate that later. Okay, let's take a quick look. MLBB. Of course, we've had the brackets. Quarterfinals have wrapped up. We have semi-finals tomorrow. It's PH versus PH.
All right, so for all you guys who just not too sure what MLBB has happened. So we've already completed day 1 and day 2. The the quarterfinals, Liquid Echo and Falcons AP Brain will be going on to the semi-finals. Selangor Red Giants and NIP Flash will be going on to the semi-finals. But if you take a look at the top 2, Liquid Echo and Falcons AP Brand, these two are your Filipino teams. Filipino teams, if you missed last week's broadcast, is the strongest region in MLBB right now.
So whoever wins that wins the whole tournament.
Technically speaking, yes.
No, not technically.
I would say,
in your opinion.
I would say, technically, that feels like a grand finals already.
Actually, so in League of Legends, it would kind of be like if China or Korea were in that sort of environment. You can't really be that confident. Are their regional strengths that strong in Dota? Pretty much Europe or bust?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Right now, it's
okay, so look,
sad.
we're gonna dive into Dota a little bit more. That does it for our EWC catch-up, powered by STC. Technically done now. Actually, the way it's used. Okay, this is interesting. So we want to continuously teach game slang to our community.
Let's go.
Obviously, we're teaching how the games work. We're teaching some of the mechanics. We focus very heavily. So apparently, I've got one here. Dota 2. Rampage. What is it?
Aren't you supposed to guess?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Does anybody not know what a rampage? You probably do.
I think I do, so I'm gonna let you two go first.
I think I do. It's when you're getting like a lot of kill streaks, right?
Close. It's when you kill the whole team by yourself.
Ooh.
Well, okay. Well, when I say by myself, you get credit for all 5 kills. That's
and there's a time limit?
Yeah, I forget the exact time. It's so like ace, right?
For us, it would be pentakill. It's ace environment, pentakill, and League of Legends.
What's the difference between ace and pentakill?
Different games. So the word means the same thing. To get you ace the team.
I could have sworn it was Counter-Strike and League for some reason.
No,
so
League is pentakill.
Okay.
It's things. But I've just heard, by the way, Team Spirit was on map 2 in the series. But what is it in MLBB?
Okay, so for MLBB, it's double kill, triple kill. Then we go to Maniac.
The question was, what is in 5?
Savage.
Savage.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
But I like this. I like this term. You say Rampage, right? But it doesn't need to kill. Correct?
No, he does.
Oh, so you need to kill all 5 together.
Yeah, you need to kill all 5.
Ah, I see.
Interesting.
Okay.
I was way off. Because a Rampage in League of Legends is 7 kills in a row.
Oh, it's just like a killing streak.
Godlike is 8. It's a killing streak.
We have like 20 of those, but they're all from Unreal.
I'm just confirming. I believe my quick math was off. Is an 8-point deficit according to my production team. So you were 100% correct.
Wow.
I was?
Quick math. Let's go.
Oh,
1 plus 1 is 3.
We even have the graphic?
Let's go.
Wait, what?
Shout out to the production, man.
I'm not being funny, but I don't
Look
think...
at RQ.
I don't think 200 points plus 90.
Okay, I might have the Casticus for my top favorites, but when it comes to mathematics, I have the Asian math.
Okay.
Okay.
I need my
Even though I fail at school, I still do it good here.
Listen, I bow down to the queen. Let's come back. We're in a slang section at the moment. This is production just making fun of me. I concede. That's it. We've just seen the things. 8-point deficit. What is a barber other than the person who cuts my hair?
All right, just
wait, hang on. Let's guess.
Okay, please
Barber?
do.
I'm going to guess it's an ability that creates a ladder that gives you height.
Okay, I'm going to say it's when you die, when you spawn from the sky and you don't put your parachute on.
Okay.
You?
Very useful.
I think it's setting a different bar in terms of skill level.
Wait, defend?
When you're so good, you're beyond that level of the skill level, so you set the bar.
Okay, you set the bar.
Oh.
How wrong am I?
Who's more wrong, him or me?
Okay, this is good. Let's
That's
take
what I
a
want
break.
to know.
Okay, all right, close enough. I actually love how he actually explained it because it makes even more sense. But
Wait, I explained it with more sense, but I have no idea what it is?
It's actually, it put the meaning of the bar to another high level, and I love it so much.
I said a different bar.
Okay, here's the thing. The correct pronunciation, and just to justify, actually, this is more of a slang coming in from the SEA, or more to say from Malaysia and Indonesia. We call it bar, not like
Sorry,
barber.
how am I saying different? Bar?
You say barber, just
Barber. Yeah, barber.
Okay,
It's bar, whereby it is an aggressive gameplay. So whenever a player is actually being aggressive, we say, oh, this player is being bar.
This is definitely...
So it's like barbarian.
Yeah,
exactly. Oh my God, much more.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, thank you for translating Gen Z. Okay, right. It's time for us to go bar. Let's find out. The next one, MLBB High Ground.
All right.
You have to go first. Come on.
What's that?
MLBB is the term high ground.
I mean, high ground, that's easy. That's just your base.
Sorry,
Just your base.
in
Low ground and
MLBB,
high
there's
ground.
no slopes. It's just flat terrain.
Wait, there's no slopes?
Nope. No slopes. It's just
High
flat terrain.
Okay, I have no idea then. How could
Wait,
it be high
okay,
ground?
so you have to make a guess. You think about it, I'll give you one. If it's high ground, there's no verticality in the map.
There's no
Then
verticality in the map.
I think the team that has the high ground is the team that has the gold advantage. Or like net worth advantage.
Okay, sure. I'll piggyback off
You're
of
gonna
you.
piggyback?
That's really good.
I'll
You
answer
played
later.
the game, so give me the right answer.
No.
On the spot, come on.
Come on, you know
Tell
this.
me what it is.
You should know this. You watch MPLMY casters.
Go barbar.
Imagine the fell would be so
Can you give me a little bit of a hint, though? I hope that...
No, come on, tell me.
Telepath. Do it like Gideon as well.
Okay, right, okay.
I think our signal's not there.
No, it's not there. It's not
What is
there.
the
All right,
answer?
so what a high ground is you have a defense, something like a defense buff in a sense, right? Because you draft heroes that can wave clear very quickly. Example like the Farsas, where you can just wave clear 2 lanes very quickly so that the minions doesn't go in. So you have a high ground, kind of like a defense, that kind of thing. So you're in a high ground, you can wave clear, you can come attack me. You know if you come attack me, I can defend it well. And I can hunker down. So when you have a gold deficit, this is your one chance to go back into equal playing field, and then you win the fight from there.
So in Dota, the closest is probably called split pushing.
Hunker down. More like hunkering down.
Interesting.
You have a high ground so that you can hunker down, so that you get equal gold, and then you can win the game.
If you're watching in chat, did that make sense to you?
That was
You play
that's a
League of
weird
Dota
one.
because I'm still confused.
Oh, really?
And I think I have strong feelings on this, and I think we need teacher community to change that word.
It's literally
Okay.
just incorrect.
Okay, so listen. We are going to have a break in just a little bit, where I think I need another run in it. But yeah, if anyone's tracking chat, let me know if anyone else understood. But I definitely am lost. I've got one more. I'm going to ask the American this one. In EA Sports FC, it's coming in week 7. England is about to win the Euros, and they're going to bring it home. Explain what the rule of offside is. Yes, they will. Production, stop yelling at me. They're going to win.
Offside. I kind of know this one because hockey has, not that I know hockey very well. It's when you go past a certain area on the field before the ball, correct?
We're close. Do you know what the offside rule is in football?
Do you play football?
Do you know the worst part is? I'm going to get
No,
this
I
wrong.
don't play football.
You don't have a prediction either?
I don't know what a football is.
I believe, and I was going to check this. I'm South African, I'm rugby and cricket, not soccer. If the offensive side passes the ball to an attacking player behind the last defender, When an attacking player is closer to the opponent's goal line than the ball and the second last defender. Damn it. Does somebody who's European, how was my answer? How close was I? Don't judge me.
That's close enough.
Production, how close was I? Come on, give me an answer.
Oh,
pretty good?
Oh,
okay.
did you get penalty out of that?
Production actually didn't say anything, by the way.
I'm getting it from a Canadian, but I'm going to take it. MLS, let's go. Okay, that's going to be Esports FC that comes up for week 7. I really like that, Production. Give me more of those ones. And also, rather embarrassingly, I forgot that segment was coming. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to try to learn what the high ground means. And when we come back, we're going to have the Legends of the Game and Dota 2 Deep Dive? Legends of the Game and Dota 2 Deep Dive. Yeah, we'll be right back. Okay. My word, I really needed that break. I finally have learned what high ground means in MLB.
Oh, man.
Welcome back to EWC 2024. We are going to finally shine a spotlight on Dota 2, but very quickly, if you were watching that previous segment, the high ground in MLBB is a strategy. It is a technique, it is a goal, it's the way you play the game. I think they're wrong, but it's a debate for another time. It's a debate for another time.
It's a high ground without an actual high ground.
There's no verticality. Anyways, the MOBA boys will pick a fight with one another later, and Bunny will be the referee. Before we do that, we need to learn a little bit more about Dota 2. So, because we've had a chance to learn Free Fire, I'm taking some time for MLBB. I'm now going to ask Suns fan to explain Dota 2 to us beginners. What are the lanes? What are the roles? Maybe let's just start with what are kind of the positions that the individual players and the roles, the expectations they have for them?
Right, so, which I didn't know that you guys did not have this, by the way, in all your games, but position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that order, position 1 is the hero that is the most important. We'll get to that in just a moment. Basically, the most gold is going to be put into that character.
Okay.
And then 5 is the lowest, so that is going to be the least amount of gold in a game.
So let's start on the most exciting then. What do you call that position 1?
So position 1 is going to be the carry, which by the end of the game, they will be hitting the hardest. They will be dealing all the damage in terms of the physical aspect at least. You can see the picture of Sven here. It might be a little confusing because he has a, I almost said bad word there. He has a lot of cosmetics on. It does not really look like that. But yeah, it's a really strong character
Feels a little
at the late game.
Protossy. I mean, different.
Yeah, it does. But typically not that strong early game. Needs to be babysit a bit, but eventually they come online.
Correct. You need the resource, you need the gold, you need the items.
Correct. So do they usually are range heroes, or are they
Both.
mostly? Oh, so you can interchange between range and melee.
Yeah, with Dota, first of all, anything I say, there's going to be an exception, right?
Okay.
And anytime you ask a question, there's never a clear answer. It's
this feels
always
like
all of
abstract
it.
art.
It's why this is such a complicated
I think as well, if I can as well, something that I do know that we spoke about prior to this, 130 odd heroes in Dota 2, something like 90% presence. So like almost every single hero is played. It's way more versatile.
True.
Right? League of Legends is like 60%.
Right. So if we move on to position 2, which is the mid laner, this is the most mechanically skilled player. They basically play a 1 versus 1. In this picture, this is Zeus, the Greek god, of course. They have huge impact on the game. A lot of times it's magic damage. It can be kind of vary between the two, but very important in terms of the mechanical skill at the beginning of the game, at least.
Like, I think I'm drawing a lot of references, right? I started from League, then I went over to Mobile Legends, bang, bang. Mid laners usually magic damage. Are they the same thing?
Depends. You can have a little bit of
the meta can impact that, right?
Yeah, I would say most of the time it is a little bit heavier on the magic side, but you can definitely have more physical. Like you could literally put what a normal carry would be in the mid lane in certain.
Are they more bursty mages?
Yeah,
So
typically
because
speaking.
the mid lane is shorter, right?
Typically speaking, it's bursty. It has more mobility, but of course, there's no rule. You can play whatever you want mid.
Also explains the
Depends
mechanic
on
side of it, right? You're
Cool, true.
I can see the teleprompter, and this is where every MLBB or League of Legends or Smite person now needs to start making notes, because there's words now that I don't know.
Oh, these ones. Okay, so position 3, as we get into, is the offlaner. This is the role I play. Big, fat, tanky, strengthy heroes. They have higher HP on average. They bully heroes. Typically, they are the initiator. Not always, but they almost, I'd say most of the cases, they have a big team fight type ultimate, and they're setting the pace for the game in team fights.
I take it back.
forward.
I take it back. I'm picking a fight with Dota. It's not alpha, it's a top lane. I know it's the alpha, but what you're doing is you're insulting the lane. Because there's a dedicated lane, no?
No, well, safe. It depends on what side you're on. There's a safe lane, and then the off lane is going into the safe lane.
So there is 2 different lanes. You guys don't call it top and bottom, right?
Right.
You guys, what do you call it? Off lane and?
It depends on what side you're on, but there's safe lane, off lane, mid lane.
What's the difference between an off lane and a safe? Sorry if I'm just jumping too much.
Well, off lane for you, let's say you're playing, connects into the opposing team's safe lane. Typically, that's how it works.
Do you know what I love? We're going to look at the game later.
I need to look at the map.
So
Might be a little complicated.
Okay, so I like this. What's the next position?
So position 4 is the soft support, and as I kind of alluded to earlier, the farm distribution throughout the game has changed drastically over the last couple of years, but this is a support that will typically be coupled with that tanky offlaner. Help him farm a little bit at the beginning of the game, but then sometimes he'll end up roaming to other lanes, helping out and whatnot. But they do take farm priority over the hard support, which is a pathetic hero typically by the end of the game.
Why would you call it pathetic?
I'm just kidding. It's actually, it used to be, we used to joke, it's like position 6 is actually position 5, but things have escalated a lot. Like I said, the patches have changed how much gold people.
We had a similarity as well. Like for the first 5 years or so of League of Legends, by the end of a 40-minute game, professional game, support players or our like hard supports would have had maybe 1.5 items, and all they would have done is spent their resources on vision. That's it.
Yeah.
They had nothing to do. They were just there for their 4 abilities, and good luck.
Yeah, it's come a long way since then. It's not quite as miserable to play support.
Yes.
Of course, I still don't do that because only a psychopath would. So position 5, if we get into that, is the hard support. They are typically laning with the carry player, so they're going to be crying a lot. You need to wipe their tears. You need to babysit and whatnot. And this hero is typically the squishiest, so the lowest HP will get burst down pretty
Wait, you're calling a hard support squishy?
Yeah.
I don't understand this concept.
Why not?
Why isn't the squishy the soft support?
Oh my god!
I'm confused. I mean, my brain is confused.
Both could be squishy, but the position 4, like I said earlier, they end up getting more farm, so they can put, they can buy items that make them
I love
tankier.
so much. So I'll translate, because I needed you to translate for me a little bit ago. The hard support is the role, the style of play, not the actual definition of how.
Okay,
how many hit
sorry.
points
Me
there are.
brain
Yeah,
small.
It's like it's like.
Oh, I see now. I see now. Okay.
Me MOBA brain.
Just before we move on, we've got some gameplay understandings. I'm gonna get to things. Don't bring the graphic up yet. Bunny, Dota 2, did that make sense to you? Any of that?
None whatsoever.
Right.
What I love.
The only thing that no, just to be defending myself on that last part, I can relate to that squishy whatever position that I feel like I'm that person.
And also, by the
Fair
way, there's no explanation. You don't need to defend yourself, right? Especially FPS to MOBA. That is a big jump.
Yeah.
That's very true.
It took me 12 years and I still suck at MOBA. But crucially, that's going to be target audience. When Seb joins, that's the challenge that I have. You need to get her to understand a little bit more.
Okay, we'll try.
We'll
try. I think you need a little bit of crippling depression to enjoy Dota.
As we mentioned, we are going to be doing this featured game. We will actually have Seb from OG joining us to take a look at that Tundra match. What I'd love to do is now put Sunsfan on the spot, ask him for his group predictions. This is what happened on Tuesday. We actually already have some results coming. It's way too early to know if he's right or wrong. But let's bring up the Group A predictions. Give me some of your logic and reasoning.
Okay, well, the team that is really doing horribly right now, I picked to be top, of course. I am the expert after all, which is Team Falcons. Again, not really that. I mean, it's surprising that they've had a slow start, but I'm not really worried for them because they've won basically every tournament.
So, if I remember correctly, who's sitting above them at the moment? Is it Heroic at the top of the table? So is that the biggest surprise?
So, in terms of results live right now, OG and Spirit are tied for first, second. Heroic lost their series, which that's another interesting storyline because of the Valve servers having some issues. They've had to play with 80 ping at the start, which that was one of the theories why Heroic is doing so well because they're used to that ping. But now it's now Valve has fixed it, and they've lost 2 games. So I don't know if that's connected or just we can ask Seb, if he has any insight.
As an update as well, Falcons have now actually won their first series. They went 2-0 versus Aurora.
Okay.
So I mean, I guess group is still in flux.
Yeah.
Probably fair to say that your predictions versus what's your attitude
I'll
is
be
different.
fine. It'll be fine.
We're going to be close enough.
Yeah, as long as I get top 4 correct.
Two rolls margin of error?
No, I'll be correct.
Okay, you'll be correct. Okay, you're still predicting. So you think the teams are going to drop. Okay, so then, Mr. Right.
Yeah.
Falcons. This is a roster that was built together this year. They haven't lost a tournament.
I mean, they have, but they've gotten first in almost every tournament so far. I mean, they have a star-studded lineup. We can see Crit here. He came from NA. Well, technically, he's European, did really well for OG way back when, moved to NA, and that's where his career went downhill because NA is a terrible region right now.
Well, that's
and
the same in my game.
The instant he goes back to Europe, they start winning every tournament. But they have a really cool roster. I think they're the most interesting team because of the way that they draft, which I'm sure we'll get to at some point.
Yeah.
And their coach, AUI 2000, one of my boys, he's just an absolute legend, won a TI as a player and a coach.
One of the things that I would love to unpack later on in the week is just how Team Falcons have made decisions around the respective games that they've in. Like the comp they put, the team, the roster they put together for Dota, the roster they put together for Warzone, the roster they put together for CS. There's been ups and downs across all of them.
Yeah.
Just give me a 1 or 2 sentence thing. Why do you think Falcons are the favorites to win the tournaments?
Because they've won every other time.
Okay, so they're the best. Okay.
I mean,
That was
until they
unboxing.
prove me wrong, then they just continue with the status quo.
I've mentioned this all fair a number of times. I pretty much exclusively watch TIs. So one of the teams that I've just been very fond of, especially years ago when I had a little bit more time to watch much more of the TIs, is OG. They were the champions 2018, champions in 2019.
Yeah.
There's players on the roster, at least one of whom, who I'm still kind of watching that I saw from back in the day. Tell me more about OG.
OG, which we'll talk a lot about with Seb, of course. He's the old man of the roster, the captain, as it were, and he's teamed up with a bunch of youngsters that have had pretty good success at times, but I would say they've been up and down. Tomato is the most recent pickup. He played in South America and NA, and of course the instant, you'll see this trend. The instant they move out of that region, things go really well for them.
I mean, listen,
they're an exciting roster.
Western Europe, let's just say Europe as a whole, kind of the juggernaut of
Oh yeah, and not even close. There's a huge separation
at the
right
moment. Okay, so that's OG. Let's take a look at Group B predictions. Jays, tell me what you think of his predictions once we get them from Sunsky.
Okay, well, I picked Tundra, Jays, as my top choice.
Not putting Team Liquid up there is a little bit of an insult to my game.
So, I mean, yeah, third's pretty good. Team Liquid, I feel like during group stage they are kind of bad, actually.
Okay.
They're one of the. There used to be a team in Dota called EG, which maybe you guys have heard of.
Oh yeah.
As an org, they used to be notorious for just being absolutely awful in the group stage and then just winning the tournament. And Liquid, I wouldn't say they haven't been winning tournaments. This year it's been a bit of a struggle, but last year they would get second place every single time. I don't know. Nobody knows. And a lot of times it was against Gaming Gladiators. So I think they have a lot of PTSD from that.
Team Liquid right now, 2 wins, 2 losses. One of the other teams that's currently topping the group, 4-0 Tundra. We'll be looking at one of their games with Seb as well. Tell me about Tundra. It's a team that I'm not hugely familiar with.
Yeah, Tundra, a lot of big collection of stars here. Ramses from Eastern Europe. He feels like he's been bouncing around. He's been a superstar in the past for Virtus Pro a long time ago. Still look at him as a young man, but I guess he's middle-aged in terms of actual esports player. Pure and absolute dominant force, and then Thompson, easily the most famous player. Again, OG, he won 2 TIs, and now he's doing his own thing with Tundra.
Explain to me, did they won 22 TI, right?
Tundra?
Tundra.
Not with this lineup, but yeah, they won 1
That's
TI.
my point. So the organization were champions, and
Yeah.
in 2 years, all 5 players are different?
So yes, and I want to say 2 players and the coach are on Falcons. That's a big reason that team is so strong right now.
Okay, so those are the nuances that I'm kind of missing there a little bit. Let's go back to Liquid, because obviously Jace was like...
very hurt by those predictions.
I was hurt too.
Listen, it's another one of these teams that hasn't...
You know, Fnatic's not even in here.
Yeah, but listen,
you realize.
but hang on. Wait, I can explain this. It's because Fnatic Onyx are not here, but Liquid Echo are.
Okay.
Let's go with Liquid Dota.
Yeah,
What's special about them?
Liquid, I mean, Nisha, one of the best mid laners of all time. Boxy, an incredible off laner as well. I mean, this team is very star-studded. Sorry, position 4, Boxy, and 33 is the off laner. He's a beast. They've kept 4 of their 5 members the last couple years, which is pretty unusual, I would say, unless you're winning tournaments, which I said, they got a lot of second place. But 33 is the new addition to this team, and they haven't really found their stride yet, which is a bit surprising, but this would be a good time to
chuckle
find
a little bit. There is something that Shannon skipped over in the prompter that I do need to deliver to everybody. It literally was written down word for word.
Yeah.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice. These were the ingredients chosen to make Team Liquid's Dota roster.
Wow.
I mean, where does that come from?
I've never heard that in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I lied. It's a Powerpuff Girls reference directly from the intro.
Okay. Very good.
Do you think this is a roster that will pop off once they get to bracket stage?
So that's the cool thing about this tournament. We've kind of brought it up in the past, this big patch in the last month. They still haven't, these players have not had enough time to actually fully digest it. Typically, a patch like that comes out 6 months before a major tournament like this.
Yeah.
So who knows is my TLDR.
We do still have some time. We're waiting for the Dota match to begin before we bring Seb in. Just before I do that, I would like to ask, though, help explain to me the patch. We've discussed it, and it is hefty.
Yeah.
But what was changed? What was introduced? What's new about it?
So 2 main things I guess we can highlight, which I think League of Legends and MLBB can probably understand a little bit better because you guys may have had some of this stuff in the game for a while. But innate abilities were added for every single hero. So there's 130 plus heroes or however many there are now. And every hero essentially got another ability. So that's one
Can they use
facet
that
of it.
ability
Innate.
actively?
So I think it's closer to like a passive, right?
Well,
so it's a passive.
No, some of them are passive. Some of them are
Oh.
actually like
Oh.
actives that they already had, so which were a little lame, which
Got
I'm
it.
sure they'll fix eventually. They just didn't have enough time.
Okay.
Valve time and whatnot. And then the other one, which I find a little bit more exciting, are facets. So at the beginning of the game, you get minimum of 2 choices. Some heroes have like 3 or 4 of a style of play you want
How
to have.
significant? How significant is the impact? Now, the reason I ask, in League of Legends, you have a thing called like keystones, where you can add some additional burst damage. You can add a little bit of burn. You can give yourself a little bit of attack speed, like steroid, if you hit multiple attacks. Are we talking minor buffs, or is it quite significant on the playstyle?
I would say it's fairly significant. I'll just give you a random example.
Okay.
Centaur, which is my favorite hero.
Right.
It's going to be kind of a boring one, so sorry about that. One of his facets, basically how much HP he has, he gets a little bit more move speed. So
wow, okay.
So the one thing about Dota, every hero basically buys boots, and this is one that does not have to. Because
Do you know the percentage offhand, just by chance? Like is it
Percentage of what? The
percentage of HP to.
I have no
Not? I want to look at the numbers later, because it really helps put into scale the significance of that innate. And then we can do like a measurable comparison with different games, right?
I have a very good quick question, right? Are you just the way that you describe it, like the Centaur, you can pick that one of the facets, right?
Yeah.
It's like a percentage HP to movement speed. Are you telling me that there's different heroes have their different innate? Is that the case?
Have different what? Sorry.
Different innate skills or something.
Yeah. Well, the innate's different. So like for Centaur, it's very simple. You just gain like more HP every level, essentially. But the facet, they're all totally different and unique.
Okay.
Every single one is unique to the hero.
I want to slow us down for a little bit. Okay. For all of our viewers at home, this is one of the bigger, deeper, obviously example things. The fact that Dota is still in its group stage, we still have playoffs next week. Make sure you bookmark this, because there's going to be a lot of Dota coming. I've got one last thing just to mention about the competition as a whole. We've covered the game. We've covered some predictions and expectations for teams. Now I want to take a look at that prize pool, $5 million for Dota. We'll see the breakdown for each of the respective teams. And this is where I'm going to put Sunsfan on the spot.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, and 3. Who are your teams that you're going to predict to win it? And play second, and then take.
I still say Falcons first.
Okay.
Although it could be Team Spirit, because they seem to only show up when the prize is big.
Don't pull a bunny. Don't pull a bunny and give me.
Okay, I'll say Spirit is third.
Spirit is third.
Falcons first, Game in second.
Okay, you did it in a weird order. So
Yeah, I know.
Falcons first,
Game in second.
Falcons third.
No, not Falcon. Spirit.
Spirit.
I
Damn
really
it.
screwed you up.
No,
That's my specialty, though.
3
so.
wins you.
That's my innate ability.
More importantly, I would like to make note of that as well, so we can come back to it. Check.
Sure.
Sunsfan's going to be with us for next week as well. The two of us will be holding down the sofa. Just before we move on to an ability quiz, Buddy, what is one of the takeaways, like when you're listening to all of this with, I know you've played some MLBB, I know it's just a bit of a hobby, right? But like, how difficult is this game to learn? Even though you've got esports experience, you've got broadcast experience and whatnot, like how overwhelming is it?
It's actually more detailed, not to talk down.
Don't worry, it's okay.
MLB,
We know,
because
we know.
We know for a
We
fact
talked about
that
scale. We know where MLBB and League stand.
I mean, I also play League of Legends, but that's just like for a few months only, just to get in touch with, to get knowledge of it all. But when it comes to Dota and how it is, you say this is Dota for dummies. I feel like I'm more dummier than dummies. Actually, I don't even know what it means like and how to actually.
That's a normal reaction, I think.
Also, I'll defend this as well. Without gameplay and actually seeing some of those things in order, I think it's significantly harder as well. I think if you have MOBA experience, I think it's easier to understand those terms, right? So I definitely feel that once we do get Seb and we do this featured match later, we'll have some more fun with it. What I do want to do is move us along. We're not done with Dota yet, but now we're going to put me, Bunny, and Jays on the spot because we've got a Dota ability quiz.
Oh.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
That's
Now
fun.
we're going to
I've
see
never touched Dota.
different.
It's okay.
I
You'll do
have
fine.
not played a game of Dota in over 8 years.
Our son is gonna love this.
You will not see. You will see different Dota 2 ability names on your screen. One of them is going to be fake. Our production team has made one up. Okay, so all we have to do is pick the fake one. Let's get these first ones up. And let's go, the three of us can do this. Play along with us in chat. Hit us up on Twitch.
Don't cheat. Don't Google it.
These are names.
I'm Googling it right now.
Okay. Shuriken Toss, Eyes in the Forest, and Kobo Dust. I actually have a strong suspicion I know the answer to this, so I'm going to skip this one for now. Jays, what do you reckon?
I'm thinking really hard.
Just pick one, for God's sake.
Okay, Shuriken toss it is,
You'll
because
think
it's
the
the
fake
most
one?
generic one.
Which
That's
guess
the
are we
fake
going to go
one.
with here, Bunny?
I am going to pick the fake one, Kobo Dust.
Okay, so you're going Kobo Dust is the fake one.
Uh-huh.
I'm fairly confident Shuriken Toss is the fake one because that's a League of Legends term. And wait, hang on.
Really?
Oh, wait, hang on.
Oh, really? Where did League of Legends come from? Fake.
Wait, okay, so wait, which one's fake?
The fake one is Kobo Dust.
Wait.
Congrats.
Really? Get down and
Wait, what? I am not a Dota expert. Now I'm becoming one.
Okay. Holy.
Oh
Wait, so
my goodness.
what hero uses Shuriken Toss?
Bounty Hunter.
That's such a boring name.
have-
You guys stole another thing from Dota. My goodness.
Ours is an electric hamster. Anyways, let's move on.
Why?
I can't believe you know that. Right, quiz question number 2. Let's quickly look at these next ones. Aether Remnant, Liquid Air, Arctic Burn. Got all 3 of them in the game.
Liquid Air just
I'm
doesn't
going
sound
Liquid Air.
right.
Maybe there's a
You
trick
and I?
question in here.
Okay, we're going Liquid Air. Those are ours 2 instant because we both felt the same thing.
Wait.
Queen, Bunny, which one do you think?
I don't know why, but I keep on leaning on to the right side. Arctic
I think
Burn.
she's right. I think she's on
The correct answer is Liquid Air. Only League of Legends
okay.
had a name so
Yes.
dumb, I think. That is.
Wait.
Doesn't even
I
make
do-
sense.
I do
Doesn't
feel
even make
that too.
sense. Liquid Air.
No, but you can't. Isn't it like nitrous oxide?
Well, come on, this is fantasy. We don't
Can
do
we get
science
Liquid
here.
Air? Yo, can I get some scientists? Scientists in the chat.
Actually, you can.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of
Liquid nitrogen.
scientists in the chat.
Yeah, at Quickshot, can you get liquid air? Okay, liquid nitrogen is not air. Anyways, let's go one more.
Yeah, breathe it
one
in and
more.
find out.
I believe we have our guest waiting in the wings. I would like to bring
Okay.
this up. Let's take a look. We got Burn, Burning Spear, Firewall, Liquid Fire Flame. Wait, are these? I don't know where the breaks are. Production, are these like 5?
And look, yeah, there's 5.
There's 5.
Yeah.
Wow, so they've literally just thrown us in the deep end here.
Good luck.
Liquid Fire, I'm going with that one.
No, I think you can make Liquid Fire.
Just tell me what's your guess.
I'm going for Burn.
You're going Burn?
I'm going for Burn as well.
Burn.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. There's 2 on here. So Firewall, definitely fake.
Okay.
And maybe Burn is like an ability on some random creep. I don't know. Maybe
Okay.
Seb will know. But that is such a generic name. Actually, would make sense for
What was,
Valve.
by the way, production, what was the incorrect one? I missed that. Firewall was the incorrect one.
Yeah,
So there we go.
yeah,
Apparently,
Firewall.
all there. So, okay, nice to see that. So, yeah, we just suck, apparently. Okay, right. That does that there. I would like to say thank you mostly to Queen Bunny. I still am very impressed with that one. And we're going to Shuriken Toss away and take a look at the highlight.
Nice.
We are preparing for our highlight because it's getting late. I'm going to practice. We're going to Shuriken Toss away as we prepare for our highlight go stream with OG Seb. And let's remind ourselves very quickly on the Riyadh Masters format.
We're back in Rion for another year, and this year, things are a bit different. It's time to see who will dare to triumph at the Esports World Cup. We have the 20 best teams in the world who will participate on land for a chance of their share of the $5 million prize pool. The Riyadh Masters competitive format will feature 3 stages, a play-in stage, a group stage, and playoffs. The event will start with the winners of our qualifiers in the play-in stage. 3 teams from China, 2 teams from Western Europe, Southeast Asia, and South America, and 1 team from MENA, Eastern Europe, and North America. These 12 teams will battle it out in 2 seeded groups in a round-robin 2-game series format, with the top 3 from each group automatically advancing to the next stage. The 4th placing team will face the 5th placing team from the opposite group to play a single best of 3, with the winner qualifying to the next stage. These 8 advancing play-in teams will enter the group stage. Here, they'll meet our 8 EPT leaderboard teams who all qualified through the points earned from the EPT events throughout the year. The 16 group stage teams will play in 2 seeded groups and play in a 2-game series round-robin format. The top 6 teams from each group will make it to the playoff stage, with the top 4 teams moving to the upper bracket and the 5th and 6th place teams proceeding to the lower bracket. The playoffs are a 12-team double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 3 except the grand finals, which is a best of 5.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to EWC 2024, where the second week of the tournament is underway. We've crested 9 p.m., so what you might hear in the background is the party of the festival at EWC, and in actual fact, it's just because of our special guest. I would like to welcome OG Seb to the stage. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the 2-0 over Heroic. Very quickly, could you introduce yourself to our fans and viewers who maybe don't know OG or Dota 2?
Yeah, so I'm a Dota player. I've been a coach, I've been a retired player, now I'm an active player again.
How many times have you retired, Seb?
I'm not allowed to answer that question. I mean, essentially, you know, I've done a lot in the Dota space and still looking to compete. Happened to win TI twice with my team back-to-back, so that's an achievement I'm pretty proud
Lucky,
of. And
right?
hoping to get, you know, a couple more trophies under my belt before I retire once again.
That brings me joy. Now, what we are going to be doing is diving into one of our games today. Suns fan, I think as we are hopefully going to bring out that draft and screen in just a moment or two, I think one of our goals for the co-stream here, I want to hear about the patch. What else are we going to discuss and explain to the viewers?
Yeah, I want to talk about Seb, his feelings, you know, how he's feeling here, how his team is feeling, but yeah, I think a lot of it's going to be patch related because it's an enormous patch. What was it, like a month ago,
yeah,
roughly?
Massive.
And this is the you correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of like majors and TIs, what is the shortest amount of time you've had to adapt to such a giant update?
This must be up there. Like,
yeah,
it's not the biggest change, because like the whole like DNA of the game has changed to a certain degree. And that close to a tournament of this scale, like everybody has prepared for this tournament the entire year. You know, the whole year you have that tournament in mind, and you kind of want to peak at the right time, and then everything changes a month before. So.
I mean, look, I want to hear the impact and what you think it may have had on play-ins. This is now the live game, live stream that is happening, I believe, at Dota 2. We're going to break this down. So, Shannon, I'm going to leave it up to you, and I'll jump in once we get into game.
Sure thing. So we got the draft here. We don't really need to focus too much on the game since we want to keep it, you know, low level, but this is one of your boys on Tundra.
Yep.
What do you think about their performance so far in this tournament? Do you think they have a shot to beat you guys?
No, nobody has a shot to beat us, but
okay,
but they can try. No, I mean they're doing pretty good so far, and I think they weren't that happy with their performances, you know, in the preparation coming to this tournament. So they must be pretty happy that, you know, they kind of got the groove going at the right time. This is the toughest opponent they have faced so far, like by a big margin.
What is it? They had a 2-0 over Entity and a 2-0 over Mouse.
Yeah,
right?
and these teams were playing teams.
Yeah.
Themselves, they were invited in the top 8 of the season, such as Team Liquid. So this is a real test to see, you know, how good Tundra actually is.
How much easier is the Group B competition?
You want the honest answer?
It's
or
an
do you want
unfair
Yeah,
question.
honest answer.
What
Hey,
answer do you want?
you tell me what feels right.
It's like 100 times easier.
Really? Is it that significant of a drop?
No, maybe not that much, but I think there's a significant power difference between both groups this time around. It is the nature of, you know, random draw. It is what it is, but definitely Group A is much tougher. I think Group A, there's not a single team that you can look at and they wouldn't have chances to top the group, which is quite scary to think about.
Falcons started 0-4, for God's sake.
I mean,
it shows how much.
that just tells the story of Group A, right?
Yeah. But getting back to, we'll get back to you in a moment because I want to talk a lot about OG. But for Tundra specifically, Ramses is a player they picked up somewhat recently. He kind of bounced around for a while, but he was like we were saying earlier, legendary player for Virtus Pro back in the day. But he's kind of, I don't know what the reason that he's been bouncing from team to team, but it feels like this is a better fit for whatever reason.
Yeah, for sure. He's one of the few players that actually was dominant like few years ago, like 5 years ago, and still at the same level. You know, I don't think you look at him and you're like, oh, he's kind of dropped or he's getting older. I think this guy is still playing super crisp, super, like you wouldn't notice that he's like a little bit more experienced than the others on that roster.
So you're saying it's personality clash in the past, is what?
Maybe there was something like that.
That's what I've heard. I'll say that out loud. All right?
Team synergy for whoever plays like a team game, it's a very complex thing, right? Like the team dynamics, a lot of things can get in the way. But he seems to be vibing with Tundra so far, so happy for him.
Yeah, they're a fun team to watch, I think. And then for Team Liquid, I feel like ever since they've added 33, it's been kind of meh in terms of their standards, because we talked about it quite a bit, but last year they got second place at basically every tournament. Yeah. And then this year has been a downswing. Do you think that, I mean, it can't just be 33, surely?
No, I think like amongst other pro teams, Team Liquid, we look at them as being a team which like their peak, like their highs are really high and their lows are kind of low, but it doesn't really phase anyone into thinking they're not that good. We know how good they can be. And they're a team that practices a little bit less than the others, I would say, over the season. I think they really have this approach of like, we prepare for this one event. Therefore they're a little bit less stable.
Oh, I see.
But it's because they have a different way to manage their season, which I don't necessarily disagree with. I think it's a smart, when you know you're a team that you're a top contender for the big tournaments, I think it's a smart approach to not kind of lose yourself over the season.
You know what I love so much about that, actually? It really does kind of amplify and discuss. Shannon jokingly inferred that they're a power of friendship team and kind of things. But I think if we unpack that statement, and I'm a little bit charitable, mentality, approach, if there's inconsistencies in their ceilings and their floor, then obviously that means that theoretically, put up or shut up now. Like Riyadh Masters, this is a tournament that's a big tournament in the calendar. Do you reckon anyone will make top 3 from Group B?
Anyone could. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid definitely could. Team Liquid could. Like, some of the teams of Group B could beat up the contenders, no problem.
But you would expect Group A to be more likely.
I would say that in average, you know, if you're going to select the top 10 of this tournament, there's going to be more teams from Group A than from Group B.
That's good. You see, the thing that's valuable for me, the reason I try to put you on the spot there is for MLBB, Free Fire, anybody that's watching League of Legends background, that's really good expectation setting. So when I look at the results and when I look at any of the games across the 4 streams, it really helps put into context for me once I get to the double elim bracket, who I should be leaning towards, who's going to be more of an underdog and who's not. I have a special request for Shannon. I'd love for you to help make fun of me a little bit and some of the conversations we just had with Jays and MLBB. Teach us some of the things specifically around like the soft support, the roamers, things like that, because I want to help educate our non-Dota viewers what they should be looking for in-game as well.
Okay, well, let's start with Seb. What position do you play, Seb? Can you explain that?
That's a great question.
I play position 5 right now, which is like the hard support.
What was that word again you used? People who play
very squishy, pathetic.
If I remember correctly,
back in the day, I was more referencing this like position 6 from back in the day, but now things have escalated.
I'm going to quote him. Seb, how do you feel about a former professional colleague calling you a psychopath for playing position 5?
I mean, I don't blame him.
I mean, to be fair, he won his TIs as the 3. Right?
I've switched roles quite a lot during my career, and my 2 World Championship titles were not on that position. So, but I have won a major on that position. Actually, yeah, I was.
But you were the substitute.
I'll bring us back. I'll bring us back. I was not fair on that one. So tell us a little bit more about this this role and kind of what you're seeing maybe in this game, what we should be looking out for.
So the position 5s in this game are a hero called Disruptor on Team Liquid side. He's the pink color. And on the Tundra side, it's the purple color. It's Elder Titan, played by Whitemon, and on the other side, Insania. Position 5 is the hard support. It means it's the... So you have 2 supports in Dota and 3 cores. And within the 2 supports, there should be some sort of resource repetition, like distribution, where like one of them is going to be more sacrificial. Is truly going to be focusing on vision, you know, de-warding, as in like getting a vision advantage for his team, looking at the map for what it is, and you know, maybe having a saving role. You don't really expect that support to scale as much into the game or to, you know, output as much damage as the other roles.
But these days,
it kind of has changed.
Yes. Okay. So I mean, not that I've played on your level at all, but we played for a really long time.
Yeah.
Like, let's just say 7 years ago. Even.
I mean, Dota was
it's totally different.
So back then, you're playing position 5, you're playing hard support.
You finish with boots.
You make one mistake. Like literally one macro mistake, one bad decision. You waste your time. You go for a gank that doesn't work. You die when you shouldn't have, and your whole game, like 30 minutes later, you're still thinking about this one moment of like, why did I do this? And you're just stuck in hell, like in a world of pain for the entire game. These days, it just doesn't happen. I think the game has offered many features where you have a lot of comeback mechanics for position 5s also, which is cool because it allows us to scale better into the game. I mean, we're not the other dude that's just placing the ward. We actually impact, and as a former core player, I very much enjoy that trend.
Yeah, I was gonna say you'd be miserable if you were actually position 6.
Yeah,
back in the
I
day.
really want to get items. I want to get gold. I want to get levels because
that was going to be one of my
ability.
questions, because a lot of there's criticism from my co-caster, who's just a big curmudgeon in Cinderin, just hates that everyone's getting so much gold now, but it's more fun, surely.
Yeah, surely.
But from like a competitive aspect, do you feel that aligns with that feeling?
I mean, that feeling comes from a lot of Dota veterans because we come from a place where like, you know, like as in, it punishes less the difference between the best players and the very good players because both are going to get a game. But back then, the absolute best players would get a normal flow of the game, and a player that's a little bit worse would get left behind.
They'd be deleted.
Yeah,
from
and
the game.
like the difference would be very, very clear. Whereas now, it kind of comes later. Like everybody gets the game, whether they're playing their hero at 100% or 80%, and it's more, they rely more on, you know, what happens in the mid game, the 5 versus 5, the team fighting, the execution and all that, which honestly speaking is just the better news for the game.
Seb, how much is the pacing of the game? I mean, obviously both of you guys, but start with Seb. How much has the pace of the game varied over your career? Pacing and the speed of games has been a common talking point for all our 2 hours of coverage before this. Myself and Shannon have had heart palpitations at the pace of some of the other games.
That's mostly from being old, though.
Yeah, that is true. But look, regardless, you know, we were put in an uncomfortable position watching these Gen Z gamers. No, but more seriously, how much has the pacing of the game changed over the years and the different patches? Because Dota 2 has changed significantly since release to where it is today.
It has increased a lot, like by a lot. I think now the game is like much faster. You have objectives all the time in Dota. You know, like obviously, like it's not even minute 0. The game starts before minute 0. You have like a minute and a half before what we call the rune spawns. It's a very intense moment of the game. Whereas back then, you could like, I remember playing Dota. It's like I'm finishing my coffee, I'm fixing something. I'm like literally AFK, and I just have an eye on the screen. It's like, oh, the game is about to get started. People finish doing whatever they have to. Now it's like, as soon as I get into the game, we queue in, and it's even now in the picking phase, the drafting phase, you have to choose the right hero facet, which is from the last patch, right? Which didn't happen before. Back then.
How many times have you randomed the wrong one?
So
or chosen wrong by accident?
That's your countdown timer, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I got so mad at it. Like I was just because also you demo, so you demo in the client both to try to see what they're good at and whatnot, and then you forget to change it.
Yeah.
The game starts. I'm finishing my coffee. I spilled my water. I didn't change the facet. The game didn't even start. It's a disaster.
Like, if you'll forgive me, you're one of the more veteran members of the Dota 2 community.
Fair statement.
What is the situation like when you have all these younglings around you who didn't know the golden old days? Or are you still picking up kind of older experienced players as well?
I mean, I'm trying not to be a boomer around them. I'm trying to be cool, but I just kept being reminded that I am a boomer and there's nothing I can do about it. You know, like, because sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't say back in my days, but it's kind of what it means, right? I tell them about the older patches, the older players.
I mean, look, I think this is a bold statement to be saying while we're co-streaming. I think for the first time in Dota history, a defendable argument could be made that Dota is taking influence from other successful MOBAs. Now, I'm not claiming.
They've been doing it for years.
Explicitly.
So when I played Dota 1 for 5 years, and then I switched to Han for 2 years, which is one of my favorite games of all time. And then when it came to Dota 2, there was a lot of issues that, like the turn rate, that I just couldn't, like, my God, I was so used to the fast turn rates and all this stuff. And over the years, they've made that a little bit more accessible for people. Things that I wanted from the beginning that people would rage at me, like death threats, literally death threats on YouTube, because I have this opinion that things should be a little bit easier. Because there's this joke that if you make things easier, oh, the skill cap, everything's going to be so easy. But this game is impossibly hard to master. And like the latest example, this is a thing for every other MOBA. You can see enemy mana bars. They didn't add that until this big patch. And it was just a footnote. I'm like, ha! I have been saying this for 10 years. And what is the point?
The reason that I mention it is the amount of significant change in Dota 2 in the last, let's say, 2-3 years versus the previous 10, maybe, feels pretty dramatic. It's actually great to watch. It's part of the reason we have the show here. I'm just going to go, Shannon, based on the conversation we've had. Can you explain to what's happening? We had a couple kills on screen now, so let's get a summary of the gameplay, and let's teach, because I can see Bunny over there. She's zoning out a little bit, so let's make sure she understands what's happening.
Okay, well, right now Tundra is pushing this mid-tier 1 tower, which is going to be one of their first objectives that they're trying to take. This is still relatively early in the game. I mean, we're talking about a game that will typically last on average 40 minutes.
Okay, but now hang on. But what I'll do is I'll come to Seb on this. If we were looking at the MOBAs, looking at the compositions, would you expect one side, Dire Radiant, to maybe be more proactive early, maybe one team to get more kills and more towers? Like, can you make those assessments just based on the 5v5s?
Yeah, I think so. I think always, and there's something also about the team's playstyle. Like, for instance, Liquid is a very aggressive team, so is Tundra. So these are two teams that are not going to back off from aggression. Some lineups allow it more than others, but usually, you know, teams kind of draft according to their playstyle. So in that case, I think both of them are going to clash a lot and early.
Okay, so I'm going to do this for both of you. I know we're 7 minutes in. Who's going to win this game, just based on what you've seen already?
All right. Boy. Putting us on the spot.
Yes, I just want to see, because again, as a viewer that's learning, it helps me kind of evaluate.
All right, go ahead, Seb.
Oh, look at that.
No, I would pick Liquid just on heroes alone because I cannot stand Terrorblade as a hero. Just so weird.
I think Liquid is a slightly stronger team than Tundra right now, but given the state of the game in the draft, I want to say Tundra, but it's a very risky pick I'm going for.
Okay.
All right, I have a nerdy question that nobody in the chat's gonna.
This is the time for. This is why we're here.
So one of the facets for Disruptor changes his spell completely to a wall.
Yeah.
This is the first time I'm personally seeing it in a competitive game. Is this something that's been more popular as of late?
And you get also 2 charges, so you can actually play with geometry. So I hope that
you're good at math.
Good at math.
Yeah.
You know, if he's bad, it's gonna be a disaster. But if you're good at math, there's probably some cool thing you can do. I wouldn't know, but there's probably like some pretty nice angles you can come up with. It's not popular at all. I think very few players are actually comfortable running it. It is good versus certain heroes. And there's like a weird mechanic, whatever. It's irrelevant for this game. There's like so many weird mechanics.
This would actually be a good time to do it because, just to be quite frank, we've been very focused on other games, so I'm quite happy to be a bit nerdy out. What I would say is after we chat about some of the mechanics, Sons, I'm going to put you in a nerdy position. Give me the quick TLDR. What am I looking at in the HUD? Obviously at the top, we've got kill score, we've got the day-night cycle, health and mana bars for the respective heroes. On the left-hand side, what's that net worth?
Yeah, that's how much farm, that's how much gold they have currently, how much they're worth overall. Minimap is in bottom left. I know we've been seeing a lot of MLBB at the top left.
Yep.
And then League is bottom right.
Or bottom left. You can change it. You can change it.
You can change it DOTA too, actually.
Yeah, you can actually change it.
Oh, look at that.
But you can see the inventory. There's 6 slots that you can have equipped, and then there's 3 backpack slots underneath. Man, they have added a lot to this game, I'll tell you what.
Also, the other thing that I think is, I don't know about Smite or anything, but couriers are only in Dota, isn't it? I don't know any other MOBA that has a courier.
Yeah, and we used to have 1 for 5 players, so that took extra teamwork.
Oh, that was miserable.
It was very rough. Now there's 1 for each player, which actually changed the pace of the game completely because it just accelerated the pace, right?
When was that added? Plus, minus?
I don't really, maybe, like it must have been like 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say 5 years.
Which is also crazy when you think about it, because you go back to like Dota All-Stars, which is 20 years ago-ish, right?
Yeah.
And then you get to Dota 2 and whatnot. The generations, Seb, I've been a fan of esports 25 years. I was in Jönköping. I got to watch DreamHack tournaments there.
Yeah.
Had no clue what was going on. I didn't play any MOBAs at the time. I came from FPS. But you mentioned couriers. You had a nerdy fun fact about a hero that kills couriers?
Yeah, Monkey King. The Jin Q special.
Yeah.
He just... Man,
do it, come on.
Okay, so he has an ability called Mischief, which turns him in... It sounds so stupid. It turns him into a tree if he's close to a tree, and he can just walk around the map as a tree. And he's not detected by anything.
Yeah, on the map either. You don't detect him on the map.
Nothing. Like, you can go past enemy towers with this
So
tree.
there's not even like true sight or anything like that'll break it?
You'd have to physically look at this tree moving. It's like, oh, there's Monkey King.
You have to move your camera there, which
so
you
when was Monkey King released? Just for interest?
Oh, it's been a while. It's been 5-6 years.
So
at least.
We've got a champion in League that turns yourself into another minion or enemy champion, and it replicates that champion on a minimap.
Oh, interesting.
So if one of your players hides in Fog of War, you can dress up as one of your teammates and go mess people up.
Can he turn into the big, like ours can turn into Roche?
That's
the
wild.
Huge creep.
That is wild. That is wild.
It's not very useful though. Yeah.
Do you know? No, we're not going to do this one. Okay, let's zoom out for a brief second here. What's this gold difference? Plus 1,000 at 11?
It's pretty even.
That's dead even.
Yeah.
It's one of the closer games that I've seen. Did you manage to catch the G2 versus LGD games from Plains Group?
Yeah, I did.
Can you help explain to me why were the gold swings so dramatic? Like that best of 3 at the end of the day, it was at one point I think it was a 20k swing.
Yeah.
From like +8 to -12 or something. So
I think that's what's one of the amazing things with Dota is like the big gold swings are not something are not exceptional whatsoever. Because at the end of the day, no matter how ahead you still have to rely on crisp execution. The map is very wide, so outmaneuvering teams on the map also can bring you back into games that are really hard. You have the buyback mechanic, for instance, where like if you take a fight in a certain area and they can buy back and connect again, essentially it's going to turn into a 5 versus 6, 5 versus 7 heroes, which can just, you know, because think about it, like later in the game, certain heroes are worth 20k gold, like the net worth you're looking at, right? The net value. It can be 25k, 30k. So if you take a good fight and you initiate on this hero, you kill him from 100 to 0, and you had a gold lead of 20k, but you're killing a 30k hero, you're essentially you were ahead 10k. So at the end of the day, Dota is about execution, team fight. It is about economy, but economy doesn't dictate everything, especially between good teams.
But I have one more nerd thing, and I go back to normal. Okay. So the issue with the last patch, like before this big patch came out, is high ground, which means, for people that don't know, if a team just destroys the laning stage, it was like in this monotonous stage where it feels like the game is over, but they can't go into the enemy's base yet because it's just so freaking hard. That is something that actually was not changed in this last big patch.
So give me a quick reason. So I can obviously see whenever anybody enters the river, that's very obvious high ground. I can obviously see some of the elevation in...
well, high ground essentially just means base. So if you're trying to push their base, they can defend it. They were able to defend it quite easily, even if they were down by a lot, which means that the team that's ahead would have to get Roshan, who drops immortality.
Just for interesting, because I was pedantic in MLBB, is there an actual verticality buff, or is it purely the choke?
No, there is. Like you have mischance.
That brings me joy. With the mischance, I presume it applies on the stairs to river and stuff like that as well, but it's less impactful.
No, it's the same. Like every high ground, you have mischance and you have vision advantage. So if you're low ground, you don't see what's on the high ground, and if you're high ground, obviously you see them. So
this is me just sending a love letter to Jays and the entire MLBB community. I have notes. We will discuss this later.
Yeah, they really messed that one up.
Basically, they're using the name wrong, and I just need to tell them this.
Okay.
Okay, Seb, we're still very close. You mentioned that you think it's a risky pick for Tundra, but we're seeing something else. So explain to me some of the fights now that we're seeing.
That is a big fight that's happening at Rosh. Roshan is a big objective for both teams, and Tundra actually just won the fight pretty heavily here. So they have an ability that's called Mortimer Kisses that you maybe caught on the screen, which is a hero throwing globes of fire from a really far distance. So essentially, they were able to kill Team Liquid heroes inside the Rosh pit without committing from a really far distance.
When does Rosh spawn? What time frame? Immediately?
It's immediately when the game starts.
So and respawn time is plus minus?
8 to 11.
Plus to minus. Okay, great. Okay, and I would imagine depending on
the funny thing is, Liquid killed Roshan.
Yeah.
But Tundra took the Aegis, which is more important.
Yeah.
So they snatched it technically.
Yeah. I think the reason I asked for that specific, the equivalent of Roche in League Baron Nasha or Lord in MLBB, they only spawn significantly later in the game. It's not an early game increase. Like, you can't rush Roche at level 1 with a cheese comp like you could do, I don't know how many years ago.
Technically you can.
Yeah,
let me rephrase that. In the other MOBAs, you cannot rush the equivalent because it's physically not there.
Okay, yeah.
I'm aware in Dota 2 there are unique and interesting compositions that would allow it.
Yeah, that would allow it.
But hella risky.
Do you miss level 1 Roche?
No, I really don't.
It's been a long time.
Honestly, it's so fun as a viewer, though.
That's when I last watched.
Like, nowadays, I think there's not a single team that wouldn't think about it if it was possible. I think people are really aware of all the cheesy stuff, whereas back in my days, it's like, oh, they got Roche level 1, how could we not think about it?
Right.
You know, we've come a long way. I think right now, no team gets surprised by it.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys, focusing on one of the heroes, and let's maybe try to break down if they're doing things right, wrong, you know, evaluate the play, but I think maybe from an educating lens to viewers. Because there's a lot of spells going on, and my brain is going, ooh,
the tough thing is they're going to be changing heroes a lot in terms of perspective.
When a team fight starts, we can maybe.
How about this one? That's an easy one. Terror Blade for Pure. Okay, already switching. He's just farming.
Are we allowed? Again, I've not been here. Am I allowed to use the original names? Because is that ILL.
Illidan?
Yeah, am I allowed to say that? Is it?
Oh, why wouldn't you be allowed
But
to say? But no, we don't.
was it Illidan in the original and now it's Terrorblade, if I recall correctly?
Who was Anti-Mage?
Oh, it was Anti-Mage. No, Anti-Mage wasn't
Anti-Mage
Illidan.
was Illidan.
Magina, no?
Yeah.
Magina?
Yeah, Magina.
Yeah, because Anti-Mage was the blind guy, right? And he had the little blink and stuff like that? Yeah,
right,
yeah.
so Illidan was Terrorblade.
Okay, okay, right. So anyways, I keep interrupting, I apologize. Back to you.
No, I mean, they just keep switching heroes, so it's pretty much impossible to do like a tutorial. Like, that's the thing. I used to do a noob stream a long time ago, and we would just stick to the same hero for like extended periods of time, but that's not going to be possible here. But I do want to ask one question to Seb about, well, I guess we can talk about the patch real briefly because we talked about it earlier, like the facets being added, where you can choose something at the beginning of the game, and the innate abilities. Do you like the change overall?
Yeah, I love it. I think they really brought Dota to a point where like they're adding different layers and dimension to heroes, like different ways to play these heroes, whether you want to play on like scaling or more focus on the early game. I thought it was great. Usually I'm pretty reluctant to changes because obviously that means like a huge amount of work for me and to catch up and kind of bring
it helps when half the innates are existing abilities.
Yeah, sure. But even the facets, you know, it's like...
All right, what's your favorite facet? It doesn't have to be something that you use, maybe.
Honestly, like all the whole concept of innates and facets, I was a big fan from the very beginning. And the more I play, the more I like it. I think it's amazing that they keep finding ways to make the game more complex, as in more like interesting. Like they boost the creativity of Dota players, and I think that part is amazing.
Yeah, and I think they've said screw it to new players.
Maybe
just make it more complicated.
If you don't mind me stepping in, like, it's the one thing that I've always been incredibly jealous of. I played League of Legends. It was a game that I took a break from like first-person shooters, and just happened to then fall in love with. But the fact that you can do pretty much anything with comps, with itemization, the amount of versatility, the amount of presence you have, things. The thing you talk about how difficult is, how do you learn to play the game? And you're not allowed to just say, just play the game. Like,
yeah, I mean, obviously you have to play.
What would you advise, right?
You have to play a lot.
You've literally brought little young children onto your team.
Yeah.
How do we bring them up to speed?
I mean, okay, you need playtime, that is for sure. And I think the best is to, in my opinion, the best is to play with people you know, because you're never gonna learn as fast as with other people. Like they will help you buy time, they will direct you towards the right item builds, the right way to play the hero. You have a lot of tutorials, I think you have a lot of stuff also online now, all these things help. So to me, playing with friends is the best way to play the game, and as you kind of grind it up, that it can be rough in Dota.
Can I tell you, Seb, I've got production in my ears, right? So I've had 2 or 3 people going, yes, it's the only way to play, so they're going. And at the same time, I've got somebody else going, what's the most noob-friendly hero to play?
Does that even exist anymore?
It's such
there has to be
It used to be Wraith King, because he had 1 active ability.
Yes.
Now he does not.
Okay.
So I couldn't think of one.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Give me just an idea of what would make it somebody noob-friendly. I mean, it has to be... The irony in my head is you play with friends and play the carry. They then protect the carry. Come on.
Maybe position 4, because there's less stress.
You have to look at the map, you have to be at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, but not for a noob.
Yeah, I mean, for a noob, we're just chilling.
Guys, we're trying to bring people to the game. Help me out here.
Talk to Valve, man. They keep adding all this stuff into the game.
No, but the thing is that if you're playing with friends, no matter how much you're actually achieving, the thing with Dota, and I think it's interesting also in the starter game, is like you know that the learning curve is like it's infinite. And
that's part of the charm,
and I think it's part of the charm. It kind of depends what you're in for, but that is what attracted me to the game. It's like this feeling of like, I have so much to learn. Like I can get better every single second, every single day. And I'm like 15 years later, 50,000 hours in, and I'm still bad at this game. Like I still need to keep learning. There's lots of things I don't understand.
For hopefully some of the really old school people, which Dota All-Stars map revision number do you remember?
I wouldn't even be able to tell you which one it was.
You wouldn't? Do you have a memory of a tournament or a map that or a version number that you liked?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all of them. I always enjoyed. I'm always reluctant to changes. I think maybe that's because I'm French or something. I don't know.
That is for sure. This is, by the way, no matter which esport I get involved in, no matter which industry,
they don't like patches.
No.
Yeah. So I always hated patches, but usually it's like my arc is like the evening I'm depressed, you know. I read through it, I spend hours looking at it, I'm depressed, I'm, you know, just mad about it, and the next day I'm like, this patch is awesome. My love for Dota is renewed.
All French communities, they really are comfortable, let's say, picketing, let's say, sharing their thoughts. Okay, question for you. We've seen a couple of big fights. There's one of the abilities, it looks like a a Roman Colosseum.
The arena from Mars.
What is the arena? What's the hero? What does it do?
So the hero is Mars. It's on the Radiant team. It's on Tundra's side. It's the second hero portrait when you start to the left. He's the god of war, and he presses a spell. It's his ultimate spell that's called Arena of Blood. I think it's the hero you see on your screen on the top. No, you don't see it anymore.
Yeah, he ran away.
He just ran away from the
try
screen.
to catch him.
I try to catch him. It's the Arena of Blood, and essentially what it does, he raises like a circular arena walls which enemies can't escape from. And it allows for his team to focus fire the enemy that are stuck within the arena. What it also does, he has a facet that he can choose, and if he chooses that facet, the enemies don't see each other. Like the ones that are inside the arena are, you know, like invisible to their allies, which means they cannot save them, they can't help them. So that's a new layer that they added to Mars that also brought the hero back.
That's the one everyone's taking, right?
Yeah, and we were talking about it because literally when you're at LAN, it's easier because you can look at your teammate's screen.
That's true.
And online it's harder because you don't know what's happening within the arena.
That is true. I didn't think about that.
But yeah, Mars, great hero. Gonna making a big comeback in this tournament. That's
yeah, is there another hero that has been picked a lot that you're maybe a little bit surprised by?
I mean, Mars must be the big one. I think Snapfire, I'm not super surprised, but I'm surprised to see it that much. I think it's in almost every
Thompson will
team
play
now.
literally anything.
I'm going to embarrass myself. The person that's doing the circles, is that Leshrac or Razor?
Wait, circles on this
So
team?
electrical AoE,
Razor.
it's like... Okay, so I was 50-50 on that.
But there's another one that's a green circle, that's Martas.
I know, but you gotta listen. I'm speaking to the pro here, okay?
Okay.
What is Leshrac again? Is he like a lightning whip?
He's like I call him the disco pony. He looks like a horse, like a lightning
then I'm way
horse.
off. Okay, so it was Razor.
It's not in this game, but he's lots of fire
Seb,
effects.
He's very flashy.
Try to explain these maybe specific spells in the team fights or things we should be looking out for, ability.
I mean, you have the plasma field, which is the electric circle you've seen from Razor. Razor has an ability where it's called static link. He links an enemy hero and he absorbs the damage from them.
Amazing.
So basically, this
is that a
Razor
position
here,
4 support?
No, Razor is a carry because
he steals their damage.
Oh, I
basically
get
needs
you.
to be strong enough and tanky enough to remain in the fight until he absorbs all the damage from the enemy carry. So he really relies on having resources and being tanky, else he just dies and doesn't get the static link off.
Got it.
He steals the damage and then he obviously becomes much stronger himself. So you want to look out in the fight for Razor using the static link on the Tundra carry and being allowed to keep linking him for 7-8 seconds. And basically when you break distance, if you get away from Razor enough, the static link breaks. So Razor's team is going to want to make sure that Razor stays connected within the range, and he's going to...
I've got another question again from a new perspective, right? So you explained gold differences and how they swing, net worth, and kind of how it comes down to execution. So if I'm watching the game as a viewer, how do I try to evaluate which team is winning, is in the lead? Because if I can't trust a 16,000 gold lead at 34 minutes, what are the metrics I measure?
You can't trust it. It gives you a good indication.
The score means nothing, though. The kill score means literally nothing.
Okay.
Net worth means a lot, but essentially what I'm saying is that it isn't impossible at all that there's going to be, which keeps the game super entertaining to watch, right? Because else we would be like, right, this game is done. Like Liquid is going to win 99%.
If this were a different MOBA, that is exactly what it would mean.
In Dota, this means
so then I'll put it this way. In other MOBAs, this type of advantage this stage game would be a 85-90% win probability. In a game like this, you're going 65, 70. So it's obviously still heavy, or it's still favored, but not significant.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Well put. And I think also one thing in Dota we used to say, and pros very much agree with that statement, is the longer the game goes, the closer we get to 50-50.
Yeah.
Because in the late game, obviously, you have enough damage to burst a hero 100-0. So whether you're losing or winning, the losing team also get enough resources to damage the enemy team, like significantly, and enough for them to actually care about it. So the closer you go, like the later you go in the game, the least likely it is that you're gonna win it.
It gets very nuanced because then there's carries that use gold better than other carries, so it's like not a one-to-one.
The biggest thing for me is I completely agree. This is the game of contradictions. Because whatever statement you make, there will be something that will contradict
every
it.
time.
Right?
Every
time. But that is also, again, the beauty of it and whatnot. The bigger thing for me is just kind of trying to look for ones. I think the obvious answer is if looking at minimap control, seeing how much pressure is being exerted, how much time you're able to kind of oppress the opponent into the base. I also understand that then funneling XP, funneling gold. I get that perspective. But just trying to figure out how I can understand maybe who's in the lead outside of just the gold.
It just reminded me of something I think it's worth mentioning is like talking about the map in Dota. I think one aspect that's quite interesting is the map is so wide that is very often in Dota you're not only gonna see 5 versus 5 action. You're gonna see these skirmishes, players, playing, getting into a 1 versus 2 situation where they have to clutch it, which I think in other MOBAs maybe happens less. I mean, I'm not as familiar with them.
No, you are right, significantly less.
So in Dota, these clutch situations where you're gonna see a player trying to get out of a dangerous spot, 1v3 or outplaying them, it is very common. It happens non-stop.
I love watching heroes try to escape in the trees. Getting out of fog of war.
The outplaying, cutting. We talk about cutting waves, like hiding.
Yeah.
The map is really wide, and it's only when you play Dota that you realize how wide it is. Of course, these 5 versus 5 like big team fights engagements, they at the end of the day are going to dictate which direction the game goes. But individual impact is massive in Dota. Like a player can turn the game.
Just very, very recently, let's say in the last couple of years, you can't deny creeps in League and you can't really block waves, but you can interrupt the delay by, you're talking a few seconds. Literally in the last 2 weeks, there was a strategy that came out of one of the regions where at level 1, about 40 seconds in the game, the blue side team or the Radiant side team moved into the Dire base. They committed a 5-minute cooldown blink to block and kill the enemy waves so that they could allow their blue side or Radiant side team to push towards the tower early. Wild, never happened before. 11 years of the game. And I looked at it and I'm just like, that just looks like Dota.
Yeah, we're coming closer together over time.
These meta changes are amazing.
Yeah.
I love them.
So I want to quickly talk about OG, since we've been talking about the patch a lot. How are you guys feeling right now? Like, I think as of this moment, you're technically on top of the groups. It's still relatively early on, though.
Yeah, we're feeling good. We're very confident coming into this tournament. I think the first day was a little bit. I know we drew 2 series, went 2-2. Was a big upset for us. I think we expected to do much better. So today looked much more like the shape we should be in for this tournament.
And is there any team, if you had to pick other than yourself, top 3 in the group? Because I chose in no particular order. I think I chose you guys, actually. It was Falcons,
we will be
Spirit,
in the top 3.
Gaming. What's that?
We will be in the top 3. I can give you 3 teams of
the
top
other
4.
3, yeah. 3 of the 4.
Team Spirit, for sure, are going to be there. I would have said Falcons, but with their first day, I think this group is very competitive. I don't think you can allow a 0-4 day, but yeah, I'm still going to pick them, because they have bounced back today, so, but, like,
how much has Falcons played on this patch?
I think they have prepared as much as the
Well,
other.
I mean, like in terms of officials, though.
Oh,
not that much, right?
Not that much. But
do you think that's a disadvantage or not matter that much?
I think, what might have happened is that they were on the main stage. Maybe they, felt some sort of pressure. Opening day, maybe sometimes opening day is just not your best day.
I mean, and they played Gaimin and Spirit.
So they played 2 very strong teams on the main stage. So all it could have took is just a little bit of discomfort. Not getting in the groove of the tournament and the rhythm, and then all of a sudden off day 0-4. It can happen really quickly.
Right.
And it doesn't mean much. They could be, owning every single day from there and on. So I would, Spirit, Falcons, and as for the last team, maybe Gaming if they keep their... It's hard to tell, honestly. This group is so close.
We were talking about this a bit on the way to from the airport to our hotel, and then we were talking about it on the panel here, the whole ping thing. So Valve had not fixed the Dubai servers as of that moment, so teams were playing with 80 ping, and Heroic was doing really well. And we were thinking, is this actually, because they're used to 80 ping, so is that an advantage for them?
Not even impossible.
So they fixed it today, right? And Heroic loses 2 games instantly. Is that a coincidence?
No, the coincidence is that Heroic met OG today.
You've got a tinfoil hat, my friend. That's what I think we need to get on. If I can bring us back to the game, a quick question. I saw a graphic drop down with a dark gray, very long vertical bar on the side of Team Liquid. Camps stacked. What is that mechanic?
Oh yeah, so camps, neutral camps, they respawn every minute, like on the .00 in Dota. What you can do is you have like a box for every camp, which is if the creeps walk out of that box, the game is gonna just spawn another camp.
Which started as a bug in Dota 1 and now it became a feature.
Yeah. Now it became a feature. Cool. So basically you want to aggro the creeps from that box so that when the minute mark happens, a second round of creeps spawns, and now you have a double camp to farm. So supports do that a lot as they're moving around the map.
Feed that money to your, your
so
carries,
that
I
your
imagine?
cores are going to come and click their spells on, 12 creeps instead of 3. And it speeds up their farm.
The thing that I love so much about that is once a engine-related bug or something is discovered, but the competitive community kind of becomes accustomed to it, I love seeing developers commit to it. I don't know how much you watch other games like Smash with wave dashing in the original Quake and Quake Live, things like strafe jumping and how you get your movement speed up. I love that. When Quake Champions was released recently, they had to code that in because it was just a mess up how the engine worked.
And then meanwhile in CS2 they got rid of bunny hopping for something. People are very upset about that.
Listen, you can't win them all, okay? You can't win them all. The other thing is, I saw there that Fortification has obviously used Team Liquid pushing into the base. They was at least one of the top racks. I didn't see which one, if I noticed. Did they actually get the building?
They got both.
They got both racks, okay. Yep. Explain to me what the racks are. Yep. And of course, Team Liquid, they are absolutely running away with it. Yep. So right now, it looks like Suns fans' prediction was a little more correct.
Yes.
You gave me both, but I'm going to hold you to Tundra just because I need someone to be wrong.
I know how to be a
That's
winner,
why I'm the expert, right?
Explain the racks to me, because I think, again, for other MOBAs, the impact on the minion wave is quite different.
Yeah, so you have waves in Dota, of course, like 3 lanes. Waves are spawning every 30 seconds, and they're of equal strength. Once you get to the enemy base, you have towers holding each lane, and once that tower falls, you access 2 buildings that are called the racks. These racks, when they're exposed, they can be taken down, and once taken down, what's going to happen is that the team that took the racks, so let's say now this is the top lane, Team Liquid took Tundra's racks on the top lane, so now the neutral creeps, the creeps that are going to spawn on Tundra's side are going to be stronger than Liquid's side, which is going to create an unbalanced lane that Tundra is going to have to address throughout the entire game.
And they're worth less gold. They're just a pain in the ass to kill.
They're stronger and they're worth less gold. So
it definitely comes from barracks, right? Because from the original Warcraft.
They're barracks.
I had this thing. I'm like, I think I've called it racks for 10 years, and I'm like, is it actually barracks?
Yeah, it is the barracks, and essentially what it creates is like kind of a problem for Tundra's map. They're always going to have to address this top lane, pushing into their base, giving vision, chipping at the other buildings that are exposed. So it is really annoying to be racks down.
Can I tell you something? I'm so impressed, Seb, not only with your playing, your performance, the results you picked up so far. I'd love for you to top the group. It would be fantastic. Mostly because of the teams, OG is the one that I'm the most familiar with, and I get to make fun of Suns fan who gave us different predictions.
I put them third. It's
also,
still good.
OG strives when we're underdogs and when people count us out. Like, that's how we won TI the first time.
That means listen, you guys, look, you're going to crash and burn. Okay? I don't think you can do it.
Just keep it up.
I hear you. I got a $120 on that one. But also, we want to say thank you because you agreed to stay with us until the end of the game, which is a brave thing to say. We're in this position.
I need some rest after this.
So I think with the last few minutes, you also have games. So Suns fan, I think until the game is wrapped up, I think feel free to take us for everyone. If we want to go a little bit deeper, we've had like 30 minutes of some basic stuff.
Yeah.
So if you feel emboldened to go deep, I'm trusting you. You're off the lead.
Okay, well, I didn't get to finish my thought from earlier where in the last patch, going high ground was really difficult. They didn't address that, but sometimes when you come out with a patch that changes so many other things, it addresses it indirectly. Do you feel like the games are still hamstrung with having to take 2 Roshans and then go high ground? Is it the same methodical approach to the game, or does it feel totally different because of all these other changes?
No, I think it is easier to go high ground now, like much easier. I think there was a change in the last patch also about like you get a glyph only when the meteor X
That's
dies,
true.
and that actually matters a lot because that's one glyph down, and and I think teams are just also getting better and better at it. Plus the pace of the game is a little bit faster. The fact that they nerfed glyphs, all that put together, I mean, most of our games, the games that we've won so far, we've won them around minute 25. And I think, I don't have a stat for it, but I know that we go high ground often.
That's pretty fast,
We take racks around minute 20 when we're dominating the game, which would never have happened 6 months ago.
So for that last patch that I'm referencing, because when I was casting it, it just felt, if I can be honest, very boring.
Yeah, I know what
because it's just like, all right, there's a formula. Let me just have to do this, this, and this, and then the game maybe ends. It's just so slow.
Yeah.
Like as a player, did you guys feel the same?
Yeah, we did feel like that. It felt like you had to control the map just for the sake of it. And even though you were that much stronger, just the high ground setup made it that you couldn't. I think it really isn't the case anymore right now. Yeah. Of course, certain heroes are just really good at defending high ground, but at the end of the day, why not? Every heroes have their features. why some of them are, you know, it's easy to dominate the early game and some of them are better at defending. Why not? But I think it's quite different this patch. I don't think you'll get these boring games. I mean, some teams might have some PTSD and, you know, they're kind of keeping that of like, don't go high ground, don't go high ground. But I think the best teams are going to be able to close the games when they're put in that situation.
Right. And we just saw the third Roshan being taken. So basically, every time you kill Roshan, more items drop. And now it's just a flurry of items that you get.
Oh, can I jump in really quickly, Shannon? So I'm looking at Bunny for a moment. I'm going to ask you to think about, what does cheese do in Dota? Now, this is also a question. Yeah. This is also a question that I'm going to be asking all of our viewers at home. You look smug. Do you even know? We can find out. Please explain to us, what does cheese do in Dota?
So cheese is a consumable item. It just gives you a huge burst of mana and HP.
Instant.
Yeah. Instantly. One issue that I found, and maybe you guys, I don't even know who you put it on anymore, because it feels like when you get to this stage of the game, you have too many items already. So you have to put like kind of important item in your backpack to use cheese. And you're like, is that worth it? I don't even know anymore.
Explain the record to me that's on screen, that graphic. It looks like...
it just means, so that's an item called Sheepstick, and that particular hero bought it at this specific time. It's just a little bit faster than anybody else in the tournament so far.
Okay, so if I'm going to interpret this correctly, and please tell me how wrong I am, with the 40k gold lead at 36 minutes, this might be one of the most one-sided victories, maybe not the fastest, of any game that we've seen at Riyadh Masters thus far.
That is a massive gold lead.
Itemization, breakpoints, and the records that's set is just telling how badly Team Liquid are stomping Tundra, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's taken a while, though.
Yeah. They took their time, but that was like an unsurmountable lead, you could say. Like 40k is immense.
Okay, one question. Who's the best team at defending with a huge deficit? I have a team in mind. I want to see if it's the same as you.
I think I want to say Team Spirit.
Yes. Seen so many games where they're down 50k, like a 70-minute game, and they refuse to lose.
Listen, can I just double-check this really quickly? Obviously, that game has just concluded. If you would like to watch map number 2, reminder that during the group stages, it is a best of 2. I don't know if you can call it a series, but you play 2 games against one another before you move on to the rest of the opponents. The stream link will be down below in just a moment. Before I move on, roughly, how many hours do you think you played in Dota 2? Shannon?
Like 15k.
You got 15k.
That's pretty low, though.
Did I hear correctly that you said around 50k?
I have around 55k. I'm probably the most of this entire.
You're going to go 55k.
Yeah.
Right. Can I get an update? Can I get an update? If you can give me an update on that number very quickly. You've been playing for 15 years.
Yeah. No, don't do the math. It's
I'm doing this. I'm doing this.
I've been afraid to do it myself. I don't want to know.
Can I tell you why? Yeah. The total amount of time of 55k. By the way, we are estimating. This does not include, I imagine, some scrims, some lanes. I think it's going to be higher.
It actually includes the client being idle.
Yeah, even if you're AFK overnight, it counts.
But that's my point.
But it doesn't include Dota 1, which is also a lot.
That's true.
It doesn't include
That's just Dota 2, so that's from 2011.
Bruh! Okay, this makes it better. Since 2011, and we are sitting here right now in July 2024, it works out to 6.2 years.
That's disgusting. I think it's worked out, though.
The question I want to ask you, though, now, I don't say that to rub salt in the wound to make fun of it. It's dedication, it's passion. Frankly, I'm jealous. I got to maybe 3,000 hours in Call of Duty 4 in about 3 years. I think I was a little bit more of a no-lifer. What I do want to ask is, how many hours of time did it take you, and what do you think it takes nowadays to become competitive and, let's say, tier 2 player? Because it's going to take a lot more to get tier 1, I imagine.
I wouldn't be able to really count, but I think tier 2 player, I think it must have been, I don't know, like thousands. You know, maybe somewhere between 2 to 5k, I was something like that. Yeah. That number counts the idle time in the client.
Again, we're not. By the way.
No, but I'm proud of that number, and that's also what I tell people. Sometimes it's like, okay, I won TI twice. You know, won lots of majors, lots of tournaments. At the end of the day, there is no secret. I might have had talent at the beginning. Thankfully, these hours turned me into, you know, maybe not a world champion, but like close to it. You know.
You have to work hard. I do want to move on. Also because, listen, you've got games. You've got games tomorrow. I just want to say, dedicated, hardworking, because I just want to give Seb one last chance. Would you like to say anything to the fans, to the viewers at home? I personally want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Shannon, you did a fantastic job.
You did okay, Seb. Not bad.
Seb, very briefly, I think you could just say goodbye to the fans or you know, anything if you'd like to.
I mean, just thanks for being there. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the support. For those that don't know Dota, Dota is a great game. I've dedicated my life to how good this game is so far, and I did not regret it once. You know, I regret it every day, but in the
listen, hold on.
I'm just a rager, but you know, like I said, I just get upset, and
okay,
you know, but
hand up.
In the long run, it's been a great choice, and I cherish that choice every single day.
I can tell you this, hand on my heart, every single person in this building will regret the competitive game that they play every day, at least a little. Seb, thank you so much. I do want to move us on. I want to get you out of here, allow you to get some rest. We're going to take a quick break, and after the break, we're going to do an EWC catch-up and a casting swap. Oh, that's...
The Ags.
Yeah, exactly.
And
again, the Venge is more of a utility core in this situation.
Yep, this is going to allow for the high ground push with a minute left on this Aegis. The butterfly timing for Ame says I'm strong enough. At least poke it, get some reaction out.
And PSG Quest will be able to poke right back. They do have some long-range, heavy damage-dealing spells that could be spammed out between this Fade Bolt and Coddle Blast with the Elder Titan Spirit on top of them. So it doesn't take too much for PSG Quest to push back a half HP Ame. But what do you do now? Now Extreme's like, okay, you defended your high ground. We're now going to take another tier 2.
And like you just have to wait if you're Quest. You got to wait for the next big item on the Keeper of the Light.
Oh!
You know, he took his hand off the keyboard. He's taking a break.
A cheeky little smile there from DY as a little finger slip there. And of course, PSG Quest saw it thanks to the Elder Titan Spirit. It's been caught in the action, but Aegis is still up, so it's not. I doubt PSG Quest is going to try and punish this timing too much, though maybe Extreme doesn't feel comfortable hitting that tier 2 without the Supernova.
I don't think Quest were going to fight it anyway. I genuinely think Quest are just split pushing this game until they have something on this Keeper of the Light. Because Noob just isn't a direct impact right now.
Yeah.
Like he went Lincoln's Octarine on this Coddle. It's a lot of defense capability, a lot that helps you scale really well, but you need the next item and then item after that to really give you the punch. Either the Ags, the Hex, the Dagon E-Blade.
Really badly. I think they just do not have enough control.
Yeah, I agree. I think Hex would change this game a lot, and so maybe that's what Quest are waiting for. They are going to smoke here. Not really sure what... I mean, they're drawing a line to Tormentor, but this would be an incredibly aggressive move.
Big upgrade for XM. Look at Jin Q. They know this is coming. They know this push is coming for the Troll. Have they set up well enough to defend it, though? Troll gets a little bit low, but a swap, that'll help clear some of the damage. He's going to be fine. They're still going to be caught, though, on the side of Jin Q. Jakiro gets left behind. They push back forward, though. Now the Doom is expired. Nothing stopping them from taking the fight if PSG Quest were to stick around. They do not. They get their 1 kill and get out.
Still the same story. Doom the Troll and he lives.
Yeah.
Can't really stop the swap going off, and the second that happens, it feels like you're not going to be able to commit on that Troll. Need more damage burst or more follow-up as XG continue to rake in the gold and scale here. Strength Blink on that Sand King is a lot of extra damage, a lot of scalability.
Quest, PSG Quest are not doing a bad job of keeping up with Extreme at all.
And welcome back to the headquarters in the EWC catch-up powered by STC. We have 3 games running this week, and we're going to start with a Free Fire update where we're going to check in with the 7WG to find out what's been happening.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. My name is the 7WG, and day 2 has ended, and boy, did we get some surprises. RQ being able to secure their 3rd Booyah, and on top of that, you have Buram clutching it up at the end to secure that last Booyah as well. Those 2 teams now have 3. That was a big surprise for me, but if we talk about the standings, I mean, currently the top 3 are Loud, Buram, and RQ. And guess what? Those 3 teams are not going to be playing tomorrow on the final day for group stages. So who knows what's going to happen on day 3. And make sure you guys tune in to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024.
I tell you what, 7WG, that's a hell of a name. But crucially, I love the final point that you bring up. The fact that Loud, Buriram, and RRQ will not be playing tomorrow. Additional maps will be played, so there are chances to catch up in the scores. But that is a significant lead. Right now, Loud, 221 points with 2 Booyahs. Buriram, despite 3 Booyahs, look at the eliminations difference. That's what's giving you the point scores difference in our standings. If you watched Warzone Resurgency last week, that point score, kill score difference would be significantly more impactful. Placements matter in Free Fire. We'll take a look at how the knockout stages wrap up tomorrow. But for now, we'll turn our attention to Dota 2. But once again, we're checking in with Tsunami.
Well, 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 look who wants to know more about Dota. You guys just keep crawling back. Well, don't worry, I'm happy to give you the update. It's me, Tsunami, reporting again from the Qiddiya Arena, where I'm giving you the latest on what's been happening at Riyadh Masters. I got that Falcons update, you remember? Them going 0-4. They won. They got a 2-0 against Aurora. Elsewhere, we also had Game & Gladiators split a series against Team Spirit right behind me. OG got a 2-0 against Heroic, and LGD split against Blacklist. Are those clubs that you care about? I hope so, because that's all you're getting for now. But maybe tune in tomorrow, and I'll give you some more.
My word, Tsunami, that was a sassy intro, and I love it. Please give me more of that throughout the course of the next 3 days. Obviously, we have more Dota 2 next week as well. Falcons finally on the board. It was a pleasure to listen to Seb, as well as Suns fan, break down the game and talk in more depth. We'll see what happens with the rest of that group stage later on as we get some more standings updates. For now, I want to remind everybody of what the bracket looks like for MLBB. Tomorrow, the semifinals will kick off, I believe, at 1500 local time between Liquid Echo and Falcons AP Bren, followed by Selangor Red Giants and NIP Flash. From what I've heard from all of the respective talent, from all the casters, from all the analysts, whoever wins that match should win the whole thing. That does it for the EW catch-up, powered by STC. And we are back. I'm in my comfortable seat once again. I'm going to go show of hands. Maybe Bunny, what do we think of the end of day standings for Free Fire? It is that 8-point difference, which, by the way, I'm still blown away you nailed that prediction on. You did say Buriram and Loud were 2 of the top 6. You expect them to make finals. The gap in points, can that be made up tomorrow with the last few rounds of play?
Agree, definitely. This is something that I think Buriram and Loud know for a fact that they are comfortable. They are already secured to move into the point rush stage, and the only thing that they have to be aware of, whether or not there will be anybody who will be able to be enough to catch up to them. But I think they're already safe. The problem is that RQ Kazu, yes, they have been performing well. I know, you've been trying to give justice to the Indonesian teams.
Let's go.
But here's the thing, top 3, for the point itself, we got 150. So I think there's still enough for the rest of the teams from Group A to actually go in for a fight. Especially we're seeing how actually PE Sport has managed to actually pull their weight even more further up to the top 4. And Hotspot Esports, unfortunately, I think this is the one of the part where I say like they are the only Pakistan teams to be playing here, and they have shown and even proved themselves to be worthy inside the EWC.
So remind me, it's groups A and C playing tomorrow, and there's 6 maps or 6 rounds that we're going to see of play, right?
Yep, definitely.
And around 30 points, 30, 40 points max sort of available if you pick up the Booyah?
Yep.
6 times 30, 180. So there's a significant amount that could get picked up.
Agreed.
Look, the chance of getting 6 Booyahs in a day is going to be very, very low. Suns fan, it was fantastic talking to Seb. What were some of the key takeaways, plus the little sassy check-in from Tsunami? Have we learned anything new? Are you scared of your power rankings?
No, it's been equalizing, actually. The first day was a disaster for my predictions. Not that I care, of course, because I'm only an expert after all. But yeah, the teams that are supposed to be winning are finally starting to win a little bit more, and I think my predictions will still be right.
This is also competition catch-up. I think one of the big threads that we're going to have, especially this weekend, the patch, the updates. Was there anything surprising? Did you learn anything from Seb, or is it kind of just validating what we already discussed?
A bit of validation. I mean, I was surprised to see a couple of these facets picked in that literally just that game we were watching, because I hadn't seen like one in particular ever, which was really shocking. But yeah, it just goes to show how deep the game is. People are experimenting on stage.
I mean,
that's the crazy thing about
at the moment with the patch and the recency, almost everything's an experiment, to be fair.
Yeah.
The thing that I love so much, we got very lucky with the game that was selected.
Yeah, it was good.
TL setting records, a gigantic goal difference, new item breakpoint records, at least here for the tournament, Real Masters 2024. That does it for our EWC catch-up, as you mentioned. Thank you so much for chiming in. Now, I know that you watched both of the shows last week, Suns fan.
Yeah.
And I know, right now, please keep an eye on Chris. I know you would have seen the segment. I'm going to let you go second in this event.
Okay.
What we're going to do is we're going to do a caster game and terminology swap. I am going to ask for Jays to shoutcast a Dota 2 team fight, but he's only allowed to use MLBB terminology. I'm then going to ask Suns fan to cast an MLBB game only using Dota term. Wait, hang on. Did I say that right? Dota game, MLBB fight, Dota term.
Even you're confused.
You're going first. I said it wrong. You know what? Take it away. 3, 2, 1, Jays.
All right, ladies and gents, we're currently looking at, I can't even see the logos, but I know one of them is Team Liquid, so I'm rooting for the Team Liquid. Currently, kill score is already 13. Seems like it's going to be something like a Phoenix is flying over, and that's something that is also flying over somebody. You would have known that there's also air
don't know the term? This is MLBB.
There's no air units in Dota. Oh, that's a massive circle thingy that's surrounding it. There's no such thing in MLBB, right? But it seems like going to be the red team that will be winning that team fight as of now, and they're going to hard push Team Liquid on the roll right here.
The fight's still going.
The minions are still going, and the bird thingy that we don't have anything like that as of yet. I mean, the closest thing is the Farsa, but we don't really have the Farsa that's permanently in the bird form, and it's going to be Team Liquid winning that fight.
Not bad.
Do you know what I think? It looked to me like that MLBB team had the high ground.
Oh. That's a little too soon, I think. Too soon.
Okay. What I will say this, Bunny, you and I get to decide who's going to be best, okay?
Oh, boy.
I'm only introducing the competition element now, but now we've got an MLBB team fight that I'm asking Suns fan to cast with Dota 2 terminology in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. It looks a lot like League of Legends, but apparently is not. Hopefully the thumbs are actually in shape, as we're going to see AoE spell used number 1, AoE spell number 2, AoE spell number 3. Man, everything looks like an AoE for some reason. That's an enormous smoke AoE type thing. Looks like they're in their base. Are they going to be able to defend? Doesn't look like it.
The racks are down.
That's the high ground advantage. Oh, wait, there's no verticality in this game either, apparently. I don't understand anything that's happening. Apparently, there's a double kill. The only reason I actually see that is because it literally says the text on the freaking screen right now. Double kill. They're continuing on. Apparently, we're going to look at fans. That's not going to help my casting on there. We're going to zoom in very deep on Super Marco next to a star symbol, and they're going to push down the lane. They actually defend for Falcons AP Bren.
It's a pushback. It's a pushback. Look, the racks are under threat here, Suns fan.
Oh, yeah, that's the turret, I think they call it. Maybe it's a tower. They're going to try to go for the end base. Maybe it's called the Ancient here. Probably not. A lot of stealing from Dota, a lot of stealing from League, and it looks like they're going to be able to win the game for Falcons. AP Bren wiped out, apparently, is the term for that.
Booyah!
Booyah!
Bunny, I don't know if I can separate them. I think this might be joint second place because nobody won.
Nobody won.
Nobody won.
That's a little bit sensitive, but okay.
Let's get production. Do we have a clear winner? Let's make this a producer problem. Clear winner, or is it joint second?
I like the fact the producer's not talking to
By
me
the
as
way,
well.
I have that was a strong and swift reply. The victor is Suns fan, undoubtedly.
Oh, wow.
I sense bias, guys.
That means
I sense bias.
Listen, Furman's coming after you. Okay, that was fantastic. That is a lot of fun. I wonder if by the end of the weekend we can get a Free Fire game commentator.
I would love to try
We should
that.
try. And what we might try is maybe me and Bunny will try to commentate one of your games, and we'll get you guys to try and commentate Free Fire. We'll try that, maybe.
Sure.
I love the idea.
I would love to try it.
You know, production up to you to figure it out. We're entering the last hour of content here before the HQ begins to wrap. We're not done with all the conversations. Now that we've only got one game being played, we'll check in the results once we do begin to wrap up. I'd like to zoom out. I'd like to talk about things a little bit more historical, talk about the legends of the game. Now, the example that I'd like to use is one that comes from Warzone. For any of our Warzone players, Warzone viewers, anybody that's coming back from last week, Biffle and Hisoka on Falcons, they were able to stand up and pop off. You're seeing shots of T1 as well with Faker. I think Faker is so successful and synonymous. I believe the legend of Faker goes everywhere. As a Free Fire caster, analyst, do the Free Fire community even know how good Faker is?
Yep.
Right, okay.
His
Now,
name transcends
that
all
to me,
esports.
that to me is the biggest sort of validation.
Yeah.
A mobile battle royale knows Faker. Now, I think probably regionality may play a little bit here.
Yes.
But obviously in Brazil as well. I think Brazilian fans, League of Legends is huge there, right?
Actually, you know, in MLBB, we also know Faker. In fact, one of the players that actually play in MSC calls himself Hide on Bush.
Yeah, and for those who
That's
don't
a
know,
homage.
it was Faker's solo queue account name. So he's that famous. We know his solo queue Smurfs, okay? So those are the examples that I want to use to set the scene. I'm going to ask each of you to present potential legends of the game, names to consider. We want to avoid using the word GOAT because it needs a lot more nuance and attention. So let's come Suns fan. We've just done this whole segment on Dota. Give me some legends of the game who stand out to you.
Okay, well, a lot of them are not at this tournament because that's kind of the big deal, actually, in Dota right now, is you're seeing kind of the new talent take over.
Is this one of the bigger, like, changing of the gods?
Yeah, I would say so. This is like the first time a lot of people haven't made it to TI specifically or this tournament. But Seb did make it to this tournament, and he's definitely a legend. Yeah, I mean, we talked ad nauseum with him, two-time TI winner, along with Thompson, who's also on, actually, all three of these guys are two-time winners. Two of them with OG in both Thompson and Seb. Of course, Thompson's a lot younger.
There hasn't been a three-time winner, has there? Or just organization, right?
There has not.
Okay. No. So literally, this is the peak of winning TI.
So you talked about, I know we don't want to get into the GOAT discussion. We don't really have a GOAT. Because it could be, like, first of all, it depends on your criteria. Like, even the NBA can't decide on who's the GOAT. Michael Jordan, LeBron James,
you
right?
You need to determine the measurements at which the debate is being had.
Exactly.
And then define your GOAT within those measurements.
And then it's really hard to, like, especially for, like, not to get into basketball, but I go off on tangents, but, you know, comparing from one era to another is basically impossible. And Dota's been around for so long that's actually a valid thing to
give me a question then. Okay, Golden Oldie Dota viewer, where would Dendy contrast or compare to the three names you just listed? Ooh.
In his prime, you mean?
Let's go.
I mean, in his prime, he was the GOAT, easily.
But
and the game has gone so far.
The problem is, like, one of his teammates, until like 2 years ago, was at the top of his game as well.
Right.
So in Puppy.
Yeah.
But now he's not making tournaments, so he's kind of dropped off a bit. But yeah,
I think Dendy's personality was something that
Dendy, I love Dendy. He's one of the most, he's one of the most beloved people in Dota, but it's been a while.
Okay, so I think that does it for the Dota 2 side. If I recall correctly, we're going to move over to MLBB, if I'm reading this right. So give me some names and suggestions.
All right, so here are the 3 names that you'll be seeing on screen very shortly. In fact, unfortunately, these 3 players are from MPL Philippines, because the Philippines has been such a dominant region ever since, I would say M2, which is like the second World Series that we have. In fact, speaking about M2, these 3 players actually played on Bren Esports back then, now Falcons AP Bren, and they won M2 together, fighting against Burmese Goose. Now, if you notice Kyle Teasy right here, he actually went on to Liquid Echo. And he started a different team, well, technically with a different team, he won M4. And while Flatteezy and Few continue on as AP Brand, or Falcons AP Brand, to go on and win M5. So technically these 3 people that you're seeing on screen right now, they are not only just, you know, the legends that have been playing since M2, which happened like years ago, which is like the second M series. They also won 2 titles, and Kyle TZ is like the something like an MVP.
Remind me, is the M series the Mobile Legends Bang Bang International
World
Championship?
It's basically like our TI in a sense.
Because I know the M series is a motorized vehicle, so it's just something going. We don't have any graphics prepared for Free Fire, and obviously I think the game is slightly newer. Are there legends of your game? Are there names you can immediately jump in? What would they be? Who comes to mind immediately?
Like I said, the one that is has been profoundly known, and like in EWC 2024, there's a lot of people targeting him right now, and that's why they're having struggled to actually perform really, really well. It's gonna be from BRU Wasana. Like everybody has been talking how he's amazing. He can definitely take down 3 players on his own, and he'll be able to actually just chase them out and defend his own team. That's just it. 293 eliminations in just one tournament, which is just recently from FFWS Sea Spring.
The thing that I love so much about that is we heard very similar things from Katie last week talking about Warzone plays to and at the beginning when they had their solos for seeding, frankly, the individual players sucked.
Yeah.
But they popped off, you know, as the tournament developed, they lived up to expectations. So I'm very excited and interested to see how that develops and whether or not, you know, they live up to the legacy, you know?
I really hope so, because again, a lot of Thai fans are definitely looking forward to the, not just Team Falcons, but Buriram United Esports, because they have been performing well. They have been putting out Philippines' name inside the Garena Free Fire community itself. So hopefully I am not getting the cast stickers, because sometimes people will blame me. It's because of you. You put the name of Buriram that did not perform well.
I mean, I'm going to do that too. So let's see what happens.
You did loud. You did it for loud.
I'd like to round out and do something that I used to do on my broadcasts quite a lot. And it's kind of like a double or nothing. Now, the reason I'm looking at you, Suns fan, is I'd like to look at the predictions that you brought up, right?
Yeah.
We spoke to Seb. We got his take on power rankings. I would give you the opportunity to change these logos.
I go down with the ship, like a good captain.
You go down with the ship?
Yes, I'm the Titanic captain. Right?
Now, I will ask you, take a look at Group A. Can I take a look at Group B as well? We'll see these logos.
Okay.
I may need Sunshine to bring them back up, but considering you've got these names, considering you looked at those options, we heard the words you were validated by Seb. We kind of, I feel like a lot of the prep, I feel like a lot of the stuff, not only we discussed on air, but the stuff that you were teaching me and teaching us off air, Seb did validate.
That's right. He respects me greatly, unlike most.
When I look at the standing, technically speaking, you're going to be hard-pressed. Team Falcons from Group A are 2 wins and 4 losses.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. We've already talked about this. They're gonna. Group B is probably the one that's a little bit more up in the air. I think Entity has a chance to maybe catapult into the top 4 instead of Liquid, potentially.
Okay.
That one is definitely, for me, a little bit more like less confident in my picks, I suppose.
Okay.
Group A, come on. There's no chance.
Okay, now listen, again, this is the very last time production's making it very clear to me. They're giving you a chance to dig us up. So you're going down with the ship. You're sticking with your original
That's right. We'll just call it gambler's fallacy.
Okay, well, there we go. That's where we're standing from here from Suns fan. Would not want to change any of his pre-tournament power rankings. Wouldn't want to do anything around that. I'm going to give the same opportunity to Bunny, okay? The thing that I need to dial in on, as a host, it's my role and job to instigate conversation, to elicit emotional responses. You technically didn't actually say who was going to win. You didn't actually give me this. You gave me a top 6, and I actually think you're 5 out of 6 or you're 6 out of 6 for where they're ranking right now with 6 games still left to play. But I will say that I've heard some slander for Loud because you weren't giving them as much praise as I would have liked. So if we look at our top 6, I'm actually going to pull up my standings. I will give you the chance. Would you want to make any changes? And if you ask me for the standings, I can give you the overall standings as well. So in the top 6, you have Loud, Buriram, RRQ, PE Esports, Twisted Minds, and Reta Esports. So I think Fluxo is the only one, and 19. Those are the 2 that are struggling. So you got 4 out of 6 thus far. Will you change those right now, knowing the 6 games tomorrow?
Okay.
Oh, you're considering it? Okay.
I mean, the worst part about it is that, like I said, most of the data that I picked out to actually put as a favorite because they are recent success, their recent achievement they're actually able to do so. And one thing that I really want to point out right in the face of Free Fire community, what is happening to 19 Esports? 19 Esports just received or just able to achieve championship. They were the first in LATAM FFWS, and now they're at the bottom 17, and they don't have any chance anymore.
So if I take a look at this very quickly, 19 Esports are in Group A, and tomorrow it is Group A versus Group C. So there are 6 additional rounds. The thing is, with 21 points, 10 eliminations, even if they win 3 booyahs, like Burira, right? Let's presume 30 points per win. That gets them to 110. That's barely middle of the pack.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
So I will give you, this is your final chance to change. Fluxo and 19 Esports, do you remove them from your top 6 and be judged forever?
Take it. Take the chance.
Oh.
Don't make a mistake like me.
Well, I was praising you deep down inside. I say like, oh my God, you're a man of word. You don't actually budge out.
Also, this is the other thing. I did ask top 6, right? So this is final. So technically, they could make it to Point Rush. They could pop off in Point Rush.
True.
So this is the gamble. I shouldn't use those words. This is the decision you need to make. Where are you going?
I think I'm gonna actually take out 19.
You're dropping 19?
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I won't ask you to make a change right now because I do want to move us along with the show. But I will make note of this. We're going to remove 19. It's not going to be a top 5 teams, okay? She no longer has one. I've taken one away. But I do appreciate it. And again, the whole intent of this, it makes these next 3 days of watching a lot more enjoyable. If 19 Esports pop off, you compare it. Stop saying these words. I promise you, the old men on the sofa here are going to make fun of you for that. That's it. I've spent enough time with Jays. He won't be changing his predictions. He's locked in for Team Echo. I locked them to win, so there's no point even checking in. What I will say is that we're going to do a live look into Dota. Which game do you want to look into so we can discuss? The games that are
Liquid
available.
Tundra, easy.
Okay, Liquid Tundra. We're going to hit to game 2.
Liquid Tundra.
So I think we're going to pull this one up as soon as it is ready. In case you are just joining us or missed it, earlier on in the broadcast, OG Seb joined Suns fans and myself. Let me rephrase it. I joined Seb from OG as well as Suns fans to really kind of explain a little bit of Dota, look at some of the terminology. We watched Team Liquid, frankly, decimate Tundra.
But to be fair, that was Tundra's first loss. They were 4-0 in the group.
That is a phenomenal point to call out.
And Liquid were 2-2 at that time.
It is a hell of a loss. Like, down 45-50K towards the end of it. It was incredibly one-sided. And if I'm being honest, you and Seb were even a tiny bit critical. Like, well, TL could have done that even quicker. Like, that was kind of the tone at the end.
Well, I think in a tournament that is this important, you definitely take your time. You don't want to throw the game, as we like to call it. I don't, you guys use the same terminology in your games, I assume.
Yes.
Throwing it when
you
have the huge advantage. Because like we've talked about a lot so far this tournament, Dota is a game that you can definitely make comeback. Even the 40K, we've seen it. It's not that unheard of.
Yeah. I mean, look, I saw at least 20. I think the largest that I've seen here at Rio Masters 24 was around 19 or 20K difference. I think the way that Seb phrased it might be the most elegant that I've heard. That if you are able to focus, initiate a fight, focus down the person who has the highest net worth, so maybe of 20, 30K, all of a sudden that difference is now negligible. Now, I think the size of the map, I think vision, I think the flow of game means it is more possible to pick off that carry or that farmed member of the team, of your opponent's team, which is where there's a big disparity in viewership from other MOBAs.
Yeah, that's definitely true. We can see right here, I don't know how deep you want me to get. This is we talked about the mid lane, so the 1v1 matchup. Typically, it's actually funny, the hero that was actually posted was Zeus, which is what Topson is playing.
If we focus him for a bit, can you maybe try explain some of his spells? Because I can see his Q and his E's been leveled, right?
Yeah, so he has, his first ability is Arc Lightning, that just zaps people, and it bounces to close targets, so it's good for pushing. It's very low cooldown, so you can just constantly spam it out.
If you see it, maybe call it out. He's pushing into a Shadow Fiend, in case anybody's looking. That's this guy on low health running away. But yeah, so if you do see spells, call them out.
Yeah, well, basically he has 2 active abilities right now. There's the Zap, that's the Arc Lightning, and he has a Heavenly Jump, which you saw a little bit early, gives him a little bit of mobility, and it also zaps. There it is. Looks like he might be able to get First Blood here, which if it's a 1v1, he does get, so they both die.
What's the bonus for First Blood?
But Topson gets more money because it's First Blood, and he gets the experience, whereas the other one does not because he wasn't alive.
Your corpse doesn't give you XP?
Correct. It's very realistic in that manner. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Not even a slight bit. I think the gold difference was around 150 gold. I think I saw 349 to 140 something. Is it fixed value or not?
So First Blood, yeah. It's a combination. It's a fixed amount plus however much they're worth at that point.
Bunny, if you or Jace have any questions, do jump in.
Yep.
But I'm trying to backseat drive here a little as well.
So Nisha is the other crazy mid laner. He's losing the lane now. And, actually, Topson's getting very aggressive, so gets up right up close and personal. The hero that Nisha is playing is really maybe the prototypical old-school mid laner in Shadow Fiend. Maybe not the most interesting hero to talk about, but
it's really
Why is it?
Well, it's just when I feel like when I explain his spells, it doesn't sound cool.
But hang on.
Because of the name of the spell.
Okay, so his first ability. Okay, his first ability is kind of cool. It's called Shadow Rays, and it basically will nuke. Is that a word that you?
Yes, yeah. Lots of damage.
It'll nuke an area in the direction that you're facing, and there's 3 of them. And each of them goes farther than the other. Okay. So it's kind of like a skill shot in a way. Yeah. And if you hit multiple times, they do more damage in quick succession. It also slows them a little bit depending on what.
Interesting. And it's purely based on the direction you're facing, so there's no skill shot indicator.
Correct.
Okay.
That's actually really hard to aim.
So when back before OpenAI made ChatGPT very crazy, they actually used Dota 2 as the testbed game. They had a couple show matches at TI.
Did they get in trouble for that? No?
No, it was in collaboration with Valve, actually. And they released it to the public to see if people could beat the AI. And at first, everybody was beating it, but that's because it learns over time. And eventually got to a point where almost nobody, and it was always Shadow Fiend, because like I said, it's just a classic 1v1 hero. Yeah. But eventually it got to the point where almost nobody could beat it. And when they did, it was like a big deal.
Bunny,
pretty cool.
When I said the word skill shot indicator, is that something that exists in Free Fire?
No.
So if you cast any spells, I mean, you know League, but so this is more for the viewers. Any spells that have like a line missile, or you have to cast a wall, or as Jace likes to say, the circle thingy.
Yeah, the circle thingy.
Any round AoEs, obviously you click your spell and you can aim that to cast it down. This is actually a little bit more of a noob-friendly viewing experience, because maybe a team's not getting Goomba stomped.
So the laning stage, especially even if they're getting kills in the mid lane, as long as it's 1v1, it's digestible, right? Whereas opposed to this, they're diving the tier 1 tower right now, and Pure, as you can see on the screen, he's the position 1, so he's worth a lot of gold at this point of the game, and he's actually gonna barely live, so very tanky hero in that Dragon Knight, and we'll see if Liquid are able. You can see at the top section where all the hero portraits are, the Shadow Fiend, the mid laner, he died again apparently, so he's died twice already, which is a huge deal, and luckily for Liquid, that is a hero that is able to kind of catch up a bit, but when you're playing at this level, the teams will typically just try to expand on their lead as much as possible. So you might see rotations, as literally as I say that, we're seeing rotation to try to kill the mid laner again. They kill him 3 times.
That Shadow Fiend.
And it looks, that's 3. His game is over for the next 10 minutes, let's say.
That Shadow Fiend is definitely not having good time, right? But now we're going, what? This is nighttime, right? Yeah. What's the difference between daytime and the nighttime?
Yeah, so every 5 minutes it changes day-night cycle, and essentially it just lowers vision.
Oh,
There's not much of an effect for the skills or abilities.
Well, they did. Okay, I don't want to get too complicated. Technically, they added some mechanics where you're a little bit faster now during certain times of the day. But the cool thing about Dota is there's always a reason for like weird mechanics like this. So there's a hero that's not in this game, so maybe not worth mentioning. But Night Stalker, he's a hero that is terrible during the day and amazing at night.
This is a point where we'll probably mention this again later. Obviously, we're going to have our analysts, and we've got multiple games throughout the rest of the week. If you have questions you want me to ask or pass along, hit me up on Twitter @QuickShot. I would really love to hear them. I will wave the flag of dealing with the feedback. I also will say this. We're going to watch this game for another 2 or 3 minutes, and I'm going to move us on with the broadcast. So let's just do maybe a last couple of questions from Jays and Bunny, like on behalf of the viewers, on behalf of the Free Fire community, on behalf of, was it you, sir? I spoke to you. What was the lady's name I spoke to?
Yasu.
Yasu. I got the A and the U backwards. What would Yasu want to know about Dota 2 that we can ask Suns fan right now, that you can take back to your community? Jays, you can go first.
Right now, I think it's just wondering like how would players typically use the nighttime? Because you said that you got smaller field of view.
Yeah.
But how would you use it at night?
So there's an item called Smoke of Deceit. It's an item that they created a little bit later in the life cycle of Dota 1, and it's probably the most important item ever to be put into the game. It is a consumable, and you can only buy so many, like it refreshes over time in your shop. And when you use it, anybody near you on your team becomes invisible to wards.
Ooh, that's big.
So
it's an AoE potion of invisibility if you played Baldur's Gate 3.
But if you get close to an enemy, you become revealed. So it's not like true invisibility, but it allows you to traverse the map a little bit easier, and then at nighttime it makes it even better because they're relying even more on their wards at that point, right? Because there's less vision.
And also vision is so different in the game.
Yes.
I want us to talk about vision tomorrow.
Is it actually that different?
It is
really?
Significantly different.
Okay.
Significantly. The way Fog of War and specifically wards work, it's wild.
Interesting.
That game is continuing between Liquid and Tundra over at twitch.tv/EWC_Dota2_EN2. Reminder that there are 4 Dota streams happening at any given time. If you are a YouTube viewer, if you just go to YouTube/@EWC, I believe I've got that right. I think all of the live streams are listed there. Obviously, you can follow all the accounts on Twitch as well. Now, we're moving towards the end of the day. I think we spent a significant amount of time on Free Fire, and I've learned a lot. I think the last 2 hours, last hour and a half have been obviously very Dota heavy. So I think one of the things I personally would like to do is focus back on MLBB. The semifinals are happening tomorrow, right? And we've talked about that. If I hear you give me a prediction, I'm going to be mad at you. So what I want to do instead is I want you to look at the gameplay that we have here.
Okay.
Let's do the rewind. Earlier today, Jays, you teach us the game. Blah. So Jays, teach us the game by going through game 5 between NIP Flash and Homeboys from earlier today.
So this particular game is slightly spicy because if I remember correctly, it was almost equal until like, 10 minutes of the game. And this is rare because usually by 10 minutes, you kind of know which team is going to win or not, etc. But let me set the stage very quickly, right? NIP Flash is from Singapore, Homeboys is from Malaysia. Now, these 2 regions have rivalries that runs deep beyond just the game, but I digress about that. So Homeboys, on the other hand, this is the second team from MPL Malaysia, so technically speaking, they have another chance. They have Selangor Red Giants to represent them in MSC. But NIP Flash, though, they are the only seed for MPL Singapore, and to be, that's a flicker. So, by the way, just a quick note, there's all the characters. We can only bring one summon, battle spell. We call it summon spells in League of Legends, but battle spell is basically like you can only bring either a flicker, or a sprint, or a purify. You cannot bring both. So that's
what do you mean by bring? Like from the start of the game?
Correct. So it's basically like an additional
facet
skill.
It's like a facet. It's a little different to a facet in that it's effectively an additional ability, but it's a significantly smaller list of options. So in League of Legends, it would be a heal, exhaust, or a flash.
Correct. Okay, so you're choosing an ability that's limited options.
Correct. And every single player
has the
access
same pool.
to them.
Correct.
The same pool.
Okay.
Correct. There's pretty much like universal understanding of which ones are picked.
For League, it's Flash is one of them, right?
Mandatory.
Correct.
Honestly, they should just remove one of them and just give every champion flash and just say one choice. There's so few champions that have different options. It's only the off laner or the top lane role that really does something a little different.
Correct.
By the way, this is feeling more comfortable during this comparison. It's almost like 4 hours of talking about one of those games. Actually, it's
yeah,
helpful.
now you know a lot, Trevor. I'm very proud of you. Now I can see you in MLBB. But for MLBB, it gets kind of tricky because certain players, certain heroes, they need to
Is
go
that a
for something
Digimon
else.
skin?
No.
That looks like Agumon.
Yeah, we lovingly call it Agumon.
Yes!
But that character is called Barat. It's basically played by Hades, third hero on the right-hand side. Basically, it grows bigger. It's like something like a tiny, right? It grows bigger as long as you land on the skills, not across the time. And
So
now
that's a Cho'Gath then?
Yeah,
it's something like that, just for comparison?
But Cho'Gath needs to eat, right? His
Okay,
ultimate,
okay,
stack
so this
ultimate.
is just landing ability.
Correct.
So Swain then, but actually physically growing. Every time Swain lands damage, he gains part of his flock. It's new, modern, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't physically grow in size though.
Yeah. My Swain is very different.
Can we go over the turtle again? Let me see if I understand this, okay?
Correct.
It spawns at a certain time of the game, so it's not available right away.
Nope.
Correct? And then you take it the first time, what happens?
So once you take it the first time, or basically...
And is there only one on the map?
No, so they will spawn up to 3 times.
But is there one on the
There's
map
one
and
at
it
the same
spawns
time.
3 times?
It will spawn 3 times across the game, but it's subjective, right? So sometimes you get to see tournaments where they ignore the turtle. So
But wait, hold on. Don't you too much. What does it exactly do? What does it exactly do?
Okay, so a turtle just provides simply gold in EXP for the team that slays it, right?
Okay.
So that's basically it.
And do you need the whole team to kill it, or can one person?
How strong is it?
Usually you will, yes, need a whole team there because the enemy team will come and contest.
And I imagine it gets easier the higher level you are, the more items you have.
Not exactly.
Okay,
Because
right, so it
you're
scales.
always constantly being threatened by the other enemy team who is looking for that.
I know, but I'm just saying in the fight between Turtle and your composition, like a dragon fight in League of Legends, the later you are in the game, the easier it is to kill. You have high level more items.
It's constant.
That's where it's different. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like constant. I really
That's
love
great.
the
That's
hand
great for
cannon.
us.
Yeah.
Sunsfan, we've actually got some mechanics on the screen
Yeah,
there.
he's got some normal-sized thumbs. That's good.
Do you know what's interesting? Oh, so
This
this
is
is
a
actually...
Barat.
Do you know what? Actually, this is really good because we've got 2 mobile games this weekend. If we can actually get some footage of the actual interaction with the phone, like, I want to say the mechanics. I don't know if they're things. There was a phrase, somebody said this, it might have been you, Sunsfan, that if somebody's phones were different between tournaments, or like if obviously you have a sponsor for an event, you have to learn.
Oh. Yes.
It's like your keyboards,
Keyboard, mouse, and monitor. Yeah.
change all in one.
Yep.
And like that is just such a powerful sentence for me when you watch this. I mean, as somebody that plays multiple mobile games, how big of a difference is it? Like the size of the phone, the interaction. How different, Bunny, is playing Free Fire to MLBB on a mobile?
I think it's quite similar. I think we've always affected every time there's going to be a sponsorship, and when the players have to switch and have to adapt to the sponsored given phone. And I think even Malaysian teams, mostly actually Malaysian team, because not to bring down, because I think because they have a little bit of struggle to actually get the privilege of getting very high-ended specification phones for themselves. So this is something they struggle when they move into the tournaments that actually require them to use the sponsored phone. Do you agree on that?
Yep, so sometimes what teams will do is they will buy the specific phone for the teams to train on
That happens in
before
League.
the tournament.
They buy the same chairs, they buy the same desks, they look at the same monitor setup. I mean, you got to...
I have stupid question number 10 to ask.
I'm going to ban you from saying that opening phrase.
I'm trying to patent it so I can get sponsored. That's a different thing entirely. But, has anyone ever gotten killed because their mom sends them a text during a tournament?
No, because they're sponsored phones, you muppet.
Okay.
No.
Actually, no.
See? Stupid question number 10.
I actually acknowledge that's the first of the day that I
Actually, there's some tournaments that surely don't require a certain phone,
I
right?
personally don't think that's a stupid question.
Oh,
yeah.
thank you.
I think that's a very smart question.
What is
Very
this? Why are you
smart.
doing? Actually, to be fair, I've been mean to you all weekend, and it's only fair. I think, though, in the context of this tournament, I highly doubt that there's any personal things on there. They're going to get wanted down. There's security on it.
They get a
It's not gonna
spam
happen.
call.
Okay, if you notice, right, all these phones are the same because you can only use tournament phones. Right? So that's why you will never get your WhatsApp
We
call.
really don't need to seriously entertain that for EWC, but I think for regional leagues, I think that's a little bit more viable, as it were. I want to bring us back here. So I understand as well, obviously you mentioned you played MLB a little bit casually, Bunny. When was the last time you played? How much did you play? I've played some of the other mobile MOBAs, not this one specifically. So I just want to know your experience on MLBB. Oh, I love these shots of them actually.
Honestly, I actually started to play again last month because at the time, my favorite choice of game, which I call a home, was having a problem with the server. So I went back to MLBB, and this is something that I also want to talk about to Jace as well. The moment when I go back to MLBB, it was a different. Yeah, it was so vastly different because I was being taught or being yelled at by my own teammates saying that Mage, do not go to mid lane. Bro, I don't even know that, bro.
Oh, okay.
I was not that. I was not in that era. My old era, we didn't even care whether Mage is in mid lane or even top lane or even bottom lane.
Okay, I think that's also quite interesting because that was affected by a recent patch.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's kind of standard. Like that's the problem with MOBAs is how much they change. I think whenever the meta changes, whenever championship, whenever builds are different, the same thing happens in League. The same thing I would imagine would happen in Dota, maybe to a much lesser degree. I think that what I would like to do, let's bring us back into the game. We obviously know the result of this game if you've been watching for the show. Jace, as you catch us back up, can you also explain to me, when we look at the close-ups of the players on their phones, we see them tapping, the mini-map I understand, the item shop I think I understand, but there was a third screen. What are the additional pop-up screens that you're looking at, like flashing through? Are they looking at scoreboards? Is that what it is?
Scoreboards. And in fact, I think this is something very unique for MLBB, is that you are able to see the enemy's item immediately after enemies bought it, even when they're in the fog of war.
Okay, so as soon as they buy the item, it's on the scoreboard. So not visibility.
No.
In League, you have to see the champion. If they remain in fog of war outside of vision, it doesn't pop up.
Correct. So that's basically a very important thing, especially important information that you need in order to basically build the correct items, right, as a tank.
It's what, a 4,000 gold lead at 8.5, let's call that 9 minutes actually in the game, if I can see that correctly. Now it's around 3,000 or so. Is this a significant lead, despite the fact that NIP Flash are now losing players in mid lane?
Actually, currently, if you say this right now, Homeboys is definitely in a better position. Sorry, NIP Flash definitely in a better position. But if you notice, you talked about it's 4K gold lead. If you take a look right now, because of that kill, it became 1K.
Right.
So that's how fast-paced the whole game is, and that's why if you blink, sometimes you'll miss very key.
I blinked.
Yeah.
And you blink, and then suddenly 2 members from the side of NIP.
Okay, what happens to turtle number 2? We haven't gotten through the turtles yet.
No, actually, NIP Flash secured 3 turtles already.
Yeah, I only know what turtle 1 does.
Yeah. What does turtle 2 do?
It does the same thing.
Oh.
So you just stack.
Wait, what's the lore then?
EXP. So the lore, if you kill it, it actually provides you a additional unit that will march down the weakest lane of your enemy, and then it acts
for the rest of the game, or
no, just until the lord gets
It's
killed.
the equivalent of a rack being destroyed, where that'll buff up, whichever team.
But then it goes away eventually.
It goes away eventually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
But the lord is not related to the turtle.
No.
Is that correct?
No.
These are two different.
There are two different
creeps.
Yeah.
There are 2 different neutral creeps.
If we're looking at the minimap in the top half, you can see it looks like, is there a turtle in the bottom right?
Actually, no, right there.
Hold on. Listen to my question.
Okay.
If we look at the minimap, we look in the river. The Lord spawns top left, is that correct? In the little alcove?
It will vary.
Okay, so it alternates.
It alternates.
Great.
So, which means that sometimes it creates a very uncomfortable position, especially when you have an open base, but the Lord's on the other side. So it kind of forces teams to play a little bit of a chess.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is it randomized when it spawns? Is it always just... Wow.
It's randomized.
So could you get
once
the
it
Lord?
spawns, does it move?
So once it spawns, it doesn't move.
Oh, okay.
So it will stay there until you kill it. Then it will respawn in another point of the map, and you wish it's on your weak side if you're losing.
But it's odds of the draw.
Yeah.
Because if you lose a turret, let's say top lane,
Interesting.
Lord spawns bottom lane, and then you've got, you're wrecked.
Because for Dota, it's actually a somewhat new mechanic. Roche will actually move from one side of the map to another.
Oh, that's
during day-night.
And the Roche pit also moved as well, didn't it? It used to be in the river, but I mean, like it's moved a couple times. But
yeah, there's
we just
2 Roche pits
discussing
now,
it
pretty much.
Okay, so we've missed a little bit. Lord was picked up by NMB Flash. It looks like though Homeboys is now back in the lead, right?
Actually, it was Homeboys that picked up the Lord. You can see earlier just now, the Lord actually marches down bottom lane. It's already cleaned up
Is that the second Lord? Because I thought
first one.
Was it the first one? Oh
Yep.
wow, okay.
So like I said, this game is so fast-paced. You blink, the point the link is gone.
What's the big purple icon in the bottom of the river where the turtle would have spawned?
That's, you see the timer right there,
Yes.
78 seconds, and basically the next Lord spawning, right?
Got it.
So sometimes teams will, right now, if you want to fight, it's a perfect time to fight because, you know, there's not a lot of consequences.
Do you know what has been very illuminating? Is I've not watched any full games while I've been preparing. I probably spent 12 to 15 hours watching MLBB. I had no idea what I was watching. I genuinely told our producers earlier today that I feel comfortable. The words I've heard, I think philosophically understand.
Correct.
But the actual animations and the actual like user interface,
yeah,
I've gotten like 4 or 5 things horribly wrong today. So it's my goal that by the time we get to Saturday and Sunday that obviously I can.
But we'll never understand high ground, obviously.
Listen,
we have to bring that up again, right?
I legitimately will be pitching this as a conversation topic. Because more importantly as well, it's intriguing when high ground is a game that exists, I think, in both respective MLBB and Dota.
Okay.
I don't think it's not really a thing in League of Legends. It works in the art of war, if we were to listen to what Sun
And
Tzu
Star
was to
Wars.
say.
Yep.
Oh God, Obi-Wan, yes. But I think we're looking at this to close the game out. NIP Flash should lose this game, surely.
This is actually the winning fight for NIP Flash, all right? So what exactly happened is all eyes on Diablo, deletes off the main damage dealer, which is Nets, which is like your AD carry or your +1, right? Then immediately because of that, NIP Flash got the momentum, and Homeboys from this point onwards, this particular timing, they couldn't recover. So this is actually the second Lord that, you know...
There's
NIP
2 Lords?
The second one, the second spawn one.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is basically, it will respawn over time, right?
Okay.
So it doesn't have one for throughout the game, right?
Does the effect change?
No, wait, it does, slightly. So the first Lord, usually when it spawns, it's like a, what I like to call a baby Lord, right? It doesn't charge.
Okay.
But this Lord that they take, usually a second Lord, it will charge towards the turret and deals a lot of damage. So that's kind of a way to make sure that MLBB is really fast.
Maybe I was misunderstanding. So the thing that spawns for, is it 1 unit or is it multiple units over time?
1 unit.
Okay, so that's like from, actually Heroes of the Storm had something similar.
I would compare it to
giant
League of Legends, the Rift Herald.
Okay, got it. I love that shot. Just by the way, we saw the backstage. How often do we see like the support staff, the analysts for like Dota squads back at like the reaction shots in a Dota 2 stream?
Not often.
Not often.
Yeah, it's a cool setup.
I really, really appreciated that. Obviously, NMB Flash now, they take the lead. I think the big takeaway for me is just how quickly the influence or like the lead, how drastically changes.
Sorry, if you just now realize that the Lord actually just poked the turret and the spear and is actually leading the charge against Homeboys.
Is that minion you were talking about?
So the creep is the Lord itself.
Correct.
Oh.
That is a lot more powerful than just a strong creep. Just for the record, you
It's a
undersold that thing. You undersold that thing a lot. Do they finish the game though? What is your base called?
We call it a bit core. Some people call it crystal.
What is it actually
We usually
called?
call it base.
No, it has an
because it
official name.
changes every time based on the map you play.
Wait, there's more than one map?
Correct. So the map, so not the map of the skin of the map.
Oh, okay.
So that's
what I was gonna say.
very confusing.
Bro, I watched this for a week with you.
So it makes it very confusing sometimes. For a period of time, you know the turtle, they call it a dragon turtle?
I mean, it looks like a dragon turtle. It's got a big ass mouth.
Yeah.
Does it
if you
breathe
go
fire?
and click on the specific map type, the names of the different buffs and the different creeps.
Okay, so the different skin will then change the word.
Correct.
Again, I have an issue to pick.
Does it change the word high ground based on skin as well?
Oh my god, I wish you like
You know what? If you sell merch, I think you have to get merch. Like,
high ground. I am the high
people are
ground.
gonna think it's Obi-Wan, but it's not.
I am the high ground.
Why did they not kill the core?
Sorry?
Why did they not kill the core?
Actually, they couldn't push in because Homeboys defended that, and because of NMP Flash, Vanix picking up a Maniac, this was the game-winning fight, and we're almost ending, in fact. This is basically the last fight.
I do want to move us on. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see the core being destroyed. We've got around 10 minutes to wrap up the show. We've got a few segments still to run through. We already know by this point that NLP Flash did win the game. And actually the course did. So literally going to finish right now.
Correct.
I took so long that I got it to finish. All right, thank you so much. That was fantastic. I think that's really good. We've learned a lot about multiple games. So I think let's bring it back here. We don't need time to react to that game. We've covered it ad nauseum at this point. So I think as we close out the day, let's remind ourselves where we stand in the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. I think the very first thing we're going to start with is how will this week shape the club championship? First and foremost, there are 2 tournaments that will be concluded. 1,000 points apiece for the winner of Mobile Legends Bang Bang as well as Free Fire. In addition to that, any teams that are potentially eliminated or placed in a lower bracket for the Dota 2 group stage will then be potentially costing team points if members of the club championship are eliminated or lowering their chances and how many points they can get, how difficult that road is going to be. I think the big focus for me is going to be between Liquid and Falcons. I think when you look at Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Falcons AB Brand, Team Liquid Echo sitting at the top of the table. You also have Team Liquid and Team Falcons playing in the Dota tournament. And I think when we take a look at the organizations playing in Free Fire, a number of teams can still make it out. There are 6 rounds to be played tomorrow. We still have Point Rush. It's still very early on, but we may see teams eliminated. Actually, we will see teams eliminated at the end of tomorrow's Free Fire tournament. What you're seeing on your screens right now is the current standings for club championship points. Team Falcons and T1 have both won themselves a title respectively. 1,275 points, Falcons, 1,000 for T1, Fnatic at 660.
I'm seeing like Ninja in Pajamas and Selangor Red Giants climbing up as well. So
correct, and that's of course because of their placements in MLBB. There is a minimum guaranteed even if they lose tomorrow.
Correct.
Does it bring you joy to see that?
It brings me joy to see, you know, Ninjas in Pajamas and Selangor Red Giants getting a little bit of recognition in the club championship ranking, just for a little bit.
I think one of the things I want to take a very quick look at, obviously when we do come to the club championship, organizations like Team Liquid, Team Falcons, they have significantly more representation in the tournament. So that's going to help them out. Falcons, more importantly, they've got themselves a win. So for every other club, they have to pick up that win, right?
Yep, I think it's also even more so, right, for Liquid Echo, like what we always talk about throughout the whole stream, well, for the whole today, they are definitely looking really strong. Easy, should be a good secure 1,000 points. Help them boost up in the EWC Championship World Ranking for just a little bit.
The other one that I will be following up on, Twisted Minds. 10 participants here is one of the sneaker surprises. We'll see whether or not they can make it climbing. Of course, don't forget that our stream here, twitch.tv/EWC, is where you'll be able to find all of our HQ stream broadcasts 7 till 11, Thursday through Sunday. We are closing out the night, and that means we get to look at some of the best moments of the day, starting with our Kidia Player of the Day. All right, so Kidia Player of the Day. This is See You Soon versus Falcons AP Brand. Let's go, Jace.
Okay, the key moments right here. You see Ogwin, that big circle thingy, and that's how, you know, See You Soon was about to win against the Falcons AP Brand.
Is this what I cast? This looks familiar.
Yes, that's the
yeah, I remember that guy in the bottom left. Yeah, that's true. Shout out to that guy.
Yes! AP Brand fan.
Yeah, and the most amazing part of that particular play is Ogwin was defending. If he didn't catch 3 and 4 members right there in that massive stun, Falcons IP Brand would have lost 1 game to See You Soon. And, you know, it wouldn't be a clean streak for Falcons IP Brand in that particular match.
I'm so impressed that you caught that. That was actually really impressive.
A broken clock is right twice a day, as they say.
Just double checking, do we have a second clip there? No, so it's just the first one. Perfect, that was the one clip of the day. So the next thing we're gonna take a look at is gonna be the notable results from the day. And I think obviously I wanna come back to Bunny because I think Loud, let's say leading the charge. I would have loved to have said dominating, but because of the fact they didn't get that booyah in that final map, final round of the day, let's take a look here. Bunny first, Loud, looking at winner of map 5, leading the way at the moment. How big of a surprise is that for a result for you?
Actually, no, it's not really a surprise. I mean, a disappointment for those who are, when we're talking about how I've been supporting BRU, Buriram United Esport, but we know for a fact that the one that can definitely withstand that is going to be Loud. And this is one of the part that I think most of the Loud fans are really excited because they had the high ground advantage for themselves. The only thing they need to do is just worried about the safe zone. They get the kills. Even Buriram could not do anything. There was no safe space for themselves. And Buriram United was just dead at that point because Loud has the benefit for them.
Really one quick, we don't have too much time, but seeing the players standing up, what's the kind of stage presence? Like when we see Warzone, when we see Counter-Strike, there's a lot of banter, there's a lot of engagement with the crowd. Are Free Fire players like as active?
No, I think Free Fire, most of the players are very, very, at least for my region, I think most of us are actually quite manners, are very well conducted.
I'm interested. Call of Duty Mobile? Is that a little... Is that, that's exciting.
Call of Duty Mobile. I mean, if we're talking about my game, yes, we have a lot of pride and ego when it comes to winning.
Do you know what I love so much? What gives it away? You get the sassy hand. That was awesome. I didn't actually catch the others. I think, can I get a quick comment on Homeboys being eliminated? What do you make of that?
So I think that's something quite a little bit of an upset, I would say, because nobody expected MPL Singapore, a team from Singapore, to basically reach that far in, well, basically in MSC, because usually we're being looked down upon in a sense. So us taking down a team from MPL Malaysia, I think that was a massive deal. That allows us to go to top 4. This is the second time in 937 days that we hit top 4 in any world stage.
I need to know yes or no, before we run this, yes or no, are MLBB players as sassy on a scale of COD Mobile to Free Fire?
I would say it is a little bit saucy in terms of COD Mobile. Just a little bit more, because if we can catch...
No. It was yes or no. You got to listen to the words. It was yes or no.
Yes.
The reason I asked, let's take a quick look here, because MLB players are sassy.
They are.
Let's look at the reactions here from Falcon everyone. I don't know what's coming.
There you go.
Oh!
Goodbye.
Hi! Okay, translate that for me. Eye contact. Oh, no, you don't need to. I fully understand. Yep. Okay, no, I get it. I totally get it. Oh, this is awesome.
That's relatively respectful, I'd say, though. All things considered.
Keep in mind, they're in-game. And that is a game where you look away from your screen. If you blink, you lose everything.
Correct.
That's true.
That's a lot of game time.
Have you ever seen Gears of War players from back in the day scream at each other?
Xbox was banned right from. No.
Yeah, those were bad.
Can I give a huge shout out? Production pulled that up just because of the sassy hand. Like, honestly, kudos. Thank you so much. Right. Let's take a look at what's going to be happening tomorrow. We have the Dota 2 group stage continuing. Again, 4 streams, multiple games. The MLBB semi-finals are shaping up to be bangers, with Liquid Echo taking on Falcons AP Bren on the first to open the day. And of course, for Free Fire, it's going to be the final day of the knockout stage and the final chance for teams to avoid elimination. Crucially, things have happened in terms of predictions. I have Suns fan who has chosen not to change his predictions. I have Jays who would never change his predictions.
Nope, never.
And I'm very intrigued to see what happens with Free Fire. I'm learning, but you threw a team under the bus, Bunny.
I made my choice, and I'm going to lay on my bed. Okay? I'm going to lay. That doesn't matter anymore, because right now, I'm questioning the choices I made before, and I'm questioning it right now as well.
That's
but
what
you know what?
happens as well.
I don't care. I'm just going to lay in my bed and be happy with it and proud of it.
Can I tell you something? I think you should. This is obviously our respective first day on HQ, with the exception of Jay's here last weekend. We've got a minute or two just to say something. What I'd love to do, I want you to say something nice about Free Fire to say something nice about MLBB to say something nice about Dota 2.
Oh,
1 or 2 lines, something feel good before we end the evening.
Well, I mean, like I said earlier, I'm building a game right now. I am a game designer, so for you said Free Fire, right? For Free Fire, I appreciate that it's kind of a melding of different games. Like as a game designer, it's interesting to see what mechanics they take and how they put like a new mix on it. So it is interesting to watch.
Thank you. Love to hear it. Now, to Jays.
Oh,
Make it brutal.
This is the gritted team.
Make it brutal.
Hang on,
No.
We
it's
don't
just
have the most time, so one or two
I love
lines.
LMB. I mean, like, mechanics-wise, even from the start and at this moment right now, after the patch and everything, is amazing. It has been an amazing game, and I just want to say congratulations to NIP Flash. Despite homeboys, my homeboys has been eliminated. I think that is one of the best achievement that you have here for EWC.
That's more than 2 sentences. I'm running out of time.
Okay.
Well, Dota is a harder game and should be the better game.
Oh. Wow.
Should be.
That's a quick.
That was true. I support that. I would like to say, on behalf of everybody here, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching. Thank you to the production team. Don't forget that while the HQ show is over promptly at 11, the Dota's final games are still ongoing. I know I've learned a whole lot. I'm going to be streaming those in the car back home, seeing if I can put some of that knowledge to test. You can find those streams over twitch.tv/EWC_Dota2. EWC_Dota2_EN2. You get the point. Twitch.tv EWC Dota2. You'll find it. Thank you for joining us. We will be back tomorrow. Your EWC HQ podcast will be right here, 7 p.m. local Rio time. Good night. Woo.
You know, it was a great day. Whatever. It was a great day.
Also, now bringing it the king back into Calteezy.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?